Cherry blossom welcome, dear friends, to a serene spring evening. As the gentle breeze of this beautiful day settles, it's time to cozy up and let our soothing narration carry you away. Tonight's bedtime story is set to transport you to magical and peaceful places, where relaxation is the key to unlocking sweet dreams. Remember, you can enjoy all of our enchanting tales ad-free on Patreon. We hope your day was filled with the vibrant beauty of spring, and now may your night be filled with tranquility. Crescent Moon. Story 1. The whispering pines of Elderwood Village always seemed to hum with secrets, especially at twilight when shadows stretched long and fireflies began their dance. In a cottage nestled beneath the oldest oak, young Finn traced the frost patterns on his window pane. He felt different from the boisterous village children, quieter, more attuned to the rustle of leaves than the clamor of games. His greatest treasures weren't carved toys, but curious stones he found along Mossy Brook, each one holding a silent story in its curves. Tonight, however, the air thrummed with an unusual energy, as if the forest itself held its breath. Finn slipped into his worn boots, drawn by an instinct he couldn't name. The path to Mossy Brook glittered under the rising moon, silver light filtering through the canopy like liquid stardust. Crickets sang a lullaby to the night, and the damp earth released the scent of petrichor and pine resin, a comforting, earthy perfume. As he knelt by the water's edge, something pulsed beneath the surface, a soft, amber glow emanating from a stone lodged between slick river rocks. It wasn't like his other finds. Warmth radiated from it even through the cool water, and when Finn's fingers brushed its smooth surface, a gentle vibration traveled up his arm, humming a melody only his bones could hear. He cupped it in his palms. The stone, no larger than a robin's egg, glowed brighter, casting dancing light on the ferns. Images flickered within its depths, glimpses of towering, luminous mushrooms, vines that shimmered like spun moonlight, and creatures with wings of stained glass. Then a wave of profound sadness washed over him, so intense his eyes stung. The stone dimmed, leaving only the ordinary moonlight. Finn knew with unshakable certainty this stone was lost and heartbroken. That night, tucked beneath his quilt with the stone glowing softly on his bedside table, Finn dreamed of a towering willow with bark like silver thread, weeping amber tears onto roots that pulsed with fading light. He awoke at dawn, the stone's warmth a steady beacon against his chest, where he'd tucked it for safekeeping. The dream's sorrow clung to him, a heavy cloak. He knew what he must do. Packing a small satchel with crusty bread, a wedge of cheese, and his trusty water flask, Finn whispered a farewell to his sleeping parents and stepped into the mist-wreathed morning. The deeper he ventured into Elderwood, the stranger the forest became. Sunlight filtered through leaves the size of wagon wheels, painting the ground in shifting emerald mosaics. Giant snails with iridescent shells moved like slow jewels across the path. But the air grew colder, and the vibrant greens dulled to muted grays. The joyful birdsong faded, replaced by an eerie silence. It was near a cluster of unusually pale, withered toadstools that Finn heard a frantic rustling. A small, trembling creature burst from the undergrowth, a ball of fluff the color of storm clouds, with enormous, frightened eyes like polished obsidian and delicate, twig-like limbs. It froze upon seeing Finn, letting out a tiny, terrified squeak. "Hello," Finn whispered, crouching low. "I won't hurt you." He slowly extended a hand, palm open. The creature trembled, its fluffy fur standing on end. Then the amber stone at Finn's neck pulsed warmly. The creature's eyes widened, fixed on the light. A hesitant cheer-up escaped it, less fearful now, edged with wonder. Finn gently lifted the stone. "It's warm, see." He placed it carefully on the moss between them. The creature inched forward, sniffed the stone, then looked up at Finn. Its fear seemed to melt, replaced by a profound, questioning gaze. It patted the stone with a tiny paw, then patted its own chest, making a soft, mournful sound. "You know this stone?" Finn asked softly. The creature nodded vigorously, then gestured urgently deeper into the forest, towards the thickening grayness. It pointed to the stone, then to its own chest again, then made a sweeping motion encompassing the dying trees, its obsidian eyes filled with tears. Understanding dawned. "This is yours, or your home's." The creature nodded emphatically, a small sob hitching its tiny frame. "My name's Finn," he offered. The creature tilted its head, then patted its own fluffy chest. "Pip," Finn guessed. The creature, Pip, bobbed its head excitedly. Friendship, fragile and unexpected, sparked in the gloom. Pip pointed again towards the gray forest, then clasped its tiny paws together in a plea. Their journey into the heart of the blight was a walk through a fading dream. Trees stood like skeletal sentinels, their leaves shriveled to ash-colored lace. The once vibrant moss crumbled underfoot, and the air tasted stale and lifeless. Pip clung to Finn's shoulder, shivering, guiding him with soft tugs on his hair or urgent chirps. The amber stone pulsed rhythmically against Finn's chest, a counterpoint to the pervasive despair, its warmth a tiny hearth in the encroaching chill. After hours of walking through the monochrome wasteland, they reached a colossal, ancient willow. Its silver-barked trunk, wider than Finn's cottage, was etched with intricate glowing patterns that now flickered erratically, like dying embers. Its cascading branches, usually shimmering curtains of life, hung limp and gray. 3 hollows, arranged in a triangle, glowed faintly at the base of its massive roots. One was empty. The other 2 held stones, one deep sapphire, one vibrant emerald, but their light was weak and guttering. Pip scrambled down, ran to the empty hollow, and pointed frantically at Finn's stone, then back to the hollow, making a series of desperate, clicking sounds. This was the willow heart, the source, and the heartstone Finn carried was its missing core. As Finn carefully placed the amber stone into its hollow, a sigh seemed to ripple through the very earth. The patterns on the willow heart's trunk flared brighter, steadier. A faint pulse of warmth radiated outwards, causing a small patch of gray moss nearby to regain a hint of green. Pip danced with joy, its fluffy form bouncing. But the relief was short-lived. The sapphire and emerald stones flickered dangerously, their light almost extinguished. Pip's dance stopped. It pointed to the 2 dim stones, then made a scooping motion as if something had stolen them, then pointed towards the darkest part of the forest, a place where the trees grew unnaturally twisted and the grayness deepened into an impenetrable gloom. It whimpered, hugging itself. The other heartstones, they're missing too. Finn breathed. Pip nodded mournfully. The willow heart couldn't truly heal without all 3. The blight would continue to spread. The mystery deepened, who or what had taken them, and why. Pip tugged Finn's sleeve, pointing insistently towards the dark woods, its tiny face set with determination. They needed to find the other stones. The path into the twisted glade was treacherous. Thorny vines snaked across their way like skeletal fingers. Strange, whispering sounds echoed, not from animals but from the creaking, groaning wood itself. Shadows seemed to move with malicious intent. Fear tightened Finn's chest, colder than the blighted air. He wanted to turn back. Pip, sensing his hesitation, climbed onto his shoulder and nuzzled his cheek, a soft, reassuring purr vibrating against his skin. The amber stone pulsed warmly. Finn took a deep breath. He wasn't alone. For Pip, for the willow heart, for the forest, he had to be brave. Deep within the glade they found the first clue, a patch of unusually resilient, bioluminescent blue moss clinging to a rock, pulsing faintly in the direction of the sapphire stone. It led them to a small, terrified creature, a hedgehog with spines like spun crystal, trembling beneath a rotten log. It had seen the sapphire stone, clutched in the grip of a shifting, shadowy form that moved like liquid night and radiated cold despair. The hedgehog pointed a quivering paw towards a ravine choked with gloom. Pip chirped encouragingly to the hedgehog, offering a crumb of Finn's bread. A tentative bond formed. The forest's inhabitants, suffering under the blight, began to see Finn and Pip not as intruders, but as hope. The ravine was a place of oppressive silence and biting cold. At its bottom, nestled amongst jagged obsidian rocks, lay the sapphire heartstone. But guarding it was the shadow creature. It wasn't solid, more a concentration of darkness and sorrow, with 2 points of cold, empty light where eyes might be. It recoiled slightly as the amber stone pulsed near Finn's chest, hissing like steam on ice. Pip shrieked, hiding behind Finn's legs. Terror threatened to paralyze Finn. But he remembered the Willowheart's sigh of relief, the tiny patch of green moss, Pip's trusting eyes. He thought of the sadness he'd felt emanating from the stone itself. Instead of grabbing the sapphire stone, Finn knelt slowly. He didn't look at the shadow creature's eyes, but focused on the heartstone. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" he whispered, his voice surprisingly steady in the crushing silence. "It holds the warmth of deep oceans, the peace of a starlit sky." He gently touched the amber stone at his neck, letting its light spill softly onto the sapphire. "This one, it feels like a crackling hearth on a winter night, like honey in sunlight." The shadow creature flinched as the amber light touched it, but didn't attack. It seemed confused. Finn poured his feelings into his words, describing the joy of sunlight on water, the comfort of his mother's lullabies, the simple wonder of finding Pip. He spoke of the forest as it could be, vibrant, singing, alive. He projected not anger, but compassion for the sorrow that clung to the creature like frost. Slowly, hesitantly, the shadow creature extended a wispy tendril towards the sapphire stone's light. It touched the glow, recoiled, then touched it again. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth seemed to seep into the tendril. The creature made a sound like a distant sigh, less hostile, more yearning. Finn slowly, carefully, reached out and picked up the sapphire stone. The shadow creature watched, its form less dense, the cold light in its eyes flickering. It didn't stop him. Finn placed the sapphire gently in his satchel, beside the remaining bread. The creature simply faded back into the deeper shadows of the ravine, a lingering sense of profound loneliness hanging in the air where it had been. Finn felt a pang of sadness for it, a loneliness mirroring what he'd sometimes felt himself. Finding the emerald stone required wisdom learned from the first encounter. They followed whispers carried on the wind by gossamer-winged moths who remembered the vibrant green light. It led them to a grove where the blight was thickest, the air choked with gray spores. The emerald stone pulsed weakly, trapped within a cage of hardened, thorny vines that seemed to feed on its diminishing energy. Guarding it wasn't a shadow, but the blight itself, a sentient, creeping malevolence that thickened the air and sought to drain their hope. Finn felt despair clawing at him, whispering of futility. Pip curled into a ball on his shoulder, whimpering. Finn closed his eyes, focusing on the warmth of the stones he carried, amber in his hand, sapphire in his satchel, their combined pulse a steady drumbeat against the blight's oppressive silence. He remembered the feeling of the warm stone in the brook, the joy in Pip's dance, the resilience of the blue moss. He poured this feeling, this life, towards the trapped emerald stone. Pip, sensing his intent, uncurled and began a soft, rhythmic chirping, a song of sunlight and sprouting seeds. Finn joined in, humming the melody his bones had learned from the stone. It wasn't loud, but it was steady, a counterpoint to the blight's dirge. The hardened vines shivered. Tiny cracks appeared in their gray surface. The emerald light within the cage pulsed stronger, brighter. Finn and Pip kept humming, pouring their shared hope, their friendship, their belief in the forest's return into the sound and the feeling. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the thorny cage began to soften, then crumble, disintegrating into harmless gray dust. Finn reached in and gently lifted the emerald stone. It flared warmly in his hand, bathing the grove in a momentary, verdant light that pushed back the choking spores. The victory felt quieter than the confrontation in the ravine, but deeper, a triumph of gentle persistence over consuming despair. Their return to the Willow Heart was a journey transformed. The path seemed less hostile. Patches of color were returning, a brave violet flower here, a cluster of vibrant moss there. Word of their quest, carried by the crystal-spined hedgehog and the gossamer moths, had spread. As they neared the great willow, they found a gathering. Shy, luminous butterflies perched on branches. The crystal hedgehog stood proudly beside a badger whose fur shimmered with earth-toned iridescence. Tiny, moss-covered beings peered from behind ferns. Hope, fragile but bright, flickered in countless eyes. Finn approached the willow heart's roots. The amber stone already glowed strongly in its hollow, but the tree still looked strained, only partially revived. With reverence, Finn placed the sapphire stone into its hollow. A wave of cool, calming energy washed outwards, turning the air fresh and crisp. Gray leaves on nearby branches flushed with a deep, healthy green. He placed the emerald stone into the final hollow. It flared brilliantly, a pulse of pure, vibrant life surging through the willow heart and exploding outwards like a silent green star. Life returned in a breathtaking cascade. Color flooded the forest, emerald, sapphire, amber, violet, gold. Leaves unfurled, lush and shimmering. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their sweet scent filling the air. Mushrooms glowed like lanterns. The brooks chuckled, their waters clear and sparkling. Birds erupted into a symphony of joyous song. The very air hummed with vitality. The willow heart stood tall and majestic, its silver bark glowing with intricate, steady light, its branches cascading like waterfalls of shimmering green and silver. Pip danced wildly at its roots, chirping a jubilant song echoed by every creature in the glade. The crystal hedgehog nudged Finn's hand affectionately. The forest was healed, singing its gratitude on the wind. Finn felt a change within himself, profound and quiet. The journey hadn't made him loud or boastful. He was still the boy who listened to stones and watched fireflies. But the quietness now held a new strength, the strength of a deep-rooted tree, the courage of a small light in a vast darkness. He had faced the embodiment of sorrow not with force, but with understanding. He had learned that friendship could bloom in the unlikeliest places, that kindness was a magic as potent as any stone, and that even the smallest heart could hold the courage to mend broken worlds. As twilight painted the now vibrant forest in hues of rose and lavender, Finn knew it was time to return home. Pip clung to him, nuzzling his neck. The creatures of the hidden world gathered, their eyes soft with understanding. The willow heart rustled its leaves, a sound like gentle chimes and distant laughter. A single perfect leaf, shimmering silver and green, drifted down and landed softly in Finn's palm. It pulsed once with warm light, then settled, a living token of the bond forged. Walking back towards Elderwood Village, the forest felt different. Familiar paths now glowed with subtle magic he could sense but not see. The stones in his pocket felt warm and content. He paused at the edge of the village, the warm glow of cottage windows welcoming him. He looked back. Deep within the trees, he saw a tiny, fluffy form silhouetted against a cluster of glowing mushrooms. Pip raised a tiny paw in farewell. Finn smiled, raising his own hand. He carried the hidden world within him now, its resilience, its magic, its quiet song. Slipping back into his cottage, the scent of baking bread and the crackle of the hearth washed over him. His parents, stirring a pot over the fire, turned with sleepy smiles. "There you are, Finn," his mother murmured, "dreaming by the brook again." Finn climbed the stairs to his little room, the silver-green leaf glowing softly on his windowsill. He placed the ordinary stones he'd collected back on their shelf, their familiar shapes comforting. Outside, the whispering pines hummed their ancient secrets, but Finn heard a new melody woven within, a song of amber warmth, sapphire depths, and emerald growth, a lullaby of friendship and quiet courage. He nestled under his quilt, the willow heart's gentle pulse echoing in his chest, a comforting rhythm that promised the world was wider, kinder, and far more magical than he'd ever dreamed. The forest sighed contentedly beyond his window, a sentinel in the starlight, holding its secrets safe until the next curious heart might listen. And as sleep claimed him, Finn knew, deep in his bones, that the greatest adventures often begin with a single, warm stone and the courage to follow where kindness leads. Story 2. In the village of Mossgrove Hollow, where chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke and cobblestones glimmered with embedded moonstones, strange disturbances ruffled the peaceful nights. Young Theo noticed it first while tending his family's glowberry garden. Each dawn, the polished stepping stones leading to their front door lay scattered like tossed dice. Soon neighbors whispered of similar oddities, misses. Bramble's wind chimes tangled in impossible knots, Mayor Linden's prize sunblooms wilting overnight despite perfect care, and the sweet scent of honey vanishing from every pantry jar by morning. No damage occurred, only quiet, persistent rearrangements that left the village unsettled. Theo, a boy with eyes like curious owls and a patchwork satchel always at his side, decided to investigate. His grandmother, a silver-haired weaver known for spinning starlight into shawls, offered wisdom over steaming mallow root tea. "Mysteries, my dear," she murmured, her knitting needles clicking like crickets, "are often kindnesses in disguise. Observe without fear and listen beyond your ears." Armed with her advice and a pouch of crumbly lavender biscuits, Theo began his watch. For 3 nights he sat wrapped in grandmother's starry shawl beneath the ancient Whisperwood tree. He noted patterns. Disturbances always happened between the last owl hoot and first robin's song. Displaced objects were never broken, only moved, and a faint, warm hum lingered in the air afterward. On the 4th night, Theo spotted tiny, shimmering footprints near the scattered stones, no larger than acorn caps, glowing faintly blue. Following them, he discovered a hidden thicket where luminescent mushrooms formed arches like a miniature cathedral. There, curled on velvety moss, slept 3 trembling, mouse-sized creatures with fur like dandelion fluff and wings like crumpled maple seeds. Their bellies rose and fell in shallow, raspy breaths. Remembering grandmother's words, Theo sought Alara, the reclusive keeper of the Moonhair, a gentle, silver-furred creature whose ears could hear the heartbeat of the earth. Deep in the enchanted glen, Alara sat stroking the Moonhair beside a pool reflecting constellations. "Ah," she whispered when Theo described the creatures. "Pipwisp's tiny guardians of balance, they thrive on harmony and become ill without it." She explained that Pipwisp's unconsciously tidy disturbances in nature's rhythm, but Mossgrove Hollow had recently silenced its twilight bell-ringing ritual when the old bell cracked. Without that soothing resonance, the Pipwisps grew disoriented, their midnight tidying becoming clumsy and misplaced. The solution unfolded like a blooming night flower. Theo gathered villagers at dawn, sharing his findings beside the ailing Pipwisps. Old Man Hemlock, the blacksmith, offered to recast the broken bell using moonstone dust. Children gathered dewdrop-laced spider silk to weave tiny hammocks for the Pipwisp's recovery. As villagers worked, hammering, singing, stitching, the Pipwisp stirred, drawn by the rising harmony of shared purpose. When the new bell rang at dusk, clear and deep as a mountain stream, the Pipwisps fluttered weakly toward the sound, their wings catching the chime's vibration like sails catching wind. That night, Mossgrove Hollow discovered surprises on their doorsteps. Stepping stones arranged in swirling mandalas, wind chimes singing in perfect chords, sunblooms radiant with borrowed starlight, and honey jars refilled with nectar sweeter than before. The pipwisps, restored by the bell's resonance, had woven gratitude into every gesture. Theo found a tiny, perfect circle of braided glowberries and moonstones on his windowsill, a pipwisp's thank you. As grandmother tucked him in, she whispered, "See, kindness untangles even the gentlest mysteries." Outside, the bell chimed softly, and the village drifted into dreams serenaded by the contented hum of invisible wings, knowing their world was cradled in quiet, watchful harmony. Story 3. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley perpetually kissed by autumn. Crisp air carried the scent of wood smoke and ripe apples, and cobbled streets wound past cottages with glowing windows and gardens still clinging to asters and goldenrod. Milo, the young apprentice hearthkeeper, loved his job tending the village's central hearthstone, a large, ancient slab of obsidian that radiated gentle warmth throughout the entire settlement. Its comforting glow was as constant as the turning leaves. But one chilly twilight something shifted. Mrs. Brambleby's famous cinnamon apple tea, steaming moments before, went abruptly cold in its pot. Old Tom's wood-carving tools, usually warmed by the hearth's ambient heat, felt like ice in his hands. Even the hinges on the bakery door groaned stiffly, as if frozen overnight. Milo, polishing the obsidian with a soft cloth woven from lamb's wool, felt a distinct chill creep into his fingertips where the stone should have been warmest. A tiny shiver, unrelated to the weather, traced his spine. "That's peculiar," he murmured, pressing his palm flat against the smooth surface. It felt diminished. Not cold exactly, but less warm, like a fire banked too low. The next morning, the strangeness deepened. Puddles near the hearthstone, usually evaporated by its warmth, were rimmed with delicate, unexpected frost. Tiny, sparkling patterns, like miniature frozen ferns, decorated the window panes of the nearest cottages. And the comforting hum of the hearthstone's energy, a sound Milo felt more than heard in his bones, seemed quieter, thinner. Mild unease fluttered through Willowbrook. Whispers rustled like dry leaves. The hearthstone's weary, perhaps winter comes early. Did someone offend the hearth spirits? Milo knew panic wouldn't help. He needed to understand. Armed with a small notebook bound in soft leather and a pouch of warming stones, small, smooth pebbles naturally warmed by the hearth, he began his investigation. He visited every spot where the chill was reported. He knelt by the frost-rimmed puddle, feeling the air above it unnaturally cool. He examined the intricate frost ferns on Mrs. Brambleby's window, impossibly beautiful, symmetrical, unlike any natural frost he'd seen. He placed a warming stone on Old Tom's workbench, watching as its usual soft glow seemed to struggle against an invisible cold spot. His clue came near the village well, shaded by an ancient, gnarled oak. He noticed tiny, perfect footprints in a patch of soft moss, footprints made not of mud, but of sparkling frost that melted almost instantly in the weak sunlight. They were no bigger than a thimble, leading towards the roots of the great tree. Remembering the tales shared by Old Nan, the village knitter of legendary scarves and keeper of quieter lore, Milo sought her out. She sat in her sun-dappled porch, needles clicking rhythmically, a scarf the color of sunset growing in her lap. Her cottage always smelled of lavender and warm bread. "Frost footprints, you say?" Old Nan murmured, her eyes twinkling like dewdrops behind her spectacles. "In patterns finer than lace on the glass, sounds less like failing hearths and more like visitors, little ones drawn to the warmth, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically." "Visitors?" Milo asked, perplexed. "Who would steal warmth?" "Not steal, young Milo," Old Nan corrected gently, her needles pausing. Perhaps borrow or admire. Think of a moth drawn to a flame, but gentler. There are whispers of frost sprites, shy, delicate creatures of starlight and winter's edge. They love intricate patterns and the sparkle of ice. But they feel the cold deeply, poor dears. A great source of warmth, like our hearthstone, it might be like a beacon to them. And their very presence brings the chill of their home. Frost sprites. Milo pictured tiny, shimmering beings, drawn to the hearthstone's glow like moths, yet carrying winter in their wake. It explained the localized cold spots, the beautiful frost patterns their art, and the fading warmth as their collective chill subtly sapped the hearthstone's energy. They weren't malicious, just present and unaware of the effect. But how to solve it? Shooing them away felt unkind. The hearthstone's warmth was vital for Willowbrook. Milo needed a solution that offered warmth without displacement. He pondered as he walked back towards the central square, the weak afternoon sun doing little to dispel the unusual chill in the air. Near the hearthstone, inspiration struck. He noticed a patch of late-blooming moonflowers climbing a trellis. Their pure white petals glowed faintly in the shade, capturing the ambient light. Frost sprites loved beauty and sparkle. What if he offered them an alternative source? Something beautiful that wouldn't drain the hearthstone, something that thrived in cooler air. Working quickly before dusk, Milo gathered supplies. He found smooth, river-polished stones in shades of moonlit gray and pearly white. Using a small trowel, he carefully dug a shallow, circular depression a respectful distance from the hearthstone, near the base of the moonflower trellis, where the shade deepened. He arranged the pale stones in swirling patterns, mimicking the frost ferns he'd seen. In the center, he placed one of his precious warming stones, its gentle heat muted but steady. Finally, he sprinkled a pinch of glittering mica dust over the stones, catching the fading light like trapped stars. It was a miniature, cool garden with its own subtle warmth. That night, Milo didn't go home. He wrapped himself in a thick woolen blanket and hid in the shadowed doorway of the bakery, watching his creation and the hearthstone beyond. The village slept, wrapped in an unusual quiet. The hearthstone's glow seemed weaker still, a soft amber pulse in the darkness. Then as the moon, full and silver, rose high above Willowbrook, he saw them. At first it was just a shimmer in the air near the moonflower trellis, like heat haze in reverse. Then tiny figures emerged. No taller than Milo's thumb, they were woven from starlight and frost, with delicate, translucent wings like frozen dragonfly wings. Their eyes were chips of darkest ice, reflecting the moonlight. They moved with a silent, skittering grace. They approached Milo's stone garden. One tiny sprite hovered over the central warming stone, stretching its minute hands towards its gentle heat. Another traced the swirling patterns of mica with a frost-tipped finger, leaving an even more intricate trail of sparkling ice. More sprites appeared, drawn to the beauty and the subtle warmth. They danced on the cool stones, their wings shedding minute snowflakes that vanished before they touched the ground. They seemed content, enchanted by the miniature world Milo had made just for them. He held his breath. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the oppressive chill that had hung near the hearthstone began to lift. The stone's amber pulse grew stronger, steadier, casting a wider, warmer circle of light. The frost sprites weren't draining it anymore. They were gathered around their own little haven of warmth and beauty. For several nights, Milo replenished the mica dust and ensured the warming stone in the sprite garden stayed active. The strange chills vanished from the cottages. Mrs. Brambleby's tea stayed steaming, Old Tom's tools were warm, and the bakery door swung smoothly. The intricate frost patterns only appeared now on the stones in the little garden, sparkling like captured constellations in the moonlight, a beautiful testament to the sprite's presence. Willowbrook returned to its cozy equilibrium. The hearthstone glowed with its familiar, robust warmth, its comforting hum a steady song in the village heart. And Milo, the apprentice hearthkeeper, had learned a deeper lesson. Sometimes warmth isn't just about the fire you tend, but about understanding the needs of others, even the smallest and most unexpected. Providing a space, a little garden of warmth and beauty, meant everyone, villagers and frost sprites alike, could share the comfort of the hearth without dimming its light. Now on clear, cold nights, if you look very carefully near the moonflower trellis, you might catch a glimpse of tiny, shimmering dancers amidst the sparkling stones, content in their own little corner of warmth, leaving the great hearthstone free to wrap the whole of Willowbrook in its cozy, autumnal embrace. And Milo sleeps soundly, knowing kindness and observation keep the true warmth glowing, inside the hearth and within the heart. The gentle mystery was solved, not with force, but with a garden of stones and starlight, a perfect resolution under the watchful, silver moon. Sleep well, little listener, wrapped in your own warmth. The hearth glows on. Story 4. The little town of Bramblewood, nestled in a fold of misty hills, was known for two things: excellent blackberry jam and exceptionally quiet afternoons. Young Finn, whose spectacles perpetually slipped down his nose, thrived in this quiet. He wasn't one for boisterous games or loud chatter. Finn was a listener. He listened to the creak of the old oak tree by his window, the sigh of the wind through the chimney pot, and the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway that seemed to count more than just seconds. One blustery autumn afternoon, while helping his grandmother sort through boxes in the dusty attic, Finn unearthed something unexpected. Beneath a pile of yellowed lace doilies lay a simple, slightly chipped teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or delicate china. It was sturdy earthenware, glazed a deep, comforting blue like the twilight sky just before the stars appear. But what caught Finn's eye was the pattern painted inside, a swirling constellation of tiny silver stars, shimmering faintly even in the dim attic light. "Ah, the starry cup," his grandmother murmured, a soft smile touching her lips as Finn carefully lifted it. "Belonged to your gray-tant Hazel. She swore it held a bit of magic." Finn traced the cool rim. "What kind of magic, Gran?" "Listening magic," she claimed. Gran chuckled softly. "Not for hearing louder, mind you, for hearing deeper. The kind of listening that understands the whispers others miss." She said drinking tea from it helped her hear the stories things carried. Gran patted his shoulder. "Keep it safe, Finn, just be gentle with it." That night, unable to resist, Finn filled the starry cup with warm chamomile tea. He sat curled in his favorite armchair by the crackling fire, the worn wool blanket draped over his knees. As he took the first sip, something extraordinary happened. The quiet ticking of the grandfather clock down the hall didn't just mark time, it began to speak. Not in words exactly, but in feelings, a low, rhythmic thrum of contentment, a steady, reliable presence watching over the sleeping house. The fire's crackle wasn't just noise, it was a cheerful, popping song of warmth and transformation. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the cup. The whispers Gran mentioned weren't just stories. They were the very souls of things, speaking in emotions and sensations. His journey began not with footsteps, but with attentive silence. Finn discovered the world around him was brimming with unheard voices. The old oak tree outside his window whispered tales of centuries past of nesting birds, children's laughter, and the patient strength of roots delving deep into the earth. His woolen blanket hummed a soft song of comfort, woven from the memory of sunlight on a sheep's back. Even his spectacles, perched precariously on his nose, emitted a faint, anxious buzz about falling. But the most persistent whisper came from the little blue teapot that always sat on Gran's kitchen stove. It wasn't the cheerful song of the fire or the steady comfort of the clock. This was a low, melancholic thrumming, a feeling of deep, aching sadness. It spoke of loneliness, of being overlooked, of a purpose unfulfilled. Finn felt the sorrow seep into his own chest, a heavy, cold weight. He knew he couldn't ignore it. The teapot needed help, and Finn, with his newfound gift, was the only one who could truly hear its pain. Solving this sadness, however, wasn't simple. You couldn't force a teapot to be happy. Finn needed wisdom, and wisdom often needs companions. He found his first helper in Bartholomew, a plump, ginger tabby cat who spent most days snoozing in sunbeams. Bartholomew, Finn discovered through the Starry Cup's magic, possessed an uncanny sense of history. His purr wasn't just contentment, it was a low-frequency vibration that resonated with the memory of places and objects. When Finn held the Starry Cup and gently stroked Bartholomew's fur, the cat's purring amplified, weaving fragmented images into Finn's mind, glimpses of the teapot gleaming new on a shelf, the scent of bergamot tea, and the gentle hands of a woman with kind eyes, Grey Tant Hazel herself. His second helper arrived unexpectedly. Old Mr. Hemlock, the town's reclusive clockmaker who lived in a cottage overflowing with gears and chimes, knocked on their door one drizzly morning. He'd heard Gran mention the Starry Cup's reappearance. Mr. Hemlock, with his wild white hair and eyes like polished watch gears, wasn't just a mender of clocks. He was a listener to the deeper rhythms of things. He understood the language of intricate mechanisms and silent histories. "Ah, the Starry Cup," Mr. Hemlock rasped, peering at it through thick lenses. Hazel's cup, she understood the resonance of objects, everything vibrates, young Finn, everything holds a song. Sadness is a song out of tune. He listened gravely as Finn described the teapot's sorrow. "A teapot's purpose is connection," Mr. Hemlock mused. "It brings warmth, gathers people. If it sings of loneliness, perhaps it misses its pair, or its story is incomplete." Armed with Bartholomew's fragmented memories and Mr. Hemlock's insight, Finn's journey became one of gentle investigation. He spent hours sitting quietly in the kitchen, the Starry Cup held close, listening intently to the teapot's melancholic thrum. He learned it wasn't just loneliness, it was a specific, piercing sense of loss. Bartholomew, purring fiercely beside him, conjured clearer images, not just Hazel, but another object beside the teapot, a small, delicate sugar bowl, painted with the same deep blue glaze and shimmering silver stars. It had a friend, Finn breathed. A sugar bowl, they belonged together. Gran's eyes widened. The starry sugar bowl, oh goodness, I remember now. Hazel treasured them both, but her face fell. "There was an accident years ago before you were born. The sugar bowl was knocked off the shelf. It shattered. Hazel was heartbroken. She put the teapot away shortly after, saying it wouldn't feel right without its companion." Gran looked sadly at the lonely teapot. "We never realized it still grieved." Here was the challenge. How do you heal the heart of a teapot mourning a lost companion? Finn couldn't mend the shattered sugar bowl. Force was useless. Wisdom was needed. He sat again with the starry cup, the teapot's sorrow washing over him. He didn't try to block it, he let himself feel the depth of its loss, acknowledging its pain. Then, guided by Mr. Hemlock's words about resonance, Finn had an idea. He carefully gathered the teapot and the starry cup. He asked Gran for a small amount of sand, the finest she had. Bartholomew curled watchfully nearby, his purr a steady, grounding hum. Mr. Hemlock arrived, bringing a tiny, perfectly tuned tuning fork. Finn's plan was delicate. He poured the fine sand onto a smooth, dark tray. Holding the starry cup, he focused all his listening, all his empathy, on the teapot's song of loss. He poured his own understanding, his own sadness for the teapot's pain, into the cup. Then very gently Mr. Hemlock struck the tuning fork, its pure, clear notes singing through the quiet kitchen. Finn poured the sand from the starry cup onto the tray. The vibrations from the tuning fork, amplified by Finn's focused empathy channeled through the cup, made the sand dance. But it didn't form random patterns. Guided by the teapot's own resonant frequency and Finn's deep listening, the The sand swirled and shifted, forming not chaotic lines, but a distinct, recognizable shape, the outline of the lost starry sugar bowl, clear and perfect, shimmering momentarily on the dark surface. Finn held the teapot close. "See," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "It's not gone. Its shape, its song, its memory, it's still here. Held in you. Held in us. You shared warmth together. That connection, that purpose, it doesn't end because the shape changes. You still are that warmth. Hazel loved you both. Gran loves you. I love the tea you make." He poured his own warmth, his own affection for the sturdy blue pot, into his words, amplified by the quiet magic of the starry cup. A profound shift occurred. The heavy, aching thrumming within the teapot softened, like ice melting. The melancholic drone transformed. It became a softer, warmer hum, a vibration of remembrance tinged not with despair, but with a gentle, bittersweet acceptance. It was the sound of a heart learning to hold love alongside loss. The sand settled back into an ordinary pile, its work done. Finn placed the teapot back on the stove. Gran, tears glistening in her eyes, filled it with water. As it began to heat, its song changed again. The hum deepened, warming, becoming a contented, bubbling melody, the sound of water transforming into steam, of heat radiating outwards, of purpose rediscovered. It wasn't the same song it sang with its sugar bowl companion. It was a new song, born of healing and understanding. It was the song of a teapot that remembered its friend with love, not crippling sorrow, and embraced its role in bringing warmth to the present. Finn's own journey changed him profoundly. He still loved the quiet, but now he understood it wasn't empty. It was full of voices, of stories, of the subtle songs of the world. He learned that true listening wasn't just hearing, it was understanding with the heart. He learned that sadness needed acknowledgement, not dismissal, and that healing often came not from fixing what was broken, but from honoring the memory and finding a new way to resonate. He learned wisdom often bloomed in quiet collaboration between a boy, a cat, an old clockmaker, and the gentle magic held within a chipped blue cup. That night, as Finn settled into bed, the starry cup safely on his bedside table, the house sang its lullaby. The grandfather clock ticked its steady reassurance. The oak tree rustled its ancient tales. The fire in the hearth downstairs murmured its warm, crackling comfort. And from the kitchen, rising softly through the floorboards, came the contented, bubbling song of a teapot, no longer lonely, humming a melody of warmth and peaceful remembrance. Finn smiled, adjusting his spectacles, feeling the gentle symphony of his world wrap around him like the softest blanket. He closed his eyes, listening not just with his ears, but with his whole, wise, and deeply kind heart, drifting into sleep cradled by the extraordinary secrets whispered by the most ordinary things. And the stars painted inside the cup seemed to glow just a little brighter in the moonlit room, guardians of the quiet magic that lived just beneath the surface of the world, waiting only for someone gentle enough to truly listen. Story 5. In the cozy nook of the Valley of Whispers, where clouds wore fluffy scarves and rivers hummed lullabies, sat the village of Glimmerbrook. Its most famous resident wasn't the mayor, a portly badger with a monocle, nor the stargazing owl librarian, but Hazel Nutkin, the baker with the most peculiar magic. Hazel didn't conjure fireballs or turn pumpkins into carriages. Her magic was, well, delicious. With a sprinkle of stardust sugar and a hummed tune, she could make pastries float, teacups refill themselves, and gingerbread men do cheerful little jigs. Hazel's bakery, the crusty croissant, was a symphony of sensory delight. Sunlight streamed through sugar-dusted windows, illuminating shelves groaning under the weight of cloud-light meringues, chocolate rivers flowing through eclair tunnels, and cinnamon rolls that curled up like sleeping kittens, radiating warmth. The air shimmered with the scent of vanilla bean dreams and caramelized sunshine. Hazel's constant companion was Pip, a pocket-sized, bright blue sprite with antennae that fizzed like sparklers when he was excited, which was often. Pip's magic was minor but mischievous. He could make small objects temporarily taste like whatever he imagined. A pebble might suddenly burst with blueberry flavor, or a fallen leaf might taste surprisingly like peppermint tea. He helped Hazel by taste-testing new creations, often getting flour in his fluffy hair. One crisp autumn morning, Hazel faced a catastrophe. Her newest creation, the legendary moonbeam macaroons, delicate coconut clouds, infused with captured moonlight that made them glow softly, were inexplicably soggy. Worse, they were emitting little sad, gray bubbles. "Oh, Pip," Hazel wailed, her flour-dusted apron drooping. "They're supposed to be crisp on the outside, chewy within, and glowing like tiny moons. Look at them. They look like deflated gray clouds." Pip zoomed over, his antennae fizzing with concern. He poked a macaroon. It let out a tiny, melancholic blub. "They taste salty," Pip reported, his nose wrinkling. "Like tears mixed with old seaweed, definitely not moonlight and coconut." Just then Mayor Badgerford trundled in, his monocle fogged with haste. "Hazel, my dear, terrible news. The Whispering Brook, it's gone silent, and worse, it's leaking." They rushed outside. The usually cheerful brook, which babbled secrets and giggles as it wound through the village, was indeed silent. Its clear waters had turned a murky gray, and instead of flowing, it was oozing sluggishly. More alarmingly, large, glistening gray bubbles were forming on its surface and floating upwards, popping with soft, sad sighs. One drifted towards the bakery window. "It's the soggy sighs," gasped Hazel, watching the bubble dissolve near her macaroons. "The brook's sadness is leaking into the air and into my baking. Moonbeam macaroons absorb ambient magic. They're soaking up the brook's melancholy." "But why is the brook sad?" Pip asked, hovering nervously. Did someone tell it a very depressing joke? They followed the sluggish brook upstream, past houses where worried villagers peeked out. The usual vibrant magic of the valley felt dampened. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. Even the perpetually cheerful sunflowers seemed to be avoiding the gray bubbles. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient trees held council and moss felt like velvet, they found the source of the problem. A colossal, moss-covered stone, the brook's heartstone, where its spirit resided, was cracked. A jagged fissure ran down its center, and from this crack seeped the murky, sighing water. Perched precariously on top of the cracked stone was a small, utterly distraught creature. It resembled a furry, upside-down teapot made of iridescent scales, with stubby legs and large, weepy eyes the color of storm clouds. It hiccuped, and a small gray bubble floated out. "WWWO," it sniffled. "Who are you?" Hazel asked gently, kneeling down. "And why are you crying on the brook's heartstone?" The creature hiccuped again. I'm Grizzle," it warbled in a voice like a rusty kettle. "Grizzle the gloom bubble, I was just trying to take a nap. I drifted down from the drizzle peaks, looking for a nice, damp spot. This big, mossy rock looked perfect, but when I landed, crack. Fresh tears welled in its huge eyes. I broke it, and now the nice brook is all sad because I made its heart crack. I'm a clumsy, horrible gloom bubble." It buried its face in its furry belly, emitting a flurry of larger, sadder bubbles. Pip zipped closer, his sparkler antennae dimming sympathetically. "Aw, Grizzle, it was an accident. Don't cry. Your bubbles are making everything soggy and salty." "But how do we fix the heartstone?" Hazel pondered, tapping her chin. "Ordinary glue won't hold magic. We need something binding, joyful, and waterproof." Suddenly, Pip's antennae fizzed violently. Hazel, your cloud light meringue, remember how you made it for the Sunflower Festival? It was super sticky, impossibly light, and it repelled water like a duck's back. Hazel's eyes lit up. Pip, you're a genius, but we need a lot of it, and it has to be infused with pure joy to counteract the gloom. She turned to Grizzle. Grizzle, can you make happy bubbles? Grizzle blinked its enormous eyes. Happy bubbles, I've never tried, I only know sad ones. Think of the happiest thing you can. Pip encouraged, buzzing excitedly. Like finding a whole patch of extra squishy moss, or the smell of fresh rain. Grizzle scrunched up its furry face, concentrating hard. It thought of cool, damp earth after a summer shower. It thought of the soft glow of glowworms. It thought of Hazel's cinnamon rolls. A tiny, hesitant smile touched its lips. A small bubble, shimmering with faint rainbow hues, wobbled out. Pop. It released a scent like petrichor and warm bread. Yes. Hazel cheered. Perfect, Pip. Grizzle, you're on bubble joy duty. Mayor Badgerford, gather the villagers. We need laughter, singing, happy thoughts directed right here. The news spread faster than butter on warm toast. Soon, the Whisperwood was filled with villagers. The owl librarian recited silly poems that made everyone chuckle. Badgerford attempted a jig, his monocle bouncing. Children blew dandelion clocks, sending wishes skyward. Sunflowers, perking up, turned their faces towards the faintly happy bubbles Grizzle was now producing, with increasing confidence bubbles that sparkled like dew and smelled of sunshine and wild strawberries. Meanwhile, Hazel worked her magic. She summoned clouds of the finest sugar. She whisked egg whites with starlight beams. She hummed her most buoyant tune, the one that usually made croissants pirouette. Pip buzzed around, taste-testing clouds of meringue mixture. Needs more giggle, he'd declare, or a dash of sunflower joy. Hazel would sprinkle in a pinch of golden pollen or a drop of honeysuckle nectar. Finally, she had a colossal, shimmering, pearly-white mountain of cloud-light meringue. It pulsed with a gentle, warm light and hummed faintly with pure, concentrated happiness. It felt lighter than air and smelled like every wonderful childhood memory. All right, everyone, Hazel called. Channel your happy thoughts, Grizzle, biggest, happiest bubble yet. Pip, get ready. Grizzle took a deep breath, thinking of the warmth of the village, the kindness of Hazel and Pip, the hope in the air. It blew with all its might. A magnificent, iridescent bubble, big enough to hold a small cottage, floated gently upwards. Pip, timing it perfectly, zipped inside the bubble just as it enveloped the giant mound of meringue. Using his minor magic, Pip focused hard. Taste like determination, taste like sticky, joyful glue. Inside the bubble, the meringue instantly absorbed the amplified, happy magic. Hazel, with surprising strength for a baker, heaved the enormous, bubble-enclosed meringue mountain towards the cracked heartstone. With a soft sploosh, the bubble burst, depositing the mountain directly onto the fissure. The effect was instant and spectacular. The cloud-light meringue flowed like liquid moonbeams into the crack, glowing brighter and brighter. It hardened with a sound like tinkling bells, forming a smooth, pearly-white seal that pulsed with soft, golden light. The murky water stopped seeping. The gray bubbles popping in the brook vanished. Then a sound they'd missed dearly filled the air, the joyful, giggling babble of the whispering brook. Clear, sparkling water burst forth from the repaired heartstone, washing away the gray murk downstream. The water shimmered with renewed magic, and tiny, playful fish made of liquid light leaped in its current. The gray bubbles floating in the air popped, replaced by Grizzle's new, shimmering happy bubbles that drifted like tiny rainbows, leaving trails of fresh rain and warm bread scent. Back at the crusty croissant, Hazel inspected her moonbeam macaroons. They were no longer soggy and gray. They were perfectly crisp, chewy within, and glowing with a soft, silvery light that pulsed gently, in time with the brook's happy babbling. Pip took a bite. Moonlight, coconut, and a hint of happy brook, he declared. Grizzle, no longer crying, had found a wonderfully damp spot under Hazel's rain barrel. It blew contented bubbles that shimmered softly, adding to the bakery's cozy charm. Hazel, seeing how Grizzle's happy bubbles made the macaroons glow even brighter, had an idea. The next day, the crusty croissant unveiled a new specialty, Grizzle's gleeful macarons. Hazel baked the shells, Pip infused them with complementary happy flavors, like first snowflake surprise or firefly dance delight, and Grizzle gently blew a single, tiny, joy-infused bubble onto each one before they set. The macarons didn't just glow, they emitted tiny, cheerful ting sounds and made anyone who ate them feel inexplicably buoyant. The raindrop revels became Glimmerbrook's favorite festival, celebrating the day a clumsy gloom bubble, a quick-thinking sprite, and a kind-hearted baker mended a brook's heart with laughter, happy bubbles, and the stickiest, most joyful meringue ever made. And as the villagers drifted off to sleep under a sky dusted with Grizzle's shimmering bubbles, the gentle babble of the brook and the faint, sweet ting of happy macarons were the perfect lullabies for the most delightfully whimsical dreams. The Valley of Whispers hummed contentedly, its magic cozier and brighter than ever, proof that even the soggiest problems could be fixed with a dash of creativity, a mountain of kindness, and a very happy bubble. Story 6. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist clung to the rooftops like sleepy cats, and cobblestone streets wound like ribbons dipped in honey-gold lamplight. In a snug cottage on Willow Lane lived a quiet boy named Leo. Leo wasn't one for loud games or boisterous adventures. He found magic in the small things, the way dust motes danced in sunbeams, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the secret whispers of wind in the old oak tree. His most treasured possession was a small, worn music box, a gift from his great-aunt Agatha. It wasn't particularly grand, a simple wooden cube, its lacquer chipped at the corners, with a tiny brass key sticking out one side. When wound, it played a faint, slightly off-key tune that sounded like raindrops falling on tin. One crisp autumn afternoon, while tidying the dusty attic, Leo found something tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace doilies. It was a small velvet pouch, midnight blue and embroidered with faded silver stars. Inside lay a single, smooth pebble, no bigger than a hazelnut. It was a deep, shimmering blue, like a captured piece of twilight sky, and it felt strangely warm in Leo's palm. There was no note, only the pebble humming with a quiet, almost imperceptible energy. Curiosity prickled Leo like static. He slipped the pebble into his pocket, its warmth a comforting secret against his leg. Later that evening, while winding his music box before bed, the pebble seemed to pulse in time with a faint, plinking melody. On a whim, Leo held the pebble near the music box. As the off-key tune tinkled out, the blue stone flared with a soft, sapphire light. Then, something astonishing happened. The music didn't just play, it blossomed. The simple plinking notes deepened, layered, weaving into a complex, achingly beautiful melody Leo had never heard before, a song of starlight and distant mountains, of rustling leaves and deep, ancient roots. It filled his small room, rich and resonant, transforming the cheap, tinny sound into something profoundly magical. Leo gasped. The ordinary music box wasn't ordinary at all. The blue pebble, he realized, wasn't just a stone. It was a listening stone, amplifying and revealing the hidden music within things. His journey of discovery had begun, not with a map, but with a melody. He longed to understand the stone and its power. The next morning, clutching the velvet pouch, Leo set off down Willow Lane. His first stop was Mrs. Thimble's tea shop and bakery, a place smelling perpetually of cinnamon, yeast, and warm comfort. Mrs. Thimble, plump as a risen loaf with flour dusting her nose like snow, listened intently as Leo, voice hushed with awe, described the stone and the transformed music. She didn't laugh. Instead, her eyes, crinkled like well-loved paper, sparkled. "Our listening stone," she exclaimed, wiping floury hands on her apron. "Rare as hen's teeth, those are. My great-uncle Barnaby swore he saw one once, deep in the whispering woods, said it made the trees sing proper symphonies." She offered Leo a still-warm gingerbread man. "But secrets like that, Leo, they need careful handling, like kneading dough too rough and you ruin it, too timid and it never rises. Wisdom, my dear, that's the key." Her kindness was like the warmth from her ovens, steady and reassuring. Next, Leo sought out old Mr. Cogsworth in his cluttered workshop, a cave of cogs, springs, and half-built clockwork birds. Mr. Cogsworth, thin as a spoke with spectacles perched precariously on his nose, peered at the stone through a jeweler's loupe. "Fascinating resonance," he muttered. "Not quartz, not moonstone, something else entirely. Amplifies inherent vibrations, you say? He showed Leo a tiny mechanical nightingale he was repairing. "See this? Its song is locked inside these gears. Your stone, perhaps it could help me hear what's missing, but—" He held up a bony finger. "Magic isn't a hammer, boy. You don't force it. You listen to it. Understand its nature. Like tuning a delicate instrument." His advice was practical, grounded in the world of mechanisms and careful adjustment. Leo's journey led him finally to the Bramblewood Library, a haven of quiet presided over by Miss Petalwood, whose voice was softer than falling autumn leaves. She sat surrounded by towering bookshelves that seemed to hold their breath. Leo told her everything. Miss Petalwood smiled, a gentle curve like a crescent moon. She pulled down a heavy, leather-bound tome titled Luminal Artifacts, Echoes of the Unseen. "The Listening Stone," she whispered, tracing an illustration remarkably like Leo's pebble. "Legend says they were forged under the first falling star, attuned to the hidden songs of the world, the song of a growing seed, the sigh of a sleeping mountain, the hum of starlight across the void. They reveal the true music within things, the essence often drowned out by noise." She closed the book gently. "But such power requires a quiet heart, Leo, not just to hear but to understand. And sometimes," she added, her gaze thoughtful, "the most important song isn't the loudest, but the one most in need of being heard." Leo felt wiser, yet the mystery deepened. He spent days experimenting. He held the stone near a babbling brook. Its sound became a complex, watery opera. Near a crackling fire, it revealed a rhythmic, percussive dance of sparks. He held it to the old oak tree in his garden, and a deep, slow, grounding melody filled him, a song of roots reaching deep and branches embracing the sky. The world was alive with secret symphonies, all thanks to the warm blue pebble in his pocket. Then came the challenge. Winter arrived, painting Bramblewood in crisp white, and silencing the usual sounds under a thick blanket of snow. One bitterly cold morning, Leo noticed a small songbird, a winter wren with bright, frightened eyes, trapped in the frozen bird bath in Mrs. Maplethorpe's garden. Its tiny feet were stuck fast in the ice, its feathers fluffed against the cold. Its usual cheerful chirp was a desperate, weak peep. People gathered, murmuring worriedly. Someone suggested chipping the ice away, but the bird was so small and fragile, the ice so hard. Force might hurt it terribly. Leo remembered the stone, warm against his skin. He remembered Mrs. Thimble's words about gentle handling, Mr. Cogsworth's advice about listening, and Miss Petalwood's wisdom about understanding the quietest song. This wasn't a task for hammers or haste. It needed the stone's magic, but applied with care. He knelt slowly in the snow beside the frozen bath, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. The crowd watched, hushed. He took the listening stone from its pouch. its blue glow pulsed softly in the winter light. Instead of holding it at the bird, Leo closed his eyes and focused. He held the stone near his own heart, then gently pressed his other hand against the icy rim of the bird bath. He didn't command, he listened. He sent warmth and calm through his touch, thinking not of melting ice by force, but of the water's own hidden song, trapped and stilled by the cold. He concentrated on the stone, imagining it amplifying his own quiet wish for warmth, for gentle release. He thought of the sun's hidden song, of the deep earth warmth sleeping beneath the frost. He poured his hope and empathy into the stone, a silent request rather than a demand. The stone flared not brightly, but with a deep, resonant sapphire light that seemed to thrum in the air. Leo felt a gentle warmth spread from his hand where it touched the ice. Not a fierce heat, but a soft, pervasive thaw. He heard it then through the stone's magic, a faint, crystalline melody trapped within the ice, a song of cold stillness. And then a softer, warmer counterpoint emerged, the song of the earth's hidden warmth, amplified by the stone and Leo's focused intention. The two melodies intertwined, the cold song softening, yielding. Slowly, miraculously, the ice immediately around the little wren's feet began to melt. Not cracking or splintering, but simply softening, turning translucent, then liquid, releasing the tiny feet without any violence. The water around the bird became merely cool, not frozen. With a surprised, grateful chirp, the wren hopped free onto the rim, shook its feathers vigorously, and then, fixing one bright eye on Leo, trilled a clear, sweet note, a song of pure relief and thanks. It fluttered its wings and darted away into the bare branches of a lilac bush. A collective sigh of wonder and relief went through the onlookers. Mrs. Maplethorpe wiped a tear from her eye. "Well done, Leo," she whispered. "Wisely done." Leo sat back in the snow, the listening stone warm in his hand, his heart swelling with a quiet joy. He hadn't used force, he had used understanding. He had listened to the ice, to the earth, to his own kindness, and the stone had helped him weave those quiet songs together. He understood now what his helpers had meant. The stone didn't grant power to impose his will. It gave him the ability to hear the world's hidden heart and respond with wisdom and compassion. That night, as snowflakes drifted past his window like falling stars, Leo wound his music box. He held the listening stone near it, and the room filled once more with the breathtaking, complex melody. But now, Leo heard more than just beauty. He heard the echo of the Brook's opera, the crackle of the fire's dance, the deep grounding song of the oak, the crystalline whisper of melting ice, and the bright, thankful trill of a tiny bird. He heard the interconnected symphony of Bramblewood, the hidden music that bound everything together. The stone hadn't just revealed the magic in objects, it had revealed the magic in listening, in kindness, in quiet understanding. Leo placed the warm blue pebble back in its velvet pouch, a small, humming secret nestled beside his own steady heartbeat. He knew his journey of discovery wasn't over. There were countless hidden songs yet to hear. But as he drifted off to sleep, the transformed lullaby of the music box wrapping around him like a soft blanket, Leo felt a deep sense of peace. He had learned that the greatest magic wasn't in extraordinary power, but in the extraordinary wonder of an ordinary heart, willing to listen to the world's softest, most beautiful songs. And that, he knew, was a secret worth keeping warm. The fire crackled low in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that seemed to sway in time with the music, as sleep gently carried Leo away on a river of starlit melody. Story 7. Deep within the rolling hills of Meadowshire, where wildflowers painted the meadows in bursts of buttercup yellow and forget-me-not blue, lived a quiet boy named Theo. His world felt small, confined to the stone cottage he shared with his grandmother and the dusty village lanes where his soft voice often went unheard. Theo's greatest comfort came from the ancient Willowwood forest bordering the village, a place of dappled sunlight and secrets whispered by rustling leaves. He'd spend hours sketching ferns unfurling like emerald scrolls, or listening to the chuckle of the hidden silver thread stream, feeling both invisible and strangely seen by the trees. One crisp autumn afternoon, while tracing the path of a ladybug across a mossy log, Theo noticed an unusual gleam beneath a carpet of fallen oak leaves. Brushing them aside, he uncovered a smooth river stone, no larger than his palm, but unlike any he'd seen. It was cool to the touch, swirling with colors like captured twilight, deep indigo, soft violet, and streaks of gold that pulsed faintly, like a sleeping heartbeat. As Theo held it, a gentle warmth spread up his arm, and a soft hum vibrated in his bones, a sound like wind through harp strings. He tucked the stone into his pocket, feeling a thrill of discovery that fluttered against his loneliness. That night, the stone glowed softly on his windowsill. In its light, Theo noticed intricate patterns on its surface shifting, like living constellations. Driven by curiosity, he slipped out at dawn, the stone humming more insistently as he approached the forest. Near the silver thread stream, where sunlight fractured into dancing coins on the water, the stone pulsed brightly. Theo pressed it against the gnarled trunk of an ancient weeping willow. To his astonishment, the bark shimmered, rippling like water, and parted to reveal a hidden archway woven from living vines and shimmering spider silk. The air beyond smelled of damp earth, crushed mint, and something sweetly unfamiliar, like starlight made tangible. Stepping through, Theo gasped. He stood in the whispering glade, a hidden heart within Willowwood. Giant luminescent mushrooms glowed with soft amber and jade light, casting long, gentle shadows. Trees with bark like polished silver and leaves like spun sapphire rustled secrets to one another. The air hummed with the songs of unseen creatures, chimes like crystal raindrops and deep, resonant croons that vibrated in his chest. Yet the glade felt weary. Patches of moss were dull and gray, some luminous fungi dimmed to a sickly pallor, and the vibrant leaves drooped as if under an invisible weight. Suddenly, a flurry of movement erupted from behind a cluster of glowing toadstools. A creature no taller than Theo's knee tumbled out, landing with a soft oof. It had fur the deep blue of midnight, large, luminous eyes like molten gold, and delicate, moth-like wings dusted with iridescent powder currently tangled in a stubborn vine. It hissed softly, tugging frantically. Theo hesitated, his usual shyness surging, but the creature's wide, frightened eyes mirrored his own loneliness. Carefully, he knelt. "SHHH," Theo whispered, his voice barely audible. "I can't help." His fingers, clumsy at first, worked gently to untangle the silken wings. The creature stopped struggling, watching him intently. As the last vine fell away, it zipped into the air with a relieved buzz, circling Theo's head. It landed lightly on his shoulder, its tiny claws surprisingly cool. It tilted its head, chirruped a complex series of notes, and pointed a tiny clawed hand towards the center of the glade. Theo felt a strange understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but pure intention. Follow. Friend. Thus began Theo's unexpected bond with Pip, the sky sprite. Pip, Theo learned through gestures and shared feelings, was a guardian of the glade's light. He showed Theo the Heartstone Pool, a basin of pure, liquid light at the glade's center. But the light was dimming, choked by creeping tendrils of shadowy, thorned vines that seemed to suck the vibrancy from everything they touched. Pip trilled mournfully, pointing from the sickly vines to the glowing stone still clutched in Theo's hand. The stone pulsed in response, its golden streaks flaring brightly. Theo understood. His stone was connected to the glade's fading magic. It wasn't just a key, it was a beacon, perhaps even a cure. Their journey to heal the glade began. Guided by Pip's knowledge and the stone's pulsing light, they ventured deeper into the hidden world. They crossed the Bridge of Sighs, a fragile span of woven moonlight spanning a ravine filled with swirling, forgetful mists that whispered doubts. "You're too small to help. No one needs you. Theo clutched the stone, its warmth solid and reassuring against the chilling whispers, while Pip perched on his head, humming a defiant, clear melody that scattered the mist. They navigated the singing caves, where stalactites hummed with resonant frequencies that could shatter concentration. Pip, with his delicate hearing, guided Theo through safe paths, their bond deepening into a silent language of trust. Theo, who had always felt weak, discovered a quiet strength in protecting his small friend from snapping shadow ferns, and in carefully mapping their path with charcoal from his pocket onto scraps of birch bark. One evening, resting beneath a canopy of glowing star flowers, Pip grew agitated. He gestured frantically towards the north, then mimicked something large and heavy lumbering, its face contorted in sorrow. The stone in Theo's hand flared a warning crimson. Following Pip's lead, they found a clearing choked by the shadow vines. At its center stood a massive, ancient creature, a stonebuck. It resembled a tortoise, but its shell was carved from living amethyst, now dull and cracked, and moss grew thick and gray over its limbs. Its eyes, deep wells of obsidian, brimmed with silent tears as the thorned vines tightened around its legs. It was the source of the creeping shadow. Its immense sorrow was feeding the blight. Pip darted fearlessly towards the stoneback, chirping urgently, but a whip-like vine lashed out, knocking the sprite into a bed of wilted moon petals. Theo's heart hammered. He wanted to run. But seeing Pip struggle to rise, wings bent, ignited a fierce protectiveness. He remembered the stoneback's tears. Sorrow. Loneliness. He knew that ache. Holding the glowing stone aloft, Theo stepped forward, not with force, but with open hands. "We see you," he called softly, his voice trembling but clear in the heavy air. "We see your sadness. You're not alone." The stoneback's massive head lifted slowly. Theo poured all his own understanding of loneliness into his gaze. He recalled sketching the forest, finding solace in its quiet company. He thought of Pip's trusting golden eyes. He held the stone out, its light bathing the stoneback's cracked shell. "This place, it needs you. We need you." The thorned vines recoiled slightly from the stone's intensified glow. A low, rumbling sound, like rocks grinding deep within the earth, emanated from the stoneback, a sound of profound grief, but also recognition. Slowly, agonizingly, the stoneback shifted. With a tremendous effort of will, it focused its ancient gaze on the vines binding it. A single clear tear, glowing like a captured moonbeam, fell onto the nearest shadow vine. Where it touched, the vine withered and turned to dust. Hope sparked in Theo's chest. The stone wasn't just a beacon. It amplified connection, turning empathy into tangible magic. Working together, Theo directing the stone's amplified light onto the thickest vines, Pip flitting bravely to sprinkle glowing pollen that weakened the thorns, and the stoneback summoning its strength to shudder and break the weakened bindings, they freed the ancient guardian. As the last vine crumbled, the stoneback let out a deep, resonant sigh that shook the leaves. Color began to seep back into its amethyst shell, and the moss on its legs turned a vibrant green. It nudged Theo gently with its massive head, a gesture of profound gratitude that rumbled through the boy's bones. Pip, healed by the returning glade light, buzzed joyously around them. Guided now by the rejuvenated stoneback, whose slow, deliberate steps cleared paths through the densest thickets, they reached the Heartstone pool. The liquid light within was barely a flicker, its basin choked by the thickest, darkest roots of the shadow vines. The stone in Theo's hand blazed like a captured sun, its hum a desperate song. Pip landed on Theo's shoulder, trilling encouragement. The stoneback lowered its head, ready to act. Theo knew what he had to do. This required more than light. It required the glade's heart to remember its own strength. He closed his eyes, pouring every feeling he had into the stone, his awe at the glade's beauty, his fierce love for Pip, his empathy for the stoneback's pain, his newfound courage. He recalled the sound of the silver thread stream, the scent of star flowers, the feel of Pip's cool claws, the rumble of the stoneback's sigh. He focused on the life of the glade. With a deep breath, Theo plunged the stone into the center of the fading heartstone pool. A shockwave of pure, radiant energy exploded outwards, silent yet immense. Golden light shot through with indigo and violet, erupted from the pool, washing over the glade like a benevolent tide. It surged up the shadow vines, turning them to shimmering dust that dissolved into motes of light. It washed over the dull moss, restoring its velvety emerald glow. It kissed the drooping sapphire leaves, making them shimmer with renewed vitality. The luminescent mushrooms blazed with joyful amber and jade, casting the glade in a breathtaking tapestry of light and life. The air itself sang, a chorus of crystal chimes and deep, contented croons, swelling into a symphony of healing. The heartstone pool pulsed with vigorous, liquid light. The stone Theo had found now rested at its center, no longer separate, but part of the glade's restored heart, its swirling colors perfectly integrated into the radiant pool. Pip zipped through the air, trailing streams of iridescent dust, his joyful song echoing. The stoneback lifted its head, its amethyst shell gleaming, and released a deep, resonant note of peace that vibrated through the earth and up Theo's legs, filling him with profound calm. As the light settled into a gentle, sustaining glow, Theo knew his path home was clear. The archway shimmered back into view near the silver thread stream. Pip landed on his palm, his golden eyes holding galaxies of understanding. He chirped softly, a melody of farewell and enduring friendship. The stoneback nudged Theo gently once more, a silent promise of guardianship. Theo stepped back through the willow's bark, the stone's warmth lingering in his palm like a goodbye kiss. He emerged into the familiar willowwood, the autumn sun warm on his face. The forest seemed brighter, the air sweeter. Back in Meadowshire, Theo was still quiet, but a subtle change had taken root. His grandmother noticed how he met her gaze directly, a new steadiness in his eyes. When village children teased young Alara for her mismatched socks, Theo didn't shrink away. He walked over, knelt beside her, and quietly pointed out a ladybug crawling on a nearby flower, just as he'd done in the glade. His calm presence shifted the moment, dissolving the teasing into shared curiosity. Theo returned often to the weeping willow by the silver thread stream. He'd sketch the vibrant forest, his drawings infused with an impossible depth of color. Sometimes a tiny blue sprite with golden eyes would flit at the edge of his vision, visible only to him, a shimmer of iridescent dust catching the light. And on still nights, if he pressed his ear to the old willow's bark, he could hear it, a deep, resonant sigh of contentment, like stone settling peacefully, and the faint, joyful chime of crystal wings. Theo knew the whispering glade thrived, guarded by ancient strength and sky-born courage. He carried its light within him, a quiet beacon against loneliness, a reminder that even the smallest voice, guided by empathy and friendship, could help heal the world. The stone was gone, returned to where it belonged, but its gentle hum had become the steady, courageous beat of Theo's own heart. He was no longer just the quiet boy. He was Theo, the boy who had found the hidden light, befriended the sky, and learned that true strength blooms from kindness and the courage to connect. And in the warm glow of his grandmother's hearth each evening, the world felt wonderfully, comfortingly whole. Story 8. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled of damp earth and wild thyme, a place where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight. In a cottage with ivy-laced walls, young Rowan sat by the window, tracing frost patterns on the pane. Outside, an unseasonal chill clung stubbornly to their garden. While neighbors' plots burst with crocuses and budding apple trees, Rowan's remained locked in silver ice, a brittle mirror of the hesitation frozen inside their own heart. Rowan disliked change. The shifting seasons, the way friendships evolved, Even the new path worn through the meadow, all felt like stones tumbling beneath uncertain feet. They preferred the sameness of their worn quilt, the predictable click of knitting needles as Grandmother Nessa worked by the hearth. "The frost listens," Nessa would murmur, her voice as warm as the fire's glow. "It hears the whispers of hearts afraid to thaw." One misty morning Rowan met old Mr. Thistle, the village gardener, whose hands were as gnarled and wise as ancient roots. He tended a plot near the frozen garden, where luminous moonflowers unfurled only at dusk. "Ah, Rowan," he chuckled, patting a stubborn patch of frost-nipped soil. "See this earth, it fears the spade's bite, yet how else can seeds dream of sun?" He handed Rowan a small, velvety pouch. "Lavender seeds from last summer. Plant them where the frost bites hardest. Sometimes courage starts small." Reluctantly, Rowan knelt on the cold ground. The earth resisted, hard as iron beneath their fingers. As they pressed the tiny seeds into the reluctant soil, a shiver ran up their spine, not from cold, but from a strange, tingling warmth. That night a dream came, a silver fox with eyes like molten amber, pacing just beyond the garden gate, its breath misting the air with constellations. The next day a rustle in the frost-laden holly bush revealed Pip, a bright-eyed squirrel with a tufted ear, chattering indignantly. Pip became Rowan's shadow, nudging acorns toward the frosted earth, as if insisting, dig deeper. Encouraged, Rowan began tending the garden daily, whispering stories to the frozen ground. Still, the ice held. Frustration welled one afternoon when a dropped watering can shattered the icy surface, revealing not soil, but a glimmering buried geode, its heart pulsing with soft amethyst light. "The earth keeps secrets until it's ready to share," Grandmother Nessa observed, placing the geode on the windowsill where it cast rainbows on the walls. Guided by the fox in recurring dreams, Rowan ventured into the Whisperwood, where trees hummed with hidden magic. Pip scampered ahead, pausing where mossy stones formed a forgotten archway. Beyond it the air shimmered, a hidden grove where time seemed to dance. Butterflies with stained glass wings fluttered around blossoms that changed color with every breeze. Yet at its center stood a single, ice-locked sapling, its branches drooping under crystalline weight. Rowan recognized its stillness. It mirrored their own frozen hesitation. "It needs warmth not just from sun, but from stillness offered," murmured a voice. Mr. Thistle stood there, having followed unseen. "Like your garden, like you." He placed a hand on the icy trunk. "Fear is a cold keeper. Speak to it. Tell it what you wish to grow." Rowan hesitated, then knelt. They spoke of wanting to feel less afraid of shifting seasons, of longing to trust the unknown as Grandmother trusted her knitting patterns, as Mr. Thistle trusted buried seeds. As they spoke, their breath fogged the air, but this time it carried the scent of lavender. Pip scampered up the sapling, tiny paws brushing ice crystals. Where Pip touched, tiny cracks appeared, not shattering but melting, revealing tender green wood beneath. Back home, Rowan sat by the geode's rainbow light, thinking of the sapling's slow thaw. They realized their frost wasn't just fear. It was a shield, a pause allowing strength to gather unseen, like roots in winter. That night they didn't fight the dream fox, but followed it through starlit ferns to a clearing where the aurora borealis danced. "Change," whispered the fox, its voice like wind through reeds, "is the earth turning toward light. You are not breaking, you are becoming." Days turned softer. Rowan planted moonflower seeds near Mr. Thistle's plot, watered lavender with patience, and walked new paths with Pip chattering from their shoulder. One dawn, Grandmother Nessa gasped. Outside, the frost had receded, replaced by a carpet of impossibly blue forget-me-nots. Where the geode had lain on the windowsill, a single amethyst-hued vine now curled, bearing star-like buds. And in the once frozen patch, lavender sprouts pushed through, their scent mingling with wood smoke and hope. Rowan touched a velvety leaf, understanding blooming warm as sunrise. The magic wasn't in banishing frost, but in learning its purpose, a season of quiet gathering. Personal growth wasn't a sudden bloom, but a seed cracking open in its own time, nurtured by kindness, Pip's persistent nudges, wisdom, Mr. Thistle's earthy truths, and unwavering love, Grandmother Nessa's quiet faith. The enchanted frost had been a mirror, not a prison, a reflection of inner potential waiting for courage to melt into beauty. Now, when Rowan walked through Willowbrook, they noticed how sunlight dappled new paths through the oaks, how friendships deepened like roots in spring-thawed soil. Pip dozed in their lap as twilight painted the sky in peach and lavender hues, Grandmother Nessa humming by the fire. Outside, the moonflowers began to glow, their luminescence a gentle echo of the amethyst vine on the sill, a testament that even the deepest winters yield to the persistent, patient warmth of a heart learning to grow. And as the first stars blinked awake, Rowan knew, transformation was simply the soul's quiet, courageous turn toward its own light. Sleep wrapped around them, soft as a well-worn quilt, filled with the scent of lavender and the peaceful certainty that every change, however small, was a step into a story still beautifully unfolding. Story 9. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses and old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Grandad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hatboxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind. Vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hare conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hare nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow in places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hare, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hare met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield, powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet, an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps. Built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. Story 10. The cobblestone path ended abruptly at the edge of Whispershade Wood, where ordinary oak trees melted into trunks of shimmering, petrified moonlight. Young Finn hesitated, clutching the crumpled map his grandmother had drawn on lavender-scented parchment. "Follow the silver ferns," she'd said, "and you'll find what your heart's been quietly seeking." Taking a deep breath of air that tasted like spun sugar and pine, Finn stepped beneath the archway of glowing branches. Instantly, the world transformed. Bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed like heartbeat lanterns along a path of crushed opal gravel. Above, leaves weren't green, but shifting tapestries of cobalt and amethyst, casting dappled light that danced across Finn's cheeks. The air hummed with a melody only the woods understood, a chorus of rustling fronds and distant, crystalline chimes. "This must be the Glimmerglen," Finn whispered, eyes wide as saucers. The first creature appeared as Finn paused by a brook flowing with liquid starlight. A moss sprite no taller than Finn's thumb peeked from behind a waterfall of glowing lichen. Its body was woven from emerald vines, eyes like dewdrops catching dawn. Lost, it chimed, voice like wind through reeds. When Finn nodded, it beckoned with a twiggy finger. The willow sentinel knows all paths, but mind the shy blooms, they hide truths in their petals. True enough, the trail soon wound through a meadow of enormous, bashful flowers. Each bloom snapped shut like a parasol as Finn approached, but if Finn stood perfectly still and hummed Gran's lullaby, they'd slowly unfurl. Inside their velvet throats lay shimmering clues, a constellation of fireflies forming an arrow, dewdrop mirrors reflecting a distant, twisted oak. One bloom held a trembling, opalescent petal, a gift, Finn realized, tucking it safely into a pocket. Courage, he learned, wasn't about rushing forward, but listening to the quiet language of the world. Deeper in the woods, the path split three ways beneath the ancient willow sentinel, a tree so vast its roots formed staircases, its bark etched with runes that glowed when touched. "Choose wisely, small traveler," creaked the willow, its voice like stones settling in a stream. One path rings with laughter but leads in circles. One whispers comfort but forgets the way home. The third sings of courage. Finn closed his eyes, remembering the moss sprite's advice. He placed a hand on the willow's trunk. The runes flared gold where his fingers brushed a carving of a single keyhole. "Ah," rumbled the sentinel. "You seek the heartstone." The third path plunged into the crystal caves, where geodes sparkled like frozen fireworks and stalactites dripped liquid rainbows. Here Finn met the Lumini, jellyfish-like beings of pure light who drifted through the caverns, casting prism shadows. They couldn't speak but swirled anxiously around a crevice where the path crumbled into darkness. A narrow stone bridge, slick with glowing algae, spanned a chasm echoing with the drip-drip of distant water. Finn's knees trembled. Below, the abyss glittered with unknown depths. "I've come this far," Finn murmured, gripping the shybloom petal. Step by deliberate step, focusing on the Lumini's gentle glow ahead, Finn crossed. Halfway, a stone shifted. But the Lumini surged beneath Finn's feet, a buoyant carpet of light steadying the stumble. Courage, Finn understood, was a shared light. Beyond the chasm, the cave opened into a grotto cradling the Heartstone, a geode taller than Finn, its interior blazing with captured auroras. As Finn approached, the stone pulsed warmly. Within its crystal facets, Finn saw reflections. The moss sprite's wave, the shybloom's trusting unfurling, the Lumini's supportive glow, the willow's knowing gaze. Tentatively, Finn placed a palm on the stone. Warmth flooded Finn's veins, and the auroras swirled into a single image, a cozy cottage window where Gran sat knitting, a lantern glowing beside her. The message was clear, adventure was wondrous, but love was the compass. The return journey felt different. Finn moved with quiet confidence, returning the shybloom petal to its flower, nodding farewell to the sentinel, waving at the moss sprite now tending a patch of starlight moss. The Lumini escorted Finn to the cave entrance, bobbing like floating lanterns. At the wood's edge, twilight had deepened into a velvet night, embroidered with familiar stars. Finn turned for one last look. Whispershade wood shimmered, then folded into itself like a dream upon waking, leaving only ordinary oaks and the faint scent of sugar pine. Gran was waiting on the porch, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Well," she asked, eyes twinkling. Finn didn't speak, just opened their hand. Resting on their palm was a tiny, perfect geode, no larger than a hazelnut, glowing with a soft rainbow light. Gran cupped it gently. Ah, the Heartstone's echo. It grows brighter when you remember your courage. That night, as Finn drifted to sleep, the geode pulsed on the windowsill, a tiny beacon whispering of shimmering woods, shy flowers, and the truth that every journey outward is also a journey home, so long as you carry kindness as your lantern and wonder as your map. Story 11. The village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the old oak tree sighed with the wind. People lived simple, contented lives, rarely looking beyond the neat rows of cottages and the familiar curve of the river. Young Timothy, however, possessed eyes that saw differently. He noticed the way dust motes danced in sunbeams like tiny fairies, and how the morning dew on spiderwebs held miniature rainbows. He often felt a quiet hum, like a forgotten song, emanating from ordinary things: the worn handle of his mother's bread knife, the smooth river stone he kept in his pocket. One rainy Tuesday, while helping Mrs. Gable sort through her late husband's dusty attic, Timothy unearthed a small, unremarkable wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed ledgers. It wasn't locked, just held shut by a simple brass clasp. Inside, nestled in faded blue velvet, lay a single teaspoon. It wasn't silver or gold, but plain, sturdy pewter, its bowl slightly dented, its handle worn smooth by generations of stirring. Yet the moment Timothy's fingers brushed it, the quiet hum he sometimes felt swelled into a clear, resonant chime, like a tiny bell struck deep within his chest. It pulsed with warmth. "Just an old spoon, dear Mrs." Gable said, peering over his shoulder. "Probably stirred many a pot of jam in its time. You can have it if you like. Bit of history." Timothy thanked her, the spoon's warmth spreading up his arm like comforting sunlight. That night, as he lay in bed, the spoon resting on his bedside table, he absent-mindedly picked it up. He dipped its bowl towards the glass of water beside him, not to scoop, but just thinking of the coolness. To his astonishment, a single perfect drop of water, shimmering with an inner light like captured moonlight, rose from the glass, hovered for a second above the spoon's bowl, and then gently floated down to rest within it. It didn't spill. It glowed. Timothy's heart hammered. He tried again, this time thinking of the scent of Mrs. Gable's roses. A tiny, shimmering petal, impossibly fragrant, materialized in the spoon. He thought of the sound of the blacksmith's hammer, a single, clear, resonant ping echoed softly from the spoon's depths. The teaspoon didn't just stir, it gathered. It gathered the essence of things, sights, sounds, smells, feelings, and held them, distilled and pure, within its humble bowl. His discovery filled him with a restless wonder. Bramblebrook suddenly seemed too small, its familiar corners holding secrets he yearned to understand. The gentle hum of the spoon became a quiet call, pulling him towards the whispering woods that bordered the village. People rarely ventured deep, speaking of confusing paths and strange, fleeting lights. But Timothy, clutching the warm spoon in his pocket, felt not fear, but a profound sense of being expected. His journey began at dawn, mist clinging to the ancient trees like cobwebs. The woods did whisper, leaves rustled secrets, brooks chuckled over hidden stones, and the wind sighed old tales. He hadn't walked far when he encountered his first helper. Percival was a large, rather grumpy badger, with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes like polished jet. He was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle. "Lost, are you?" Percival grunted, barely looking up. Humans usually are, trampling about, disturbing the peace. "I'm not lost," Timothy said, surprising himself with his own calm. "I'm looking, and I think this might help." He carefully withdrew the teaspoon. Thinking of the rich, earthy scent of the forest floor, he dipped the spoon. A tiny glowing orb, smelling intensely of damp soil, mushrooms, and deep roots, appeared. He offered it towards the badger's snout. Percival stopped digging. He sniffed long and deep, his grumpy expression softening into wonder. "Ah," he rumbled, a note of reverence in his voice. "The essence spoon, haven't seen its like in, well, longer than your village has stood, lad." He nudged the glowing earth scent away gently. "The woods are troubled, the heart song is fading. That's why you're here, isn't it, to listen?" Percival became his gruff but fiercely loyal guide, navigating hidden paths and explaining the delicate balance of the whispering woods. "The magic here," he explained as they walked, "isn't about big flashes. It's the hum of growth, the whisper of decay feeding new life, the memory held in ancient stones. It's quiet, needs listening." Timothy practiced with the spoon, gathering the chime of a falling acorn, the velvety texture of moss underfoot, the melancholy cry of a distant owl. Each essence glowed briefly in the spoon before fading, leaving him with a deeper understanding. Higher up, where the trees thinned and starlight seemed closer, they met Seraphina. She was a barn owl of immense age, her feathers like frosted moonlight, her eyes vast and knowing pools reflecting galaxies. She perched on a gnarled branch, observing them silently. "The threads are fraying, Percival," Seraphina said, her voice a soft rustle of parchment. "Silence creeps where song should be." Her gaze fell upon Timothy and the spoon. "The gatherer has come. Does he understand the weight of gathering?" "I'm learning," Timothy said, feeling small under her gaze. He dipped the spoon, thinking not of a single thing, but of the feeling of standing beneath the vast, starry sky, the awe, the quiet, the profound sense of smallness and connection. A tiny swirling nebula of light, filled with distant, twinkling points, appeared in the spoon's bowl. Seraphina blinked slowly. "Ah, you gather the feeling, not just the thing. That is the key. The heart song isn't a sound, child. It's the feeling of the woods, its joy, its sorrow, its enduring spirit. It's being forgotten, buried under noise and hurry." She fluttered down to a lower branch. "The wellspring where the heart song flows strongest is dimming. The path is obscured by thistledown shadows, not evil, but manifestations of confusion and forgetting. They feed on noise and scatter thought. Force frightens them, makes them multiply. Only quiet understanding can calm them." The final helper was found shivering near the wellspring's entrance, a narrow cave mouth veiled by cascading ferns. Millicent was a field mouse, tiny and quivering, her fur fluffed with terror. "The shadows," she squeaked. "They twist the paths, they make the song sound scary. I can't find my way home, and the wellspring's light is so faint." The challenge lay before them. The entrance to the wellspring cave shimmered with a faint, sickly light. Around it swirled the thistledown shadows, insubstantial, shifting forms like gray mist given life, emitting a discordant buzz that made thoughts jumble and panic rise. They weren't attacking, just confusing. Percival growled low, but Seraphina hushed him. "Force is noise, they thrive on it." Timothy felt the discordant buzz vibrate in his bones, threatening to scatter his focus. He clutched the warm spoon. "Wisdom, not force," he repeated in his mind. He thought of Millicent's terror, the feeling of being lost and small. He dipped the spoon. A tiny, trembling orb of pure, cold fear appeared. The nearest shadows pulsed towards it, drawn to the strong emotion. But Timothy didn't fling it away. He held the spoon steady, acknowledging the fear, understanding it. Next, he thought of Percival's gruff protectiveness, the steady strength beneath the grumble. A warm amber glow, solid and reassuring, joined the fear in the spoon. The shadows swirled, the buzzing softening slightly. He thought of Seraphina's vast perspective, the quiet wisdom that saw beyond the immediate panic. A cool, silver light, clear and deep, flowed into the mixture. Finally, he thought of the woods themselves, not the fading song, but its true essence. The patient growth of roots, the resilience of the trees, the quiet joy of sunlight filtering through leaves. A vibrant green-gold light, pulsing with life, blossomed in the spoon. The four essences, fear, strength, wisdom, and enduring life, didn't fight. They swirled together within the teaspoon's bowl, merging into a single, complex, harmonious light. It pulsed softly, radiating not power, but profound understanding and deep, quiet peace. Timothy held the spoon out towards the swirling thistledown shadows. The discordant buzzing faltered. The gray, misty forms slowed their frantic dance. They drifted closer, not menacingly, but curiously, drawn to the calm, complex light emanating from the simple spoon. As they touched the light, their grayness dissolved, not vanishing, but transforming. They became faint, shimmering motes of silver and gold, like dust caught in a sunbeam, their buzz softening into a gentle hum that harmonized with the faint pulse coming from the cave. The confusion lifted like a lifted veil. The path to the wellspring was clear. Inside the small cave, a pool of water, usually glowing with a soft, internal light, was dim and still. Timothy knelt beside it. He didn't need the spoon now, but he held it over the water. He poured all his gathered understanding, the fear he'd acknowledged, the strength he'd relied on, the wisdom he'd been shown, and the deep, abiding love he felt for the woods and its quiet magic into the pool, not as a command, but as an offering. The water shimmered. A single pure note, like a crystal bell, rang out from its depths. Then another and another, weaving into a melody that was ancient and new, sad and joyful, quiet and vast. The heart song of the whispering woods swelled, flowing out of the cave, through the trees, a wave of pure, resonant feeling. The trees seemed to straighten, the leaves shone greener, the air hummed with restored vitality. Millicent stopped trembling. Percival gave a satisfied grunt. Seraphina spread her wings, catching the renewed energy on her feathers. The journey back was different. The woods felt alive, welcoming. The whispers were clearer, friendlier. Timothy returned to Brook as dusk painted the sky in peach and lavender. He placed the teaspoon back in its velvet-lined box, the warmth now a gentle, contented glow. He didn't speak of thistledown shadows or the wellspring. But the next day he took Mrs. Gable a small jar of honey gathered from wildflowers deep in the woods. "It tastes like sunlight and quiet," she remarked, her eyes wide with surprise. He showed old man Tanner how to find the clearest note in his worn fiddle, by listening to the wood. He sat by the river with Millie Potter, the baker's daughter, who was sad, and simply listened, the way the trees listened, and her smile returned like a shy sunrise. Timothy still saw the dust motes dance and heard the hum of ordinary things. But now he understood. The magic wasn't just in the extraordinary secret of the teaspoon. It was in the quiet attention, the gathered understanding, and the wisdom of listening to the world, to others, and to the gentle, enduring song within everything. The teaspoon rested in its box, a quiet guardian, a reminder that the most profound journeys often begin with noticing the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary, and that the greatest strength lies in a listening heart. And as Timothy drifted to sleep each night, the faint, harmonious hum of the restored woods carried on the breeze lulled him like the gentlest, most comforting lullaby, a song of peace found not through force, but through quiet wisdom and open-hearted friendship. Story 12. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and the air shimmered with unseen currents, life hummed with a secret magic. Here the boundaries were thin, like spider silk catching dawn dew. Sunlight filtering through the emerald canopy dappled the mossy floor in patterns that seemed to shift and breathe. The scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and the faint, sweet perfume of unseen night-blooming flowers hung perpetually in the air, a comforting blanket woven by the forest itself. In a cozy burrow nestled between the gnarled roots of a grandmother oak lived Hazel, a gentle hedgehog whose quills held tiny, glimmering flecks of quartz dust. Her closest companion was Pip, a young squirrel whose boundless energy was matched only by the softness of his russet fur. They were preparing for Bloomtide, the most magical time of year, when the heartstone crystal, hidden deep within the crystal caverns, pulsed with vibrant light, coaxing every sleeping seed and bud into glorious life. The air would thrum with the combined song of waking insects, unfurling petals, and the joyous chatter of creatures. Grandmother Moss, Pip chattered excitedly, arranging dried lavender and bright blue forget-me-nots Hazel had gathered, told me that this Bloomtide the crystal's song might be extra strong. Maybe the moonberries will grow as big as acorns. He puffed his chest out proudly, presenting the small bouquet. Hazel smoothed a patch of velvety moss lining their burrow entrance with a careful paw. "Patience, little Pip," she murmured, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "The heartstone's power flows true, but its strength depends on the forest's own harmony. Remember the tale of the thirsty wind." She paused, her dark eyes soft with memory. The scent of the lavender Pip held mingled with the damp, mineral smell of the earth beneath them. Pip's nose twitched. The one where the wind forgot how to carry rain. "Yes," Hazel nodded. Long ago, before even Grandmother Moss was a sprout, the wind grew restless. It blew too hard and too hot, scattering seeds too far and drying the streams. The heartstone dimmed and Bloomtide was late and weak. Flowers drooped, their colors faded. The creatures grew quiet with worry. Hazel's voice lowered, painting the picture. The oppressive heat, the brittle feel of parched leaves underfoot, the unnerving silence where birdsong should have been. "But then," she continued, her tone brightening like sunlight breaking through clouds, "the elders remembered. They knew the wind wasn't cruel, just lost. So every creature who could climb, climbed the tallest firs. Those who could sing, sang the oldest songs, songs of cool streams and gentle showers. Those who could dig, like the badgers, dug deep channels towards the hidden springs, releasing the scent of water into the air. And the wind remembered." Pip finished, bouncing. It felt the coolness, heard the songs, smelled the water, and came back, bringing soft, gentle rains. "Exactly," Hazel smiled. Balance restored, the heartstone brightened, and life returned. That wisdom, passed down through countless seasons, reminds us we are all part of the forest's great rhythm. As Bloomtide's eve arrived, a subtle wrongness touched the Whisperwood. The air, usually thick with the heady promise of blossoms, felt strangely thin and cool. A premature frost, delicate but biting, silvered the edges of the first brave crocus buds near Hazel and Pip's burrow. Instead of the anticipated vibrant hum, a low, worried murmur ran through the forest. The rustle of leaves sounded anxious. The chirping of crickets held a note of confusion. "Hazel." Pip burst into the burrow, his fur fluffed out against the unexpected chill. His breath puffed white in the air. "The frostweed hasn't opened its lanterns, and the brook song sparrows, they haven't sung their dawn chorus. Something's wrong with the heartstone." Hazel felt a prickle of unease sharper than her own quills. She stepped outside, her paws sinking into the cold, crisp moss. The world was muted. The vibrant greens looked subdued, the usual warmth leaching from the filtered light. She closed her eyes, listening not just with her ears, but with the deep-rooted sense her kind possessed. The forest song, usually a complex, harmonious chord, felt thin and discordant. The heartstone's pulse, a comforting warmth she could always feel deep in her bones, was faint and faltering. "You're right, Pip," she said softly, her voice cutting through the unnerving quiet. "The rhythm is off. We must journey to the crystal caverns. Grandmother Moss will know what to do." Their journey took them deep into the heart of the Whisperwood, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Sunlight became rare jewels scattered on the forest floor. They passed shimmering spiderwebs beaded with cold dew, looking like intricate lace. They skirted a clearing where luminous mushrooms, usually glowing a soft blue, pulsed weakly, their light dimmed. The scent here was different, less earth and bloom, more damp stone and a faint metallic tang. Deep within a moss-draped crevice, hidden behind a waterfall that sang with icy, hesitant notes, instead of its usual joyful rush, they found the entrance to the crystal caverns. Grandmother Moss, a venerable tortoise whose shell was a miniature landscape of mosses and tiny ferns, awaited them. Her wise, ancient eyes held concern. "Ah, Hazel Pip," she rumbled, her voice like stones shifting gently in a stream. "You feel it too, the heartstone weakens. The frost's early bite, the silence, it tells of a blockage in the flow." "A blockage," Pip squeaked, shivering despite his thick fur. The air inside the cavern mouth was colder still, smelling of ancient rock and stagnant water. Grandmother Moss gestured with her head towards the cavern depths, where a faint, irregular glimmer pulsed. "The heartstone draws its power from the deep earth's warmth and the sky's light, channeling it through the crystal veins, rivers of pure crystal deep underground. Something has dammed one of the main veins. The magic cannot flow freely. The seasons stumble. How do we fix it?" Hazel asked, her small form radiating determination. The cool mineral air filled her lungs, sharpening her focus. "Wisdom and cooperation, little one," Grandmother Moss replied. "The blockage lies deep where the roots of the old sentinel oak reach down to touch the crystal vein, but the way is narrow and treacherous. You," she looked at Hazel, "with your keen senses, can find the exact point. You," her gaze shifted to Pip, "with your swiftness and agility can carry the remedy, but you will need the weaver's touch." The weaver was Arian, a rabbit whose fur held streaks of moonlight silver. He spent his days not just gathering herbs, but weaving intricate patterns with spider silk and luminescent moss, patterns said to calm restless winds and encourage shy roots. They found him near the unnaturally still silver thread pond, his long ears drooping as he looked at the frozen reeds at the water's edge. "The vein is blocked," Arian whispered, his nose twitching at the scent of Hazel's quartz dust and Pip's earthy fur mingling with the pond's stagnant odor. The whispers in the moss, they spoke of heaviness, of cold stone where warmth should flow. He listened intently as Hazel explained Grandmother Moss's instructions. Hope flickered in his dark eyes. "The remedy, I know it, the sunstone dust. Tiny crystals formed only on the highest sun-baked rocks at noon during high summer. They hold concentrated warmth and light." He scampered to a hidden cache beneath a flat stone, returning with a small, intricately woven pouch of spider silk, filled with a faintly glowing golden powder that smelled like sun-warmed rock and honey. "Sprinkle this directly on the blockage. Its light will dissolve the cold obstruction." Guided by Hazel's deep sense of the earth's currents, feeling for the faint, struggling pulse of the crystal vein beneath the overwhelming cold stone, they navigated the labyrinthine roots of the old sentinel. The air grew colder and damper, smelling strongly of wet clay and ancient decay. Pip clutched the precious pouch, its warmth a tiny beacon against the chill. They squeezed through narrow passages lined with roots like frozen rivers, the darkness only broken by the faint glow of the sunstone dust pouch and the occasional, weak glimmer from veins of crystal running through the rock. Finally, Hazel stopped before a wall where a thick, dark gray mineral had crusted over a cluster of pale blue crystals. This was the source of the coldness, the heaviness. The crystals behind it pulsed weakly, like a trapped heartbeat. The air here was thick and stale, tasting of metal and dust. "Here, Pip," Hazel whispered, her voice echoing softly in the confined space. "This is it." With trembling paws but fierce determination, Pip scrambled up the rough root wall. He loosened the pouch's drawstring with his teeth. Taking a deep breath, he poured the glowing golden dust directly onto the dark, cold mineral. The effect was immediate. The sunstone dust landed with a soft hiss, like snow hitting warm stone. Where it touched, the dark mineral didn't melt, but rather unfurled like a clenched fist relaxing. It lost its oppressive solidity, turning porous and brittle. Golden light seeped into the crust, tracing glowing veins through the gray. A low, resonant hum began, vibrating up through the roots and into Pip's paws. It wasn't loud, but it was deep, resonating in their bones, a sound of immense pressure finally releasing. A warm breath of air, smelling suddenly of fresh earth and blooming jasmine, sighed through the passage. The faint blue crystals behind the dissolving crust flared with a sudden, vibrant light, illuminating the cramped space with an ethereal glow. The heavy coldness lifted, replaced by a gentle, pervasive warmth. They scrambled back out, emerging into the cavern entrance where Grandmother Moss waited. Outside, the change was already beginning. The hesitant waterfall roared back to its full, joyful song. The icy veneer on the crocus buds melted into sparkling droplets. Above, the unnatural chill in the air softened, replaced by the gentle warmth of true spring. The faint, discordant murmur of the forest shifted, deepened, and then swelled into a harmonious chorus, the tentative first notes of the brook song sparrows, the buzz of awakening insects, the rustle of leaves in a soft, warm breeze, carrying the unmistakable scent of opening buds and sun-warmed earth. High above, unseen but felt by every creature, the heartstone crystal pulsed once strongly, sending a wave of pure, revitalizing energy through the Whisperwood. Where the premature frost had bitten, new, vibrant green shoots pushed through the soil with astonishing speed. The frostweed's closed lanterns glowed faintly, then slowly, gracefully unfurled, casting pools of soft, blue-white light on the forest floor. Luminous mushrooms regained their gentle radiance. Moonberries, responding to the restored magic, swelled on their vines, promising future sweetness. Back at their mossy burrow beneath the grandmother oak, Hazel and Pip watched the true Bloomtide unfold. Pip snuggled close to Hazel, his earlier anxiety melted away like the frost, replaced by deep contentment. He nibbled on a plump moonberry, its juice sweet and cool on his tongue. The air was thick with the perfume of 1,000 opening flowers, honeysuckle, wild roses, and the heady scent of the night-blooming star lilies just beginning to unfurl their white petals. Fireflies, like living embers, drifted lazily through the warm dusk, their soft yellow light mingling with the frostweed's cool blue and the dappled silver of the rising moon. The symphony of the forest frogs by the now-rushing brook, owls calling softly, the endless rustle of leaves was a lullaby woven from the world itself. Grandmother Moss was right, Pip murmured sleepily, the taste of the berry lingering. It wasn't about strength, it was about each creature doing their part, using their own special bit of forest magic. He felt the lingering warmth of the heartstones restored pulse deep within him, a comforting echo of the earth's steady heartbeat. Hazel gently smoothed a tuft of fur on Pip's head, the scent of lavender from their earlier bouquet still faint in the burrow. "Yes, little Pip," she whispered, her voice blending with the soothing night sounds. "The strongest magic is harmony, the wisdom of the elders, the swiftness of the young, the patience of the earth, the warmth of the sun, each has its place in the great song. When one note falters, the others remember and help it find its way back." She watched a drifting firefly land briefly on a moonberry leaf, its light pulsing gently. Just as we remember the thirsty wind, future creatures will remember the chilled Bloomtide. The wisdom grows, season by season, root by root. The gentle hum of the forest, the soft glow of the frostweed lanterns, the warm weight of Pip beside her, all wove together into a profound sense of peace. The Whisperwood breathed deeply, restored, its ancient balance held safe once more in the quiet, watchful hearts of its smallest guardians. The stars above, glimpsed through the rustling leaves of the grandmother oak, seemed to twinkle in quiet approval, as the forest settled into its long, contented sigh of renewal, cradling all its creatures in the soft, deep embrace of the harmonious night. Story 13. The little house at the edge of Willowbrook Valley always felt slightly mysterious to Leo. Its stone walls were draped in ivy, its windows perpetually dusty, and its garden, once grand according to the village elders, now grew wild with tangled roses and whispering grasses. Leo often wandered near its wrought iron gate, feeling a strange pull, a quiet hum beneath the rustle of leaves. He felt ordinary himself, a boy with muddy boots and a head full of questions that often went unanswered, overlooked in the bustle of the village. One crisp autumn afternoon, chasing a stray ball of yarn unraveled by his grandmother's cat, Leo tumbled through a gap in the overgrown hedge bordering the mysterious house. He landed softly in a sea of lavender and thyme, their sweet, dusty scent filling the air. Before him stood a forgotten garden sundial, moss clinging to its base. And there, nestled in the crook of the sundial's gnomon, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand. Just plain white porcelain, slightly chipped on the rim, utterly unremarkable except for the intricate, faded blue pattern circling its inside swirling lines that looked like wind or water. Curiosity prickled Leo's skin. He picked it up. It felt cool and smooth, humming faintly against his palm like a sleeping bee. On impulse, Leo scooped a handful of rainwater from a nearby birdbath and poured it into the cup. Instantly, the blue pattern shimmered. The water within swirled, not just with the motion, but forming a miniature, perfect landscape. A tiny, sun-dappled forest clearing Leo recognized as the heart of Whisperwood, just beyond the valley. And there, impossibly small, a minuscule figure seemed to be waving frantically. A tiny, melodious voice, like wind chimes, tinkled in Leo's mind. Help stuck the old oak. Leo gasped. The teacup wasn't just a cup, it was a window, a listener. It showed places where someone needed help, translating their silent pleas into whispers only the holder could hear. The unexpected magic sent shivers down his spine, not of fear, but of profound wonder. His journey began immediately. Clutching the teacup carefully, Leo slipped through the garden gate and headed towards Whisperwood, the cup humming warmly against his chest. The forest welcomed him with dappled sunlight and the earthy smell of damp soil and pine needles. But finding one specific oak in the vast woods seemed impossible. As worry began to gnaw at him, a rustle came from a thicket of ferns. A large, rather grumpy-looking badger with spectacles perched precariously on his nose shuffled out. He wore a tiny apron made of woven reeds and carried a miniature trowel. "Harumph," he muttered, squinting at Leo. "Lost are we, trampling the late-blooming moon daisies, no doubt. Thistle's the name. Horticulture." He gestured vaguely with his trowel. Leo, surprised but relieved, explained about the teacup and the tiny voice. Thistle adjusted his spectacles, peering intently at the swirling water. "The old oak, that's deep in, lad, past the singing stones. Tricky terrain, needs a map it does." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. Pip might know, Pip. With a flash of emerald feathers, a small, bright-eyed kingfisher zipped down, landing on Thistle's broad head. "Pip reporting," she chirped, her voice quick and bright as a babbling brook. "Saw you coming, Leo, saw the cup glow. Who's stuck? Where?" Leo showed Pip the miniature scene. She tilted her head, one beady eye magnified as she examined the water. "Oh, that's the whispering oak, all right, smack dab in the gloaming glade. Easy peasy, follow me." Pip darted ahead, a streak of green and blue, navigating the canopy with effortless grace. Thistle lumbered beside Leo, offering gruff commentary on the state of the forest ferns and the importance of proper earthworm management. The deeper they went, the quieter the forest became. The cheerful birdsong faded, replaced by an unsettling silence. The air grew colder, smelling faintly of decay. They reached the edge of the gloaming glade. In its center stood the majestic, ancient whispering oak, its bark deeply furrowed. But the glade itself felt wrong. The vibrant moss was dull and gray. Wildflowers hung their heads, petals closed tight. The very light seemed dimmer, thinner. And there, at the base of the great tree, trapped beneath a heavy, gnarled root that hadn't been there before, was a tiny, shimmering figure, a wood sprite, no bigger than Leo's thumb, her wings like spun moonlight, now crumpled and dusty. Her tiny voice echoed weakly in Leo's mind through the cup. cold, dark, can't move, the glade forgets. Leo rushed forward, but Thistle placed a heavy paw on his arm. Hold, lad, see the root, it's not natural. Feels like sorrow, like the glade's own heart is heavy. He sniffed the air. No brute force will shift that root, it's grown from forgetting. Pip fluttered nervously. She's right, the glade forgets the sun's warmth, the rain's song. It's grown cold and hard. She landed on Leo's shoulder, peering into the cup. The cup shows the night, but maybe it needs to hear something else. Leo looked from the trapped sprite to the sorrowful glade, then down at the humming teacup in his hands. Wisdom, not force. The cup listened. Perhaps the glade needed to be heard. To remember. Holding the cup carefully, Leo knelt on the gray moss near the trapped sprite. He closed his eyes, focusing not on the plea for help, but on the glade itself. He poured his thoughts, gentle as dew, into the cup. He remembered the scent of wildflowers in summer, the dappled sunlight dancing on leaves, the sound of rain pattering on the canopy, the warm hum of bees in the clover. He poured in the feeling of peace, of belonging, the quiet joy the forest always gave him. The water in the teacup swirled violently. The blue pattern blazed with pure, soft light, not showing a scene, but radiating a gentle warmth. The light spilled out from the cup, washing over the gray moss like liquid sunshine. It touched the drooping flowers, the heavy root, the trapped sprite. A soft sigh, like wind through dry leaves, rustled through the glade. The gray moss began to green, vibrant emerald spreading outwards from where Leo knelt. The wildflowers slowly lifted their heads, petals unfurling like sleepy fists, revealing bright yellows and purples. The heavy, gnarled root trapping the sprite softened, its harsh edges smoothing, becoming less like stone and more like wood. It shrank back, just enough for the tiny sprite to wriggle free. She fluttered her crumpled wings, shaking off dust that sparkled like tiny stars in the returning light. Her voice, no longer a desperate whisper but a clear, sweet chime, sang directly into Leo's heart. "Thank you, listener. You helped the glade remember its song." She zipped up, performing a joyful loop-the-loop before vanishing into the now vibrant canopy. The gloaming glade was gloaming no more. Sunlight, warm and golden, streamed through the leaves. Birdsong tentatively started again. The air smelled sweet and alive. Thistle nodded approvingly, patting a newly blooming moon daisy with his trowel. Proper horticulture that, tending the soul of the place. Well done, lad. Pip zoomed around Leo's head, singing, "Listener, listener, Leo the listener." The journey back felt different. Leo carried the teacup, still warm, but the frantic hum had settled into a contented purr. He felt changed, not just by the magic, but by the understanding. True magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in listening to the world's hidden heartbeats, in helping it remember its own light. He had Thistle's gruff wisdom and Pip's bright guidance to thank for showing him the way. Back at the edge of Willowbrook, as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, Leo paused by the mysterious house. Instead of feeling overlooked, he felt connected. He carefully placed the teacup back in the crook of the sundial. It belonged here, a quiet guardian. But as he turned to leave, the cup gave one final, soft pulse of light. Leo knew its secret, and the secret of listening was now his to carry. A warm ember of wonder nestled safely within his ordinary heart. That night, curled under his quilt, the scent of thyme and lavender still clinging faintly to his clothes, Leo felt a profound sense of peace. The world was full of extraordinary secrets, whispered in teacups and rustling leaves, waiting for a kind heart to listen. And as sleep gently pulled him under, he imagined the teacup on the sundial, humming softly under the watchful stars, a tiny beacon of quiet magic in the slumbering valley, reminding him that even the smallest act of listening could make the darkest glade remember how to sing. The gentle rhythm of his breathing blended with the imagined crackle of a distant hearth, wrapping him in comfort, knowing he was part of a vast, whispering, wondrous world. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of warm earth and baking bread. In this quiet place lived a thoughtful boy named Ben. Ben wasn't the loudest or the fastest, but he noticed things others missed: the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs sung by the wind through the oaks, and the way sunlight painted the cobblestones gold each afternoon. His most treasured possession wasn't a toy, but an old, slightly chipped teacup his grandmother had given him. It was plain white porcelain, save for a single, faded blue forget-me-not painted on its side. It felt cool and smooth in his hands, a familiar comfort. One crisp autumn afternoon, while helping his mother clear the attic, Ben found a dusty wooden box tucked behind a stack of quilts. Inside, cushioned by yellowed tissue paper, lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary: a dandelion clock. Not just any dandelion, but one perfectly preserved, its fluffy white head intact, its stem dried but still sturdy. It looked like it had been plucked yesterday, yet it felt ancient. Curious, Ben carefully lifted it. As his fingers brushed the soft, downy seeds, a strange sensation washed over him, a gentle hum, like the vibration of a plucked harp string, resonating deep within his bones. And then he saw. It wasn't with his eyes. It was a feeling, a knowing. He looked at the teacup resting on a nearby crate. Instantly he felt a warm glow emanating from it, a sense of comfort and safety, tinged with the faint scent of his grandmother's lavender soap. He saw in his mind's eye his mother carefully sipping chamomile tea from it years ago, her face tired but smiling. He saw his own small hands clutching it after scraping his knee. The cup wasn't just porcelain, it held echoes. Ben gasped. He touched the dandelion clock again, the hum intensifying. He looked at the dusty window. He felt the slow, patient accumulation of years of grime, the fleeting warmth of countless sunrises caught in the glass, and even the faint, frantic buzz of a fly that had been trapped there one long-ago summer afternoon. The dandelion clock wasn't just a seed head. It was a key, unlocking the hidden memories held within ordinary things. It revealed the stories objects carried, the whispers of time and touch embedded in their very essence. A thrill both exciting and a little frightening shot through Ben. He tucked the dandelion carefully into his pocket, its gentle hum a constant, comforting presence. He knew he had to understand this gift. But how? He felt a pull, a quiet yearning emanating from the woods that bordered Willowbrook, particularly from the direction of Whispering Pines, the oldest part of the forest. His journey began not with grand strides, but with quiet steps into the dappled shade of the woods, the dandelion clock humming softly against his leg. He hadn't gone far when he encountered Bartholomew, a tortoise whose shell was patterned like mossy stone. Bartholomew moved with the slowness of centuries, his eyes deep pools of calm. Lost young sapling. Bartholomew rumbled, his voice like stones shifting in a stream. Not lost, Ben replied, kneeling beside him. Seeking, I have this. He carefully showed Bartholomew the dandelion clock. Bartholomew's ancient eyes widened slightly. Ah, the time-teller's bloom, rare indeed. It senses the heartbeat of things, the echoes they hold, the woods they hum with many tales. Bartholomew offered to guide Ben towards the oldest trees, where the echoes were strongest and perhaps held answers. His slow pace, Ben soon realized, was a lesson in patience, forcing him to truly see the intricate web of roots, the busy industry of ants, the silent growth of ferns. Deeper into Whispering Pines, under the towering canopy of ancient oaks, they met Pip, a field mouse with fur the color of dried leaves. Pip was skittish, darting behind roots at the slightest sound. Too many shadows, too many rustles, she squeaked, her bright eyes wide with apprehension. Ben, holding the dandelion clock, gently touched the root Pip hid behind. He felt the sturdy resilience of the oak, centuries of weathering storms, and surprisingly, Pip's own recent fear, the shadow of a hawk's wing that had passed overhead moments before. "It's all right, Pip," Ben said softly, sharing the calm, enduring echo of the oak root. "The hawk has flown on. This root is strong. It's sheltered many before you." Pip crept out, trembling less. She sensed Ben's sincerity through the shared echo. "The heart of the woods feels troubled," Pip whispered. "The echoes are jumbled near the stone circle." She agreed to scout ahead, her small size and keen senses an asset, her courage growing with Ben's gentle reassurance. Finally, near a clearing dominated by moss-covered standing stones, they found Nutkin, a red squirrel with a perpetually twitching nose and a tendency to forget where he'd buried his acorns. Stone circle, old, echoey. Nutkin chattered, leaping from branch to branch above them. But messy echoes now, like a tangled ball of yarn. He landed clumsily near Ben, scattering leaves. Something's pulling, tugging at the threads. Ben touched one of the cold, damp stones. Through the dandelion's hum, he was bombarded. He felt the immense age of the stone, the slow pulse of the earth beneath it, but overlaid was a frantic, dissonant vibration, a sense of time fraying, moments skipping like stones on a turbulent pond. He saw fleeting, ghostly glimpses, a butterfly's wing fluttering backwards, a falling leaf suspended midair, a patch of sunlight flickering erratically. The peaceful tapestry of time in this sacred place was unraveling. Bartholomew hummed thoughtfully. "Force will only shred the threads further, young sapling." Pip shivered. The echoes are scared, they don't know where to settle. Nutkin scratched his head. Tangled, needs smoothing out like fur after the rain. Ben closed his eyes, holding the dandelion clock tightly. He focused not on the frantic dissonance, but on the deep, steady hum beneath it, the ancient, patient heartbeat of the stone itself. He remembered Bartholomew's slow certainty, Pip's growing courage, Nutkin's earnest desire to help. Wisdom, not force. Calm, not panic. He sat cross-legged on the soft moss, placing the dandelion clock gently before him. "We need to remind the echoes of their true rhythm," he murmured. "Bartholomew, your calm is the bedrock. Stand here, feel the deep earth." The tortoise settled heavily beside Ben, radiating a profound, grounding stillness. "Pip, your courage helps the scared echoes feel safe. Stand here, listen to the steady beat." The mouse took a shaky breath and sat near Bartholomew, focusing on the tortoise's deep, slow presence. "Nutkin, you notice the tangles. Help find the loose ends, the moments out of place. Tell us what you feel." The squirrel scurried to a low branch, his twitching nose and bright eyes scanning the chaotic energy. Ben took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of damp moss and ancient stone. He placed his hands flat on the earth, feeling the cool, resilient strength of Bartholomew beside him, Pip's small warmth, and Nutkin's focused energy above. He reached out with the dandelion clock's gift, not to fight the chaos, but to listen to it. He felt the frantic skipping of moments, a bird's song cutting off abruptly, a dewdrop falling upwards. He sensed the fear in the echoes, the confusion. Here. Nutkin squeaked, pointing his tail towards a shimmering patch of air near one stone. "That bit's looping like a stuck acorn." Ben focused. Through the dandelion he saw a fragment of time replaying a squirrel, not Nutkin, dropping the same acorn over and over. He didn't force it. Instead, he sent a wave of calm, steady patience, amplified by Bartholomew's presence, towards the looping fragment. He remembered for it the natural arc of a falling acorn, the satisfying thud on the forest floor. The shimmering patch stilled, then flowed forward smoothly. The acorn fell once properly and vanished into the correct moment. "Over there," Pip whispered, pointing with a tiny paw towards a shadow that seemed too deep and silent. "It's hungry, pulling echoes in." Ben felt it a vortex of absence, sucking moments into stillness. He sent courage, Pip's newfound bravery, mixed with the enduring resilience of the oak tree Pip had touched earlier. He remembered the warmth of sunlight, the sound of wind in leaves, the busy hum of life. He filled the hungry silence with the echoes of vibrant existence. The shadow lightened, dissolved, releasing the trapped moments which flowed back into the stream of time like released bubbles. Piece by fragile piece, guided by Nutkin's observations, grounded by Bartholomew's calm and strengthened by Pip's courage, Ben gently smoothed the tangled threads of time. He used the dandelion clock not to control, but to remind, to soothe, to weave the frayed edges back into the ancient, peaceful tapestry of the stone circle. The ghostly flickers faded. The air settled, filled only with the natural sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the steady hum of the earth. Exhausted but filled with a profound peace, Ben opened his eyes. The dandelion clock in his lap pulsed with a soft, golden light. Then, as they watched, the delicate seeds began to detach. One by one they lifted into the still air, not drifting aimlessly, but floating upwards like tiny lanterns, glowing softly before winking out, carrying the restored harmony back into the fabric of the woods. The hum in Ben's bones subsided, leaving a deep quiet. The dandelion stem was bare. The magic had flown, its purpose fulfilled. Bartholomew nodded slowly. The woods remember balance, young sapling. You help them find it again. Pip nuzzled Ben's hand. The echoes are singing softly now, happy songs. Nutkin scampered down, dropping a perfectly round acorn into Ben's palm. For remembering, not for burying, probably. The walk back to Willowbrook was quiet, filled with the comfortable silence of shared accomplishment. Ben felt different. He hadn't gained strength or speed, but a deeper understanding. He saw the world not just as it was, but layered with the invisible stories held by every stone, every leaf, every cherished teacup. He knew the dandelion clock was gone, its magic dispersed, but its gift remained the ability to listen, truly listen, to the quiet heart of things. That night, curled under his quilt, the faint scent of moss and ancient stone still clinging to his clothes, Ben held his grandmother's teacup. He didn't need the dandelion clock anymore. He closed his eyes, his fingers tracing the faded blue forget-me-not. He felt the familiar warmth, the echo of his grandmother's love, the comfort of countless shared moments. It wasn't a magical hum, but a deeper resonance, a connection woven through time and memory. Outside his window, the stars shone like scattered dandelion seeds against the velvet sky, and the wind sighed peacefully through the willows, carrying the gentle, restored rhythm of the world. Ben smiled, the warmth of the teacup in his hands and the warmth of friendship in his heart lulling him into a deep, dreamless sleep, safe in the knowledge that even the most ordinary things held extraordinary stories, waiting only for a kind heart to listen. Story 15. The escape pod tumbled through the velvet darkness of the Zeta sector, its hull groaning as it breached the atmosphere of an uncharted moon. Inside, two beings clung to their restraints, one small and trembling, the other rigid and silent. Flicker, a botanist from the forest world of Verdantia, had fur like crushed blue velvet that stood on end with every shudder of the craft. Across from him, Glimmer, a geologist from the crystalline planet Lithos, remained perfectly still, her multifaceted body refracting the emergency lights into anxious rainbows across the walls. When the pod crashed into a field of glowing moss with a sigh of dying engines, neither moved. Only the soft cheer-up of Flicker's distress and the faint harmonic hum of Glimmer's vibrating core broke the silence. Their first misunderstanding bloomed like frost on glass. Flicker extended a trembling paw toward a cluster of juicy starberries growing near the pod. Glimmer flared her facets in a sudden burst of amber light, projecting sharp geometric patterns onto the ground between them. To Flicker, it looked like a warning perhaps the berries were poisonous. He scurried back, heart pounding. But Glimmer had only been trying to share her mineral analysis, safe, high in nutrients. She dimmed, her chimes softening in confusion as Flicker hid behind a fractured console. How could they survive if they couldn't even share food? The moon itself became their stern teacher. Luminescent ferns whispered in breezes smelling of ozone and wet stone. Towering rock formations, striated like layer cakes, cast long indigo shadows. When the first diamond rain storm hit sharp crystalline droplets that scored the pod's hull, they huddled in shared panic. Flicker trembled at the staccato drumming. Glimmer resonated with each impact, her form vibrating painfully. Seeking shelter, they ventured out once the rain ceased, only to face another trial, the singing mudflats. Glimmer stepped confidently onto what seemed like solid ground, only to sink instantly into iridescent sludge that chimed with every movement. "It's pulling me deeper," her panicked lights screamed in frantic zigzags. Flicker, recalling Verdanche's bogweeds, chirped urgently. He scampered to a nearby spine tree, biting through a thick vine with his small teeth. Tossing one end to Glimmer, he braced himself against the tree, his furry body quivering with effort as he pulled. With a resonant pop, Glimmer emerged, coated in musical muck but intact. She pulsed a soft, steady blue gratitude, and Flicker's answering chirp held the first note of trust. Their differences became tools. When nocturnal predators with bioluminescent eyes stalked their camp, Glimmer projected blinding auroras across the sky, disorienting the hunters while Flicker gathered pungent fire moss whose smoke drove them away. When Flicker fell ill from drinking shimmer water Glimmer had deemed safe, the crystalline being spent nights focusing moonlight through her facets to sterilize water in hollow stones, while Flicker taught her to identify soothing fever leaf by its silver veins. Slowly, a language blossomed. Flicker learned that Glimmer's slow, rhythmic pulses meant calm, while her rapid strobing signaled danger. Glimmer discovered that Flicker's high trills meant joy, and his low, warbling chirps signaled fear. They shared stories without words. Glimmer scattered quartz dust to map the constellations of Lithos's cavern skies. Flicker arranged leaves and petals to recreate Verdanche's singing forests. One evening, as twin moons cast pearlescent light over their moss-bed camp, Flicker gently placed a luminous night orchid against Glimmer's warmest facet. The harmonic hum that followed was the closest thing to a lullaby the moon had ever heard. The crisis came with the great tide, a phenomenon Glimmer had detected in the moon's mineral tides, but hadn't yet explained. Torrents of liquid amethyst, thick and heavy, surged from underground rivers, swallowing the lower valleys. Their shelter, a cave carved into a topaz cliff, became an island. The only escape was a narrow path leading upward, blocked by a chasm where the flood had devoured the land. Glimmer projected her analysis. The gap was too wide to jump, the rising tide too swift. Flicker chirped in despair, nuzzling his snout against her base facet. Then Glimmer pulsed a determined gold. She extended her crystalline arms, interlocking her facets with the raw quartz of the cliff face. "I will bridge it," her light patterns declared. "But the pressure may fracture me." Flicker understood. While Glimmer formed her body into a fragile, glittering arch over the churning violet current, Flicker raced back into their cave. He returned dragging vines he'd reinforced with woven mineral fibers, a technique Glimmer had taught him. As he scrambled across her trembling bridge, his tiny paws barely touching her surface, he anchored the vines to stalagmites on the far side. Now, his chirps urged. Glimmer disengaged, tumbling onto the ledge just as her bridge cracked. A large facet sheared off, clattering into the flood below. Flicker pressed his warm fur against the injury, applying a poultice of healing mudroot he'd prepared days earlier. Glimmer's hum wavered, not with pain but with wonder. They'd crossed more than a chasm. Rescue came with the dawn, a survey ship tracing their pod's beacon. As the medics tended to them, Flicker curled on the observation deck, watching the moon shrink below. Glimmer settled beside him, her repaired facet glowing softly with embedded flecks of Flicker's healing herbs. When the captain offered separate quarters, Flicker trilled a refusal, nestling into the warm space where Glimmer's light pooled like liquid sunshine. On Verdentia, friendship meant shared songs under canopy. On Lithos, it meant synchronized resonances in deep caves. Here, in the quiet between stars, it meant knowing that differences weren't barriers, but locks waiting for the right key of kindness. And as Glimmer projected a slow, contented aurora across the ceiling of private sky, just for them, Flicker knew no forest or crystal cavern would ever feel like home, unless they explored it together. The universe felt vast, but curled against his friend's radiant warmth. Listening to the harmony of her core, Flicker drifted into sleep, certain that the truest gravity in all the cosmos was the gentle pull between kindred souls. Story 16. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 10 times, each resonant note hanging in the air like a drop of honey in warm milk. Outside Oliver's window, the ancient oak tree whispered secrets to the wind, its branches tracing patterns against the moonlit sky. Oliver, tucked beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, couldn't sleep. His thoughts buzzed like drowsy bees, until a soft thump echoed from the attic above. Curiosity, that sly cat, nudged him from bed. Padding barefoot up the creaking stairs, he pushed open the dusty door. Moonlight spilled through a round window, illuminating a single object, a tarnished brass pocket watch resting atop a cedar chest. Its surface was etched with swirling vines and unfamiliar constellations. When Oliver brushed his thumb over the cold metal, it hummed gently like a contented cat. He wound it once. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Suddenly, the attic walls dissolved. Oliver stood in a sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen. Butterflies with stained glass wings fluttered around him, and the air smelled of crushed mint and wild strawberries. A boy with bark-brown skin and hair like woven moss waved from beneath a willow tree. "You found the timekeeper," he called, his voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Thistle." But as Oliver reached out, the vision vanished. He stood alone in the dusty attic, the watch warm in his palm. That night he dreamed of Thistle's laughter echoing through silver-barked trees. The next morning Oliver tucked the watch into his pocket. In the garden he wound it again near the old oak. Tick-tock. The tree's gnarled roots shimmered, revealing a hidden archway veiled by ivy. Heart-pounding, Oliver stepped through and gasped. Sunlight dappled through a canopy of emerald leaves wider than sailboats. Flowers glowed with inner light, painting the air in hues of sapphire and topaz. Gigantic ferns unfurled like royal banners, and crystal-clear streams chuckled over smooth stones. This was Sylvanora, a world woven into the heart of the forest, hidden from ordinary eyes. Thistle bounded toward him, eyes bright as dewdrops. "You came." He clasped Oliver's hand, his touch felt like cool earth. "Sylvanora's in trouble. The chrono blooms are wilting." He pointed to a clearing where enormous clock-faced flowers drooped, their petals gray and brittle. "They keep our time flowing right. Without them, seasons crumble and memories fade." A single petal detached, dissolving into ash before it touched the ground. Oliver's watch pulsed warmly against his thigh. Their quest began at the Whispering Stones, 3 mossy monoliths humming with ancient energy. "They guard the path to the Bloom Grove," Thistle explained. "But they only speak in riddles." The center stone glowed, its voice a deep chime. "I am stolen yet never kept, given yet always earned. I heal sorrows when wept, though I cannot be returned," Oliver frowned. Thistle tapped his chin. "Is it laughter, starlight?" Oliver's fingers brushed the watch. Time, he whispered. The stones hummed approvingly, parting to reveal a path paved with luminous mushrooms. Thistle beamed. Clever human. The forest grew stranger as they ventured deeper. They crossed the river of echoes, where liquid silver flowed backward in places, showing glimpses of yesterday's sunlight or tomorrow's rain. Don't step in the eddies, Thistle warned as Oliver paused, mesmerized by a vision of his mother singing. They'll tangle your now with your then. Oliver gripped the watch tighter, its steady rhythm grounding him. Next they navigated the Vale of Whispers, where shy, fox-like creatures with fur like twilight shadows darted between trees. Luminy, Thistle murmured. They eat lost seconds. One brushed Oliver's ankle and he felt a strange calm, a forgotten worry dissolving. Danger struck in the petrified glade. Stone statues of woodland creatures littered the clearing, frozen mid-leap or flight. The gray mist, Thistle said grimly, pointing to a creeping fog that turned grass to brittle crystal. It steals time itself. As the mist advanced, Oliver's legs locked in terror. Thistle yanked him behind a toadstool. Your watch, wind it backward. Oliver fumbled, twisting the crown counterclockwise. Tock-tick, tock-tick. The mist recoiled, swirling harmlessly around them like smoke. You're braver than you think, Thistle said softly. Oliver realized his hands had stopped shaking. Days blurred in Sylvanora's timeless light. They sheltered in hollow trees lined with velvet moss, feasting on honeyed nuts and dewberry wine. Thistle taught Oliver to speak with fireflies. Their language was flickers and pauses, and to hear stories in tree sap. Oliver shared tales of bicycles and birthday cakes, making Thistle laugh until tears like liquid amber sparkled in his eyes. Yet the wilting chronoblooms cast a shadow. One evening, as they rested near a waterfall that fell upward, Thistle traced the watch's engravings. This belonged to the heart tree's keeper. A human took it long ago, thinking it mere treasure. Without it, Sylvanora weakens. Guilt pricked Oliver. Had his ancestor caused this? The Bloom Grove was a cathedral of light. Dozens of chronoblooms towered overhead, their faces like intricate sundials, but most were sickly gray. At the grove's center stood the heart tree, an oak woven from living gold and starlight, its roots pulsing like veins. But its glow was faint, and cracks spiderwebbed its trunk. Guarding it was Fernway, a majestic stag with antlers like frozen lightning and eyes like storm clouds. Leave human, he rumbled, hooves striking sparks. Your kind brings only theft. Thistle stepped forward. Oliver's different, he has the timekeeper. Fernway's gaze narrowed. Prove it. Show me why time should trust you. Oliver's mind raced. He could wind the watch to escape or to see a happy future, but that felt hollow. Instead, he knelt, placing the watch at the stag's hooves. It doesn't belong to me, he said quietly. It belongs here. Fernway snorted. Words are wind. Oliver took a trembling breath. When I first came, I was scared of everything, shadows, heights, being alone, but Thistle showed me that fear shrinks when you face it, and this place. He gestured to the dying blooms. It taught me time isn't just seconds ticking by. It's firefly stories and river songs. It's too precious to waste. Fernway studied him. Then with a nod, he nudged the watch toward the heart tree's roots. As Oliver slotted the watch into a hollow in the roots, the grove exploded with light. Golden sap flowed into the cracks, healing the tree in seconds. The chronoblooms straightened, petals flushing vibrant hues, midnight blue, dawn pink, twilight purple. Their faces whirred to life, spinning with perfect rhythm. Sylvanora sighed, a sound like forests breathing after rain. Colors deepened, scents sweetened, and the very air hummed with restored harmony. Fernway bowed his great head. Wisdom returned what was lost. You have a steadfast heart, Oliver. Thistle threw his arms around Oliver, laughing. Told you. Their farewell was bittersweet. At the ivy archway, Thistle pressed a chrono bloom seed into Oliver's hand, a tiny, ticking jewel. Plant it under your oak. It'll whisper Sylvanora's songs to you. Oliver hugged him fiercely, breathing in the scent of rain and soil. Will I see you again? Thistle's smile held all the forest's magic. Time bends in funny ways, friend. Stepping back through the arch, Oliver found himself in his sunlit garden. The seed nestled warm in his palm. The pocket watch was gone, but its rhythm echoed in his chest, steady, sure, alive. That night, Oliver planted the seed beneath the old oak. As stars blinked awake, a delicate silver sprout unfurled, chiming softly like distant bells. Curled in bed, Oliver listened to its lullaby, the whisper of growing things, the chuckle of hidden streams, the enduring tick-tock of moments cherished. He wasn't the boy who hid from shadows anymore. He'd crossed rivers of time, befriended starlight, and learned that courage bloomed not from being fearless, but from holding a friend's hand in the dark. Outside, the chrono bloom glowed gently, weaving Sylvanora's magic into the quiet night. Oliver closed his eyes, smiling. Somewhere beyond the veil, a moss-haired boy laughed among the trees, and the watch's final lesson hummed in the stillness. Every second is a seed. Plant it with kindness, tend it with wonder, and it will grow into forever. Sleep came then, soft and deep as forest moss, wrapping Oliver in timeless peace. Story 17. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the rivers sang softly and the trees whispered secrets. Fireflies danced like tiny lanterns every evening, and the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and warm bread. It was a place of quiet magic, where teapots poured themselves and garden gnomes occasionally shuffled positions overnight. Life was peaceful, predictable, and cozy as a well-worn quilt, until the vanishing began. It started small. Mrs. Pippin the baker noticed a single, perfect raspberry tart missing from her cooling rack. Old Mr. Hemlock couldn't find his favorite whittling knife. Young Finn, a thoughtful boy with eyes the color of moss after rain, discovered his best skipping stone, a smooth, gray pebble with a white stripe, had disappeared from his windowsill. At first, everyone assumed misplaced items or forgetfulness. But the vanishings continued. A copper button from Granny Thistle's shawl. A silver thimble from the tailor's shop. A particularly shiny acorn Finn had been saving. Nothing large or valuable, just small, cherished things. A gentle unease settled over Willowbrook. Whispers rustled through the willow trees like dry leaves. Finn, who loved puzzles and quiet observation, felt a stir of curiosity beneath his worry. He decided to investigate. He sat on his doorstep, a small notebook and a stubby pencil in hand, the scent of damp earth and honeysuckle thick in the air. He noted down what vanished, small, non-essential items, often shiny or particularly beautiful, when always overnight. Where always from inside homes, near windows or doors left slightly ajar for the cool night breeze. He shared his notes with Granny Thistle, the village's oldest resident. Her cottage smelled of lavender and drying herbs, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. She sat in her rocking chair, knitting needles clicking rhythmically like crickets. Hum, she murmured, peering at Finn's careful script. Small things taken gently, it seems. No mess, no fuss. That doesn't sound like mischief, Finn. That sounds like collection. Collection. Finn asked, the firelight casting dancing shadows on Granny's kind face. By whom? Granny smiled, a network of wrinkles deepening. There are more residents in Willowbrook than just us folk, child. The world hums with smaller magics, creatures who live in the mossy banks, the hollow trees, the spaces between the stones. Perhaps one of them has developed a sudden fondness for shiny things. But why now, and how do they get inside? Finn wondered, the puzzle pieces swirling in his mind. "Ah," Granny said, setting her knitting aside. "That's the mystery, isn't it? Observation is key, Finn. Keep watching. Listen with more than just your ears. The smallest details often sing the loudest songs." She handed him a small pouch of dried chamomile. "For peaceful thoughts, and remember, kindness opens more doors than force ever will." Emboldened, Finn decided to keep watch. He chose a spot near the village square, tucked beneath the broad canopy of the ancient story oak, its gnarled roots forming a natural seat. The night air was cool and velvety, filled with the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. Moonlight silvered the cobblestones and the thatched roofs. He felt very small but determined. Hours passed. Finn fought sleep, focusing on the rhythmic crunch of a night watch badger ambling past, the soft flutter of moth wings against a lantern. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, he saw it. Near Mrs. Pippin's bakery window, left slightly open for the yeasty smells to escape, a patch of deeper shadow detached itself from the base of the wall. It wasn't quite a shadow, it was small, low to the ground, and moved with incredible silence, like flowing water. It shimmered faintly, reflecting the moonlight in odd, shifting patterns. Before Finn could even blink, it slipped through the narrow gap in the bakery window and vanished inside. Moments later it emerged, clutching something small and glinting Mrs. Pippin's missing silver sugar spoon. It flowed back into the shadows near the wall and disappeared completely. Finn's heart pounded, but not with fear, with excitement. He hadn't seen the creature clearly, but he'd seen how it moved and where it went. He rushed back to Granny Thistle's cottage, waking her gently. "Granny, I saw it," or "I saw something," like liquid shadow flowing. It took Mrs. Pippin's spoon. It came out from near the wall, right where the moss grows thickest. Granny Thistle's eyes twinkled in the low firelight. "Moss, you say, flowing shadow. Ah, Finn, I believe you've encountered a moss bunny." A moss bunny. Finn had heard tales, but never seen one. They were said to be shy, earth magic creatures, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. "Indeed," Granny nodded. "Rarely seen, they weave homes from living moss and soft earth, deep within the oldest walls and banks. Usually they want nothing but peace and quiet, collecting shiny things. That's unusual." She stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Their magic is of growth and concealment. They can flow through the smallest cracks in stone or wood, like water through sand. That's how they get inside." "But why are they taking our things?" Finn asked, perplexed. "Perhaps," Granny mused, "they need them, or perhaps they think we don't need them anymore. Moss bunnies see value differently. A shiny button might be a magnificent treasure to them. We need to understand why this sudden collecting began." Finn remembered Granny's advice, listen with more than just your ears. He thought hard. The vanishing started recently. What else had changed? Then it struck him. The old stone wall bordering the village square, near where he'd seen the moss bunny emerge, had partially collapsed during a heavy rainstorm a fortnight ago. That was the thick patch of moss he'd noticed. "The wall," Finn exclaimed. "Part of the old wall crumbled, maybe that's where their home was." Granny Thistle beamed. "Clever lad, that sounds very likely. Their mossy burrow, carefully woven for generations, damaged. They need to rebuild, and what better way to strengthen a new home or make it feel safe and special than by weaving in beautiful, shiny things?" The mystery shifted. It wasn't theft, it was reconstruction. A desperate, quiet gathering by displaced little creatures. The tension melted, replaced by a warm understanding. "We have to help them," Finn said firmly. "Exactly," Granny agreed. "But we must do it gently, without frightening them. We need to show them they don't need to take our small treasures. We can share. The next day, Finn spread the word. He explained about the moss bunnies and their damaged home. The villagers, relieved the mystery wasn't sinister, were charmed and eager to help. Led by Granny Thistle and Finn, they devised a plan. As dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, the villagers gathered near the crumbled section of the old wall. They didn't crowd close, they kept a respectful distance. Finn carefully placed a woven basket on a flat stone near the thick moss patch where he'd seen the moss bunny emerge. Inside the basket weren't the stolen items, but offerings. Smooth, colorful river stones Finn had collected, polished bits of colored glass, bright buttons donated by the tailor, a few spare copper coins that gleamed warmly, and even a tiny, beautifully frosted berry tart from Mrs. Pippin. Finn also placed Finn's own favorite skipping stone, the one with the white stripe, back inside, a symbol of trust. Then Granny Thistle, her voice soft as the evening breeze, spoke towards the moss. "Little neighbors," she crooned, "we know your home was hurt. We are sorry. Please take these gifts. They are freely given. Use them to make your new burrow strong and beautiful. You are welcome here. There is no need to take in the night." They left the basket and retreated to their homes, leaving the square quiet under the emerging stars. Finn watched from his window, his breath fogging the cool glass. He waited, hopeful. As the moon rose, he saw them. Not one, but several small, shadowy shapes, flowing like dark water over the cobblestones towards the basket. They shimmered with faint, earthy grains and browns under the moonlight. They moved with incredible grace, silent as falling snow. He saw tiny, glinting eyes like dark beads, and velvety ears that twitched. They gathered around the basket, their movements quick and efficient. One by one they lifted the offered treasures, stones, glass, buttons, coins, the tart and Finn's skipping stone, and flowed back towards the thick moss at the base of the wall, vanishing into its depths. They didn't take everything, they seemed to choose carefully. The next morning the basket was empty, save for the berry tart, apparently not to their taste. But more importantly, piled neatly beside the basket were all the missing items. Mrs. Pippin's tart, slightly squashed but intact, Mr. Hemlock's whittling knife, Granny Thistle's button, the tailor's thimble, Finn's acorn, and even the first missing raspberry tart. They were all there, returned without a scratch. A cheer, quiet and joyful, went through Willowbrook. The mystery was solved not with anger or fear, but with observation, understanding, and kindness. The vanishing stopped completely. In the following days, villagers often left small, shiny trinkets or smooth stones near the mossy patch, a polished walnut shell, a bright bead, a particularly lustrous leaf. And sometimes, if one sat very still near the old wall at twilight, they might glimpse a tiny, shimmering shape darting out to collect the gift, a fleeting shadow of gratitude before melting back into the green. Finn often visited, leaving a smooth stone or a bright berry. He felt a warm connection to the shy creatures. One evening, as he sat quietly, a tiny moss bunny, bolder than the others, flowed right up to him. It placed something small and cool in his palm before vanishing into the moss. Finn looked down. It was his skipping stone, the one with the white stripe, but now it had a delicate tracery of living, shimmering moss woven around it, making it more beautiful than ever. It was a thank you, a symbol of trust rebuilt. Life in Willowbrook returned to its cozy rhythm, enriched by the knowledge of their quiet neighbors. The crumbled wall was left as it was, a testament to the night. A little mystery was solved not by force, but by friendship and the gentle magic of paying attention. And Finn, falling asleep each night with the moss-adorned stone safe on his windowsill, knew that the most powerful magic of all wasn't in grand spells, but in understanding, kindness, and the quiet courage to listen to the whispers of the world, even when they came from the softest patches of moss in the moonlight. The fireflies danced outside his window, their soft glow a lullaby, assuring him that all was well, and the world, even in its small mysteries, was deeply kind. Story 18. The old willow tree at the edge of Thistledown Meadow had always whispered secrets on the breeze, but young Finn had never truly listened. He was a quiet boy, more comfortable with the company of his sketchbook than the boisterous games of the village children. His world was one of soft pencil lines and imagined landscapes, a refuge from the bustling noise he found overwhelming. Yet deep within his quiet heart, a yearning stirred a longing for a world as vibrant and alive as the pictures he drew. One crisp autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in strokes of apricot and lavender, Finn sat beneath the whispering willow. He sketched the intricate patterns of a fallen oak leaf, its veins like tiny rivers on parchment. A sudden gust, warmer than the fading day, rustled the willow's long fronds. Something small and impossibly bright tumbled down, landing softly in his lap. It wasn't a leaf nor a seed. It was a tiny, perfectly smooth stone, no larger than a hazelnut, glowing with a soft, internal light that shifted through hues of emerald and sapphire, like captured moonlight over deep water. Finn gasped, the cool, smooth weight of the stone resting against his palm, sending a gentle tingle up his arm. As his fingers curled around it, the whispers of the willow grew louder, resolving into distinct, melodic voices carried on the wind. He found it, the Glimmerstone, the keeper has come. Startled, Finn looked up. Perched on a low-hanging branch was the most extraordinary creature he'd ever seen. About the size of a large sparrow, it resembled a tiny owl, but its feathers shimmered with iridescent blues and purples, and enormous, luminous green eyes regarded him with ancient wisdom. A crown of delicate, glowing filaments sprouted from its head, twitching gently. "Greetings, keeper," the creature chirped, its voice surprisingly clear and resonant, like chimes struck by a soft mallet. "My name is Pip. You hold the heart of whispers, the key to the veiled grove." The what?" Finn stammered, clutching the glowing stone. "Who are you? What is this place?" "The willow is our gateway," Pip explained, fluttering down to land gently on Finn's knee. "The veiled grove is a hidden world within your world, Finn, a sanctuary for those who listen to the quieter voices, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of streams, the heartbeat of the earth. The heart of whispers allows the keeper to see and hear us, to understand the language of the hidden world, and it has chosen you." Finn's heart hammered against his ribs. A hidden world. Chosen. It sounded like the fantastical sketches he filled his books with. Yet the warm stone pulsed gently in his hand, and Pip's luminous eyes held undeniable truth. "Why me?" he whispered. "Because you listen, Finn," Pip replied softly. "You listen with your heart, not just your ears. The grove is in peril. The shadow weavers, creatures born of silence and fear, are draining the life song from the whispering woods at its heart. The heart of whispers sensed your quiet courage, your ability to perceive the unseen. We need your help." Fear warred with wonder within Finn. He wasn't brave. He was the boy who hid behind his sketches. But the stone pulsed again, a comforting warmth spreading through him, and Pip's gaze held unwavering trust. The yearning in his heart, the one for a world alive with magic, surged. Taking a deep breath of the crisp, leaf-scented air, Finn nodded. "Show me the way." Pip gave a delighted chirp and flitted towards the thickest curtain of willow fronds. As Finn followed, the stone in his hand flared brighter. He pushed aside the trailing branches, expecting rough bark, but his hand met only cool, shimmering air. He stepped through. The world dissolved and reformed in a breathtaking cascade of light and sound. Finn stood at the edge of a vast, twilight forest, unlike any he had ever imagined. Gigantic bioluminescent mushrooms, glowing in soft blues, pinks, and yellows, dotted the forest floor like scattered lanterns. Trees with bark like polished silver and leaves like spun moonlight soared overhead. The air hummed with a symphony of soft sounds, the tinkling chime of unseen bells, the gentle murmur of unseen streams, the harmonious buzzing of luminous insects like living jewels. It smelled of damp earth, wild honeysuckle, and something sweet and ancient, like cinnamon and starlight. "Welcome to the Veiled Grove, Keeper," Pip announced, landing on Finn's shoulder. "This is the sunken glade. We must reach the Whispering Woods, deep within the heart of the grove." Their journey began. Finn moved with wide-eyed wonder, the Glimmerstone a comforting beacon in his palm. He saw creatures straight from his dreams, shy, moss-covered rabbits with eyes like dew-kissed berries, tiny winged folk no larger than his thumb, darting through shafts of ethereal light, leaving trails of sparkling dust, a majestic stag with antlers like intertwined crystal branches, watching them pass with serene ancient eyes. Each being acknowledged Pip with respectful nods or soft calls, their gazes lingering curiously on Finn. Pip proved an invaluable guide and companion. He explained the grove's delicate balance, how the heart of whispers amplified the life song, a harmonious energy generated by all living things within the grove, which in turn nurtured the magic and kept the shadow weavers at bay. But the weavers, drawn to silence and decay, had found a crack in the grove's protective enchantments near the Whispering Woods. They spun webs of chilling silence, draining the life song and leaving patches of gray, brittle desolation. Their path led them through breathtaking landscapes, across bridges woven from living vines that hummed underfoot, over crystal-clear streams where fish with scales like mother-of-pearl darted, and through meadows filled with flowers that chimed softly when touched by the faint breeze. Finn, usually so reserved, found himself asking questions, sketching rapid impressions in a small notebook he always carried, his quiet nature perfectly suited to absorbing the grove's subtle beauty. Pip, in turn, shared stories of the grove's history and the ancient keepers who had guarded it before. One afternoon, as they traversed a narrow path along a cliffside overlooking a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, a tremor shook the ground. A section of the path crumbled away just ahead. Finn stumbled back, heart pounding. Below, the path continued, but a chasm yawned between them and safety. "Shadow weavers," Pip hissed, his feathers fluffing in alarm. "They weaken the land." He fluttered, agitated. "I can fly across, but you—" Finn stared at the gap, fear tightening his chest. He wasn't strong. He couldn't leap like the village children. The Glimmerstone pulsed in his hand, warm and insistent. He looked around frantically. His gaze fell on a cluster of thick, luminous vines hanging from the cliff face above the gap. An idea sparked, born not of brute strength, but of observation and quiet thought. "Pip," Finn said, his voice surprisingly steady. "Can you carry one end of this vine?" He pointed to a sturdy-looking strand. Understanding dawned in Pip's large eyes. "Brilliant, Keeper." With surprising strength for his size, Pip gripped the end of the vine in his talons and flew across the chasm, securing it around a thick root on the other side. Finn secured his end to a robust, glowing mushroom. He tested the vine. It held firm, taut like a bridge rope. Taking a deep breath, the Glimmerstone clutched tightly. Finn wrapped his arms and legs around the vine and began to shimmy across. It was terrifying, suspended over the dizzying drop, the silence of the chasm feeling oppressive. Halfway across, the vine creaked ominously. Panic surged. Below, a patch of gray, lifeless ground seemed to pulse with a cold malevolence, the influence of the shadow weavers nearby. "You are small. You are weak. You will fall," a chilling, voiceless whisper seemed to coil around his mind, sapping his strength. Fear threatened to freeze him. But then he felt the Glimmerstone flare, warm and bright. He heard Pip's encouraging chirps from the other side. He remembered the trusting eyes of the grove creatures. "I am the Keeper," he thought fiercely, pushing back against the cold whisper. "I listen. I see." He focused on the warmth of the stone, on the sound of Pip's voice, on the vibrant life song he could faintly sense beyond the chasm's silence. Summoning every ounce of his quiet courage, Finn pushed forward, hand over hand, until he tumbled safely onto the path beside Pip. "Well done, Finn," Pip chirruped, nuzzling his cheek with soft feathers. "You faced the silence and didn't listen." Finn, trembling but exhilarated, smiled. He hadn't fought with fists or loud shouts. He'd used his wits, his connection to the grove through the stone, and his newfound trust in his friend. The victory, quiet but profound, filled him with a warmth that chased away the lingering chill of the Shadow Weaver's whisper. As they ventured deeper, the signs of the Shadow Weaver's blight became more frequent. Patches of vibrant moss turned brittle and gray. Flowers hung listlessly, their gentle chimes silenced. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, acrid smell. The harmonious hum of the life song grew fainter, replaced by unsettling pockets of silence that felt heavy and suffocating. Finn felt the Glimmerstone grow cooler in these areas, its light dimming slightly. Finally, they reached the edge of the Whispering Woods. It was a place of towering, ancient trees whose bark shimmered with faint, runic patterns. Normally, the air here resonated with a powerful, harmonious hum, the concentrated life song of the grove's heart. Now it was eerily quiet. Thick gray webs, seemingly spun from shadow itself, draped the lower branches and crawled across the forest floor. Where the webs touched, the vibrant moss died and the shimmering bark dulled. Tendrils of cold mist slithered through the trees. Huddled near the edge of the blighted area, Finn saw a group of distressed grove folk, a family of rabbit-like mosskins, their fur dull, several luminous insects, their light flickering weakly, and a tall, elegant being made of intertwined branches and leaves, their form wilting a dryad, Pip whispered, guardian of the woods. Their large, leaf-shaped eyes were filled with sorrow and fear. "The heart of whispers," the dryad gasped, her voice like wind through dry reeds, but tinged with desperate hope as she saw the stone in Finn's hand. "The keeper has come." "The weavers grow stronger," a mosskin elder rasped. "Their silence suffocates the song." Finn felt the oppressive weight of the silence pressing in. The Glimmerstone felt heavy and cold. He looked at Pip, then at the despairing faces of the grove folk. He remembered the vine bridge. He remembered the warmth pushing back the cold whisper. He wasn't a warrior, but he was the keeper. He held the key. "Pip," Finn said, his voice low but firm, the fear replaced by a quiet resolve. "The stone, it warms when I focus on good things, happy sounds, the life song." Pip's eyes brightened. "Yes, the heart resonates with positive energy, with harmony, it amplifies it. That's how it counters the silence." Finn knelt, placing the Glimmerstone gently on a patch of clean moss. He closed his eyes, shutting out the chilling gray webs and the oppressive silence. He focused inward. He recalled the sound of the willow whispering in the breeze back home. He pictured the chiming flowers in the sunken glade. He remembered the gentle hum of the luminous insects, the soft chirp of Pip's voice. He thought of the warmth he felt sketching under the old oak, the joy of discovery when he stepped into the grove. He poured all these feelings, these sounds of his heart, into the image of the stone. The Glimmerstone began to pulse. Softly at first, then stronger, brighter. A warm, golden light emanated from it, pushing back the cold, gray mist nearby. A faint, sweet chime like a distant bell resonated from the stone. The grove folk gasped. The mosskins perked their ears. The insects' flickering light steadied. The dryad straightened slightly, a flicker of green returning to her leaves. "It's working," Pip cried. "Focus, Finn, amplify the song." Finn took a deep breath. He opened his eyes and looked at the dryad. Can you sing anything, a leaf rustling, a stream flowing?" The dryad, understanding dawning, closed her eyes. A soft, reedy sound emerged, like wind gently stirring autumn leaves. Finn focused on that sound, feeding it into the warmth he directed at the stone. The Glimmerstone pulsed brighter, its golden light spreading further. The chime grew louder. Encouraged, a Mosskin elder thumped his foot softly on the ground, creating a rhythmic, earthy beat. Finn added it to the harmony in his mind. The stone responded, its light now washing over the nearest gray webs. Where the light touched, the shadowy webs hissed and began to dissolve like smoke in sunlight. The patch of moss beneath them sighed, a faint green returning. One of the luminous insects buzzed tentatively, adding a high, pure note. Another joined in. Pip fluttered above the stone, singing a complex, beautiful melody like a chorus of tiny bells. Finn stood, his heart swelling. He wasn't just amplifying, he was conducting. He focused the combined sounds, the Dryad's wind song, the Mosskin's beat, the insect's buzz, Pip's chimes, and his own inner warmth and memories of harmony, pouring all of it through his connection to the Glimmerstone. The stone erupted. Not with blinding light, but with a radiant, warm, golden luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. From it emanated a wave of pure, resonant sound, a symphony of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, birdsong, laughter, chimes, and the deep, comforting hum of the earth itself. It was the amplified life song, a wave of pure harmony. The wave washed over the whispering woods. Where it touched the gray webs, they disintegrated with faint hisses and puffs of dark smoke. The cold mist recoiled and dissipated. The silence shattered, replaced by the returning, strengthening hum of the woods. Color flooded back into the moss, vibrancy returned to the tree bark. The wilting dryad stood tall, her leaves unfurling lush and green. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a warm, revitalizing energy. From the deeper shadows, shapes recoiled, insubstantial figures woven from darkness and silence, their formless bodies writhing in apparent pain at the onslaught of sound and light. The shadow weavers shrank back, unable to withstand the amplified life song. With final, voiceless shrieks of frustration, they melted back into the deepest, darkest crevices of the woods, sealed away by the restored harmony. The wave subsided, leaving the whispering woods bathed in its own restored, gentle glow and vibrant hum. The Glimmerstone's light softened to its original, serene pulse. Finn slumped, exhausted but filled with an incredible warmth. Cheers erupted, soft chitters from the Mosskins, harmonious hums from the insects, a grateful sigh from the Dryad. Pip landed on Finn's shoulder, nuzzling him. "You did it, Keeper," Pip chirped, his voice thick with emotion. "You restored the song." The Dryad stepped forward, bowing deeply. "We owe you our deepest gratitude, Keeper. The heart chose wisely. You wielded not force, but harmony. You reminded us of our own strength, our own song." Finn, overwhelmed, looked at the Glimmerstone, warm and alive in his hand. He hadn't fought monsters, he had rekindled light and sound. He hadn't shouted, he had listened, and then helped others find their voices. The quiet boy who hid behind his sketches had found his courage not in volume, but in connection, in friendship, and in the power of shared harmony. The journey back through the veiled grove was a celebration. News of the Keeper's victory had spread. Grove folk lined their path, offering gifts of glowing berries, fragrant petals, and tiny, beautifully carved stones. The air thrummed with a joyous, revitalized life song. Finn walked taller, his quiet smile radiant. He wasn't just Finn anymore, he was the Keeper, a bridge between worlds. At the Willow Gateway, Pip perched on a branch. "You must return to your world now, Keeper, but the grove is always with you. The heart will guide you, and when you listen, truly listen, you will hear its song." Finn nodded, a lump in his throat. He stepped through the shimmering curtain of willow fronds, emerging back into Thistledown Meadow under a sky dusted with early stars. The Glimmerstone still glowed softly in his hand, a comforting warmth. The willow whispered, but now Finn understood. It wasn't just wind, it was the echo of the veiled grove's life song, a gentle lullaby carried on the breeze. He looked at his sketchbook. The drawings of imagined landscapes now felt possible. He opened it to a fresh page, but instead of sketching, he simply sat, listening. He heard the crickets singing, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves all imbued with a deeper resonance now, a melody he could almost follow. He felt the warmth of the stone, the echo of Pip's chime, the gratitude of the dryad. He felt different. Still quiet, still thoughtful, but no longer small. He had faced a vast silence and filled it with light. He had found his voice in the chorus. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, the glimmerstone resting on his bedside table like a captured star, he felt a profound peace. The world outside his window seemed richer, more alive. He knew the veiled grove was safe, protected by its restored song and its watchful guardians. He knew he was part of that protection, a quiet guardian in the human world. He listened to the night sounds, the creak of the house, the sigh of the wind, and heard beneath it the gentle, constant hum of the life song, a lullaby woven from moonlight, friendship, and the quiet courage of a boy who learned to listen. He closed his eyes, a small smile touching his lips. The glimmerstone pulsed softly, bathing the room in a gentle, sapphire light, a silent promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in harmony. Sleep came easily, deep and restful, filled with dreams of luminous forests and the comforting chime of a tiny, owl-like friend. The quiet boy had found his place in the grand, whispering tapestry of the world. Story 19. The forest village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleeping cats around ancient oaks. Young Finn often lingered at the edge of the whispering woods, tracing the unfamiliar symbols carved into his grandmother's porch railing. "Why do these marks feel like half-remembered songs, Gran?" he'd ask, watching fireflies blink above the ferns. His grandmother would smile, her silver braid catching the lamplight. "Because they are written in the old tongue, child, our people's heartbeat." She gifted him a small wooden pendant, a spiraling tree root entwined with a crescent moon. "This belonged to your great-great-grandmother. It opens more than locks." One autumn evening, as amber leaves carpeted the moss, the pendant warmed against Finn's chest. It pulsed like a shy star, casting soft light on a hidden path behind the waterfall's veil. With Gran's blessing, Finn followed the glow into the heartwood, where the air hummed with forgotten stories. Deep within he met Alara, a badger whose fur shimmered like twilight. "Ah," she rumbled kindly, "the root pendant calls a keeper home." She led him to a stone archway veiled in ivy, its surface etched with the same symbols from Gran's porch. "Place your hand here, little sapling, listen with your bones." As Finn touched the stone, visions bloomed like watercolor, generations of his family tending secret groves, singing to saplings, and weaving harmony into the land. They'd carried whisper stones that glowed when ecosystems thrived, and used them to heal blighted areas with patience, not force. "True strength," murmured Alara, "grows from understanding roots, not conquering storms." The final vision showed Finn's ancestors during a great drought. Instead of digging deeper wells, they'd planted rain-summoning gardens based on lunar cycles, saving the valley through cooperation with nature's rhythm. "Tradition isn't chains," Gran's voice echoed in the memory. "It's a compass woven from starlight and soil." When the visions faded, Finn found a moss-lined alcove holding 7 smooth whisper stones. Each glowed faintly as he lifted them, resonating with the pendant's light. Alara nuzzled his hand. "The stones dimmed when your family scattered, but you've remembered the song." Returning home, Finn placed the stones in Gran's garden under the full moon. By dawn, the withered soil had softened, sprouting emerald shoots. Together, they rebuilt the ancestral moon garden, teaching the village to read cloud patterns and bird migrations. Finn realized the pendant wasn't just a key. It was a bridge between past and present, whispering that belonging blooms when we honor those who walked before us. Now, as fireflies dance outside Finn's window, he traces the pendant's spiral, a promise that even the quietest roots can hold mountains. And deep in the woods, the stones shimmer like captured moonlight, humming the ancient lullaby of earth and sky, forever tended, forever home. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. The floorboards in the old house creaked a familiar lullaby, but Liam couldn't sleep. A strange, soft light, like captured moonlight, flickered at the edge of his window. Curiosity, a tiny, persistent spark, nudged him out of bed. Peering out, he saw not the familiar moonlit garden, but a shimmering path winding into the woods behind his home, a path he'd never noticed before. It pulsed gently, invitingly. Pulling on his warmest sweater, Liam slipped outside, the cool night air carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed wildflowers. The path wasn't made of dirt or stone, but of woven light, cool and soft beneath his bare feet. It led him deeper into the woods than he'd ever ventured. Ancient trees, their bark etched with silver swirls, leaned in, their leaves whispering secrets in a language of rustles and sighs. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Liam had seen, darted like living emeralds and sapphires through the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust. He followed the glowing path until the trees parted, revealing a sight that stole his breath. He stood on the edge of Moonpetal Glade. The ground was carpeted in velvety moss that glowed with a soft, blue-green luminescence. Scattered throughout were enormous flowers, their petals like spun moonlight, unfurling to reveal centers that pulsed with gentle, golden light. A shallow stream meandered through the glade, its water not clear, but shimmering like liquid starlight, reflecting the glowing flora above. The air hummed softly, a harmonious blend of cricket song and the gentle chime of unseen bells. It felt like stepping into a dream woven from starlight and dew. Liam's first encounter was with the mosskin. Tiny creatures, no taller than his hand, emerged from beneath glowing toadstools. They resembled bundles of soft moss given life, with eyes like polished obsidian and twig-like limbs. On their heads they wore caps fashioned from acorn cups or tiny, luminous petals. They didn't speak but communicated through soft clicks, whistles, and gestures. One brave mosskin approached, holding out a tiny, perfectly round pebble that glowed faintly purple. Liam knelt, accepting the gift with a smile. The pebble felt warm and smooth in his palm. The mosskin chittered happily and gestured for him to follow. They led him towards the singing stream. As he neared, he saw the water wasn't just shimmering. It was filled with tiny, darting shapes like living pieces of rainbow glass shimmerlings. They leaped from the water, not splashing, but creating perfect, momentary rings of iridescent light that floated upwards before dissolving. One particularly bold shimmerling leaped high, arcing over Liam's head and leaving a trail of rainbow mist that smelled faintly of rainbows and peppermint. The mosskin chittered encouragingly, pointing towards a bridge made of smooth, white stones that arched over the stream. The bridge, however, presented Liam's first gentle challenge. As he stepped onto the first stone, it began to softly sing a low, resonant hum. The next stone joined in a higher note, and the next higher still. The bridge wasn't just a crossing, it was an instrument. The stones only remained stable and quiet if stepped on with perfect balance and gentle, unhurried movements. If he rushed or stepped heavily, the stones would wobble and sing loudly out of tune, sending shivers through the structure. Liam took a deep breath, remembering his mother's words about patience. He focused, placing each foot carefully, finding his center of gravity. He moved slowly, deliberately, listening to the harmonious melody. His careful steps created a gentle lullaby of stone. The Mosskin watched, their obsidian eyes wide with approval, and the shimmerlings danced below, reflecting the bridge song in their colorful leaps. On the other side of the bridge, the air grew cooler, and the glowing moss gave way to patches of soft, dark earth. Here, Liam encountered the will-o'-wisps. They weren't creatures of flesh, but gentle spirits of light, shaped like softly glowing orbs with trailing, wispy tendrils. They floated silently among the weeping branches of ancient willow trees, whose leaves dripped liquid silver light. The wisps moved in slow, graceful patterns, weaving intricate, temporary constellations in the air. One wisp drifted closer, its light pulsing softly. It didn't speak words, but a feeling washed over Liam, a gentle inquiry, a touch of melancholy. He felt the wisp was lost, separated from its constellation. Looking around, Liam noticed patterns etched faintly in the bark of the willows, patterns that mirrored the constellations the wisps were trying to form. The challenge wasn't physical strength, but observation and gentle guidance. Remembering the patterns he'd seen the wisps attempt, Liam carefully pointed towards a willow whose bark swirled in a particular spiral pattern. He moved slowly, deliberately, mimicking the slow drift of the wisp. He didn't grab or push, he simply guided its attention. The wisp pulsed brighter, then drifted towards the tree he indicated. Its light seemed to resonate with the pattern on the bark. Other wisps noticed, drifting closer. Slowly, patiently, Liam helped guide several wisps to their corresponding trees. As each wisp found its pattern, its light flared warmly, and the tendrils of light wove together with the silver drips from the willow leaves, forming a breathtaking, stable constellation that hung in the air, filling the space with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The melancholy feeling lifted, replaced by a warm hum of contentment that vibrated through the clearing. The wisps pulsed in unison, a silent thank you that Liam felt deep in his bones. He continued through the glade, guided now by a sense of serene wonder rather than the path. He encountered a grove where the wind played melodies on crystal leaves, and shy, furry creatures with eyes like molten amber peeked from hollow logs, offering him berries that tasted like sunshine. Each encounter required a little courage, the courage to approach the unknown, to be patient, to observe carefully, and to offer kindness without expectation. He learned that bravery here wasn't about roaring or fighting, but about quiet curiosity, gentle steps, and listening with his heart. Finally, the glowing path led him to the heart of Moonpetal Glade, a small, crystal-clear pool reflecting the star-strewn sky above and the glowing glade below. Sitting serenely on a mossy stone beside it was the oldest, wisest-looking Mosskin Liam had seen yet. Its moss was silvery gray, and its eyes held the depth of the night sky. In its twiggy hands it held a single, perfect moonpetal bloom, its light pure and steady. It gestured for Liam to sit. No words were spoken, but understanding flowed between them, as clear as the starlight on the water. The elder Mosskin conveyed the gentle truth of the glade. It revealed itself only to those with open hearts and quiet courage. The challenges weren't tests, but invitations to discover the strength already within the strength of patience, observation, kindness, and the simple bravery to explore the unknown. The moonpetal bloom wasn't just a flower, it was a reminder. As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, turning the liquid starlight stream to molten silver, Liam knew it was time to return. The elder Mosskin placed the glowing moonpetal gently into his hands. It felt cool and comforting, radiating a soft, steady light. The shimmering path reappeared, leading back the way he came. The Mosskin chittered a soft farewell, the shimmerlings leaped in a final, dazzling display, and the will-o-wisps pulsed their constellation light in a gentle rhythm that felt like a lullaby. Walking back along the woven light path, the woods transformed back into their familiar daytime shapes. The glowing moss faded, the singing stones fell silent, and the air lost its sweet, magical hum. Liam emerged from the trees just as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds. He stood in his own garden, the ordinary grass cool under his feet, the familiar scent of roses in the air. In his hand, the moon petal bloom still glowed softly, a tangible piece of enchantment. He slipped back inside, the house still quiet. Placing the glowing flower in a small jar of water by his window, he climbed back into bed. The tiny, steady light pulsed gently, casting soft shadows on the wall. As Liam drifted off to sleep, the creaking floorboards sounded like the singing bridge, the rustling leaves outside like the whispering trees of the glade. He felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the blankets, but from a quiet, newfound understanding. The world was vast and full of wonders, seen and unseen. True courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity, even when the path glowed mysteriously in the moonlight. He had ventured into the unknown, faced gentle challenges not with force, but with patience and a listening heart, and returned carrying not just a glowing flower, but the comforting knowledge that bravery, friendship, and wonder could be found in the quietest steps and the softest glows. The gentle pulse of the moon petal was the last thing he saw before sleep claimed him, a lullaby of light assuring him that magic and courage were always closer than he dreamed. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Story 48. Story 49. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy, the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends! Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away? Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup. It feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined Great-Aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home." But his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was Thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. "But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends." Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. a creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found?" "Both, perhaps, Zephyr," Thistle chuckled. "This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it." Zephyr buzzed excitedly. "Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy." She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. "I can guide you." Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. "A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain." His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. "We seek the source of the silence, Moss," Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. "The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones." Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. "He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come." The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. "Alone," he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. "The song hurt." "No," Ben said softly, still kneeling. "The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup." He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then, with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. "Gentle," he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. "Comfort." Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. the effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the Whispering Glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The Glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings, it translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the Starwood Glade, deep in the Whispering Hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the Heart Song Box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the Whispering Hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the starwood glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart song box's melody. The other 2 guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose, the song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection. It fostered the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. Story 81. Rowan had always loved the steadfast rhythm of Oakhaven. Each morning, dew-kissed cobblestones glistened under the rising sun, the bakery's cinnamon scent wove through the lanes, and the ancient clock tower chimed with comforting precision. But this autumn, change rustled through the village like persistent wind. Rowan's hands trembled as they packed away their father's old apothecary scales. He'd passed quietly with the last summer bloom, leaving Rowan the cottage and its wild, walled garden. Now the garden, once bursting with medicinal herbs, lay choked by thorny brambles and sorrow. Each vine seemed to mirror Rowan's heart, tangled, resistant, afraid to grow anew. One twilight, as Rowan sighed over withered moon petals, a soft knock came at the gate. There stood Mr. Thistle, the village's oldest gardener, his skin like creased parchment, eyes twinkling like stars in twilight. "Mind if an old man shares your bench?" he rasped, tapping his walking stick, a gnarled branch crowned with a single living bud. Rowan nodded mutely. "Gardens grieve too," Thistle murmured, gazing at the brambles. "See how they guard the soil, fearful of what new seeds might ask of them." He patted Rowan's shoulder. "But earth remembers how to heal, so do hearts." That night Rowan dreamed of silver roots pulsing beneath the garden, whispering in time with their own heartbeat. Come dawn, a discovery. Near the bench, one moon petal had unfurled anew, its petals shimmering with dewdrops that glowed like liquid starlight. When touched, warmth spread up Rowan's arm, and the brambles nearby shivered, retreating an inch. "It's responding to you," chirped a voice. Nutkin, a russet squirrel with eyes like polished acorns, scampered down the oak tree. "Old Thistle's right, this garden's magic mirrors its keeper. What grows inside you grows out here too." Thus began Rowan's hesitant dance with change. Each day they'd sit with a memory, father's laughter, his stories of resilient yarrow, and tend one small patch. When frustration flared, thorns pricking, weeds stubborn, Nutkin would nudge hazelnuts into Rowan's palm or chatter about forest creatures adapting their nests for winter. "Even the river changes its song when stones shift," he'd squeak. Magical echoes bloomed with each effort. Where Rowan nurtured patience, violets sprouted in fractal patterns. Where they whispered forgiveness, brambles softened into flowering jasmine. Yet doubt lingered. One frosty evening, Rowan slumped before a frost-bitten rosemary bush, a symbol of remembrance now dying. "Why try?" they whispered. "Some roots won't take." A shadow glided overhead, Hoot, the great horned owl, alighting silently on the garden wall. Her feathers held the colors of twilight, deep indigo and burnt gold. "Child," she hooted, her voice a low, resonant hum, "growth is not a straight path. Even stars fade before they shine brightest." She gestured with a wing toward the moon petal. "You've nurtured light where darkness ruled. Trust the unseen roots." Inspired, Rowan gathered villagers, not to fix the garden but to share stories. Millie the baker brought saffron buns, her scarred hands kneading dough as she spoke of rebuilding her oven after a fire. Finn the blacksmith hummed while planting ironweed, its metallic blooms clinking softly as he recalled learning to forge anew when his sight dimmed. Together they wove memories into the soil. Rowan's hands no longer shook as they placed father's scales beneath the old oak, whispering, "Thank you." That solstice night, magic surged. Rowan stood barefoot on the earth, breathing in petrichor and possibility. Moonlight drenched the garden, and where they stepped, luminescent moss spread like emerald constellations. Withered rosemary erupted into silver-blue flames that warmed without burning. Moon petals floated upward, becoming gentle lanterns. The brambles transformed into arches of golden honeysuckle, humming with contented bees. Rowan laughed, a sound like wind chimes, as their own skin glimmered faintly, inner peace made visible. Come spring, Oakhaven marveled. Rowan's garden was now a sanctuary where herbs healed with doubled potency, where anxious hearts found calm under the whispering oak. Rowan still kept the cottage's rhythms, but with newfound grace, teaching village children how whispering kindness to seeds made them sprout faster, or how tea brewed from moon petals eased bad dreams. Change, they realized, wasn't an ending, but the soil where deeper roots could grow. And on quiet evenings, Rowan would sit with Thistle, Nutkin dozing in their lap, Hoot watching from the oak, all soothed by the garden's song, a lullaby of resilience, sung by the wind through blossoming vines. Here, in the tender balance between loss and hope, Rowan had discovered the gentlest magic of all, the one that blooms when we dare to grow. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the whispering woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand with skin, like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds, and Mrs. Gable baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. Forest's heartbeat, Grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. Not a demand, but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and Grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseed's return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took, she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. Even shadows. Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. "Remember Oakheart's rheumatism," he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. "This place just needs better decorating." Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship. A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. The return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. The effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. Turns out, Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom. The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic she knew as sleep gently pulled her under wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. The first tendrils of twilight were weaving through the sleepy village of Oakhaven when Finn slipped away. While other children chased fireflies or helped pack away market stalls, he drifted toward the shadowed embrace of the whispering woods. Finn moved quietly, a habit born from feeling perpetually overlooked. In a family of boisterous farmers and a village of practical folk, his dreamy nature and worn sketchbook seemed like misplaced puzzle pieces. Yet here, where ancient oaks groaned in the wind and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, he felt seen by the rustling leaves and chattering brooks. Tonight, something shimmered. Deep within the thicket, where moonlight rarely pierced, a pulse of soft blue light beckoned like a fallen star. Finn's heart thrummed against his ribs as he pushed past spider silk veils and dew-heavy ferns. The air grew colder, scented with petrichor and something else, ozone and old magic. And there it lay, a stone no larger than a robin's egg, nestled in velvet moss. It glowed with an inner luminescence, casting dancing shadows on the tree bark. When Finn's fingers brushed its surface, warmth flooded his palm and the forest erupted in sound, not noise but voices. Lost, so lost, sighed the wind through pine needles. Danger comes, gurgled the creek over polished stones. And then a whimper, sharp and close. Finn whirled around to find a creature huddled beneath a toadstool. It resembled a cross between a hedgehog and a dandelion puff, tiny, quivering, with fur like spun moonlight and eyes like liquid amber, wide with terror. You understand me," the creature whispered, its voice like chimes in a breeze. "The stone, you hold the Glimmerstone." Finn knelt, the stone's heat pulsing against his skin. "I'm Finn, what's wrong?" "I am Tyndall," the creature quavered. "Guardian of the Veil, the Glimmerstone anchors the magic between your world and ours, the Sylvan Hollow, but it cracked when the shadow root poisoned the elder tree." Tyndall pointed a trembling paw toward the wood's heart. "Without its light the hollow fades, the whispers grow fearful, the moss grays, even the river's song weakens." Tears like dewdrops welled in Tyndall's eyes. "If the stone isn't healed by the full moon's peak 3 nights hence, our world will vanish, and yours the blight will spread." Finn's breath caught. He saw it now, the sickly yellow tinge on nearby ferns, the brittle silence where crickets should sing. The glimmerstone in his hand flickered, a hairline fracture splitting its light. How do we heal it? Only the elder tree's roots can mend it, Tyndall said. But the way is perilous. Shadowroot's minions hunt the light, and... Tyndall shrank back. Your kind hasn't walked our paths for generations. They fear you. I fear. Finn's fingers tightened around the stone. Fear was familiar, but so was loneliness. He saw it mirrored in Tyndall's gaze. I'll help, he said softly. Show me the way. Their journey began at dawn. The whispering woods transformed. Sunlight filtered through a canopy of jewel-toned leaves, painted the path in dappled gold. Giant moths with stained glass wings fluttered past, and trees hummed with hidden life. Finn sketched furiously, a glowing mushroom ring, a family of moss-furred squirrels, while Tyndall perched on his shoulder whispering names. That's a lumen bloom. Those are bark scuttlers. Yet beneath the wonder, unease lingered. The air tasted metallic and distant howls echoed, thin, hungry sounds. The first trial came at the River of Murmurs. Its waters, usually clear as crystal, ran sluggish and murky. The bridge, a single moss-slicked log, was guarded. A troll, all knotted muscle and lichen-covered skin, blocked their path. He grumbled, shaking the ground with each step. No passage, stone feels wrong, water's sick. Finn's sketchbook fell open. Without thinking, he tore out a page, a detailed drawing of the troll himself, majestic against a backdrop of healthy, rushing water. For you, Finn offered, the river as it should be. The troll blinked, tracing a thick finger over the lines. A low rumble, like stones tumbling, escaped him. Pretty remembers. He stepped aside, his eyes unexpectedly soft. Hurry, dark things stir. They hurried, but the forest grew stranger. Mist coiled around their ankles in the hollow of echoes, thickening until shapes writhed. A towering figure with Finn's father's disappointed frown, voices sneering useless dreamer. Finn froze, the old ache of invisibility crushing him. The glimmerstone dimmed. No, Tyndall's voice pierced the fog, sharp as a bell. He pressed his small, warm body against Finn's cheek. You see what others miss. You drew the troll's loneliness. You found me. That is strength. Finn focused on Tyndall's amber eyes, the stone's faint pulse, his own sketches of beauty in the margins. The mist dissolved, revealing a path lit by bioluminescent flowers. Their respite was brief. Shadowroot's minions found them, creatures of knotted thorns and shifting darkness, drawn to the glimmerstone's waning light. Finn and Tyndall fled, crashing through thorny thickets until they tumbled into a cavern. Moonlight streamed through a crack above, illuminating a massive, ancient owl perched on a quartz column. Her feathers held the colors of twilight. Seekers of the glimmer, she hooted, her voice layered like wind through reeds. I am Orla, you bear the stone and its sorrow. She studied the fracture. The crack is not just in the stone, young ones. It mirrors a rift between worlds. Humans forgot the hollow. Fear became a wall. Shadowroot festers in that forgetting. Finn remembered the village warnings. Stay out of the whispering woods, cursed place. How do we heal the rift? He asked. By mending what was broken, Orla intoned. The elder tree requires a sacrifice, a treasure freely given from each world, woven into its roots with the stone, but choose wisely. The heart knows true value. Dawn of the third day found them at the forest's heart. The elder tree was a tragedy. Once a towering giant, its bark was now cracked and oozing black sap. Leaves, silver-edged and usually luminous, lay brittle on the ground. The air hung heavy and silent. At its base a hollow pulsed with faint, sickly light, the tree's wounded heart. Tyndall trembled. The stone, it's almost time. The glimmerstone's light was a feeble flicker, the cracks spiderwebbing dangerously. Finn opened his sketchbook, every page a testament to his journey. The troll's bridge, the glowing moths, Tyndall's hopeful eyes. His most precious possession. The record of a world he'd grown to love. He tore out the final, pristine page, a blank canvas for new wonders, and placed it gently beside the hollow. "I offer my memories," he whispered. "The beauty I witnessed, the hope that humans can remember." Tyndall gazed at him, then at his own shimmering fur, the essence of his spirit light. With a soft cry, he plucked a tuft from his chest. It glowed like captured starlight. "I offer my light," he said, voice trembling but clear. "A piece of my home, freely given." Together they placed the fractured glimmerstone, Finn's drawing, and Tyndall's glowing fur into the hollow. Finn pressed his hands against the sickly bark. "We remember you," he whispered fiercely. "We see you." The ground shuddered. A groan, deep and ancient, rolled through the woods. Light, pure, blinding, golden light, erupted from the hollow, shooting up the elder tree's trunk like liquid sun. The black sap evaporated. Bark knitted itself whole, stronger than before. Silver leaves burst forth, shimmering with renewed vigor. The light pulsed outward in waves, washing over the forest. Gray moss blushed vibrant green. Withered flowers bloomed in explosions of color. The river's song returned, loud and joyous. Above, the full moon seemed to blaze brighter. The sylvan hollow revealed itself in its true glory. Spirits like living starlight danced on the breeze. Trees walked on gnarled roots, nodding in gratitude. Luminescent butterflies formed constellations above their heads. Tyndall, though slightly dimmer, glowed with pure joy. "You did it, Finn, you healed us all." Finn felt the change within himself, too, a quiet confidence, a sense of belonging that warmed him deeper than any fire. The glimmerstone, now whole and pulsing gently, lay cool in his hand. Its magic had shifted. It no longer translated voices, but hummed with the forest's peaceful song. "We did it together, Tyndall." Returning to Oakhaven felt like stepping into a faded painting. The air smelled only of dust and livestock, not magic. But Finn carried the forest within him. He showed the villagers his sketches, not just the mundane market scenes, but the luminous moths, the wise owl, the majestic elder tree. He pointed to the woods, now visibly greener, vibrantly alive. "It's not cursed, it's waiting." Old Granny Marn, the village storyteller, gasped, tracing a gnarled finger over his drawing of the Glimmerstone. "The heart of the woods from the old tales, I thought it just a story." Her voice, raspy with age, wove a forgotten legend for the gathered crowd, of friendship between humans and forest spirits, of shared magic, and a stone that bound them. Fear, faced with wonder and tangible proof, began to crumble. Finn became the bridge. He guided hesitant villagers to the wood's edge, where fireflies now danced in patterns, and the wind carried the scent of lumen blooms. Tyndall, visible only to those with open hearts, sometimes shimmered beside him, a silent testament to the mended bond. Children left honey cakes for the bark scuttlers. Farmers consulted the rustling leaves about the weather. The blight receded, replaced by abundant harvests and a newfound respect. One crisp autumn evening, Finn sat beneath the great oak at the village border, sketchbook open. Tyndall nestled in the crook of his arm, a warm, soft weight. The Glimmerstone, now set in a simple leather cord around Finn's neck, pulsed softly, a steady, comforting rhythm. Below them, Oakhaven's lanterns twinkled like fallen stars. Above, the whispering woods rustled contentedly, a symphony of life restored. Finn sketched the peaceful scene, the village lights, the dark, friendly woods, the tiny, luminous spirit beside him. He no longer felt invisible. He felt woven into the fabric of both worlds, a quiet guardian of the mended veil. The fireflies danced, the wind sighed through silver leaves, and the deep, resonant peace of the forest settled over him like a warm blanket, whispering that all was truly, finally, well. The journey had changed the woods, the village, and the boy who dared to listen, proving that even the smallest spark of kindness, nurtured by friendship, could rekindle the light of worlds. And as the moon rose, full and benevolent, bathing everything in its silvery glow, Finn closed his sketchbook, leaned back against the ancient oak, and simply breathed in the perfect, quiet joy of belonging. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. The Whispering Woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against the spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing, "the veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. The heartstone weakens, she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. Come, we must consult the council of root and crown. Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-key dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. The turning wheel hesitates, rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels. Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one. A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in Earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the whispering woods. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer grain, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother-of-pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen, that is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed: a patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls. Or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the Whispering Caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. "We have to go in." Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. "Listen," Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. "Not just with your ears, feel the stone, feel the cavern." Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something, hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns. Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. The Naiad. Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The Naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. You did it, Rowan, you listened. As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace. a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. The old cottage nestled at the forest's edge, where the scent of pine resin mingled with wood smoke from the chimney. Inside, young Theo traced patterns on frost-kissed window panes, his breath fogging the glass. Rain drummed a lullaby on the roof, and firelight painted dancing shadows on walls lined with shelves of dried herbs and leather-bound books. Theo's grandmother had spoken of forest magic, whispers on the wind, stones that hummed, but Theo, small and quiet, found such tales more frightening than wondrous. He preferred the crackle of the hearth and the weight of his patchwork quilt. One storm-lashed evening, while searching the attic for spare candles, Theo's fingers brushed against something cold and smooth tucked beneath a cedar chest. It was a lantern no larger than his palm, wrought from silver so tarnished it looked like twilight captured in metal. Its surface bore carvings of entwined roots and crescent moons, and though it held no candle, a faint, honey-colored glow pulsed within its heart, like a drowsy firefly resting in velvet. When Theo lifted it, warmth spread through his palms, gentle as sunlight through leaves. A soft chime echoed, though no breeze stirred the dust. That night he placed it on his bedside table. Its light spilled across his pillow, weaving dreams of amberlit pathways and distant, singing streams. Days passed, and Theo noticed peculiar things. Flowers near the lantern bloomed out of season, their petals shimmering with dew at midnight. Spiders spun webs in impossible, symmetrical patterns across its base. And one morning, as Theo sketched by the window, a sparrow, dusted with snow, tapped at the glass. Not for crumbs, but as if beckoning. Theo opened the window. The bird hopped onto the lantern, trilling a melody that made the glow brighten, then fluttered toward the forest. An invitation. Theo's chest tightened. Beyond the garden gate the woods loomed, dark and deep. Yet the lantern hummed in his hand, warm and reassuring. Pulling on his thickest coat, he stepped into the whispering pines. The forest swallowed sound. Snow muffled his footsteps, branches arched overhead like cathedral ribs. Guided by the lantern's pulsing light, Theo followed the sparrow deeper into the woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel, their bark etched with symbols only moss could read. Here, the air tasted of ice and wild mint. Shadows shifted, not with threat but curiosity. Eyes gleamed in hollows, a badger with starlight dappling its fur, a hare whose ears shimmered like spun moonbeams. They watched but did not approach. Until Theo stumbled upon a clearing where the sparrow circled a figure, hunched beside a frozen brook. It was a goblin no taller than Theo's knee, with skin like knotted birch bark and eyes the vivid green of new ferns. She shivered, clutching a broken fishing rod, her patched cloak dusted with frost. Lost, she rasped, voice like pebbles tumbling in a stream. The frost sprites hid my bridge. Her name was Nettle, she explained, guardian of the moss grove, a hidden realm where roots cradled glowing rivers and mushrooms glimmered like chandeliers. But a creeping cold had seeped from the mountains, silencing the moss grove's heart song and freezing its pathways. Nettle had ventured out for ice worms to soothe the fading magic, but became trapped when the sprites, mischievous as winter winds, dissolved her bridge of woven reeds. Theo's lantern flared, casting a circle of gold on the snow. "I can't help," he said, surprised by his own steadiness. Nettle eyed the lantern, her gaze sharpening. The ember lantern, the elders spoke of it, lost when the last warden vanished. It remembers warmth. She reached out, her twig-like fingers hovering near the glow. Where her skin touched the light, frost melted, leaving tiny beads of water. Hope flickered in her eyes. Their journey became a tapestry of trials. The lantern's light revealed hidden paths, a staircase of toadstools leading into a hollow hill, a tunnel veiled by cascading ivy, but the cold fought back. In a ravine choked with thorns, icy winds howled, threatening to extinguish the lantern. Theo cupped it close, whispering stories his grandmother told, of summer bees and sun-warmed stones. The light strengthened, pushing back the gale. Nettle, nimble and fierce, scaled the thorns, weaving them into a bridge with strands of her own hair, strong as spider silk. Friendship, she puffed, makes even thorns bend kindly. Deeper they wandered, into valleys where trees wore cloaks of crystal ice. Here the frost sprites dwelled, pale, wispy creatures with voices like cracking ice. They swirled around Theo and Nettle, stealing warmth from their breath. "Give us your light," they hissed, their touch numbing. Theo's fear surged, cold as the sprites themselves. But Nettle stood before him, small and defiant. "This light isn't yours to take, it's for healing." She sang then a goblin lullaby about mossy stones and patient roots. The melody, thin but true, calmed the sprite's whirl. Theo joined in, humming a hearth song his grandmother sang. The lantern blazed, not in anger, but in harmony, a symphony of amber and silver light that made the sprites pause, their frosty edges softening. One by one they drifted away, leaving a path of dew-kissed ferns. At dawn they reached the moss grove's threshold, a colossal willow, its branches weeping curtains of ice. Beyond it, Nettle's home lay veiled in gloom. Mushrooms drooped, their light dimmed. Rivers of liquid emerald crawled sluggishly under sheets of ice. The very air felt thin, starved of joy. "The heartroot," Nettle whispered, pointing to the willow's base. A knot pulsed faintly beneath the ice, like a buried star. "It feeds the moss grove, but the cold has numbed it." The lantern's glow dimmed, as if grieving. Theo knew what to do. He knelt, pressing the ember lantern against the frozen heartroot. "Remember warmth," he urged, pouring every memory he had into the light. His grandmother's kitchen smelling of cinnamon, the sparrow's song, Nettle's laughter as she mended her cloak. The lantern pulsed, brighter, hotter. Cracks spiderwebbed through the ice. With a sound like 1,000 sighs, the frost shattered. Golden light erupted from the heartroot, surging through the willow's veins. Branches thawed, raining droplets that sparkled like diamonds. Light bloomed across the moss grove, mushrooms reignited in hues of peach and lavender, rivers bubbled with renewed vigor, and flowers unfurled petals of luminous silk. Music returned, the chime of dewdrops, the hum of glowing beetles, the deep, resonant song of the earth itself. Nettle danced, her laughter echoing like wind chimes. Creatures emerged, shy tree spirits with barkskin, beetles with wings like stained glass, all drawn to the warmth. The moss grove breathed again. Theo felt the change within himself, too. The timid boy who feared shadows now stood tall, his heart echoing the moss grove's steady, joyful rhythm. He'd carried light into darkness and found courage not in being unafraid, but in moving forward despite the fear. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and rose, Theo knew it was time to return. Nettle pressed a small acorn into his hand, its shell etched with the same symbols as the lantern. "Plant it by your window," she said, eyes bright. "When it blooms, it'll sing of the moss grove, and you," she added, touching his cheek, "will always be its warden." The sparrow reappeared, guiding him back through the now familiar woods. The forest felt different, not menacing, but alive with friendly whispers. Fireflies winked like fallen stars along his path. Home welcomed him with the scent of baking bread and the hearth's steady crackle. He placed the ember lantern on his windowsill, its glow now softer, contented. Outside, he planted Nettle's acorn in a pot of rich soil. Weeks later, a sapling sprouted, its leaves shimmering with a faint, internal light. On quiet nights, Theo would sit by it, listening. And sometimes, just sometimes, he'd hear a melody, a goblin lullaby blended with a sparrow's trill, carried on a breeze that smelled of pine and wild mint. He'd smile, tracing the lantern's carved roots, knowing true magic wasn't in grand spells or fearless hearts, but in the quiet courage to share your light and the friendships that bloom unexpectedly along the way. The lantern glowed, the sapling hummed, and the world outside his window, once vast and daunting, now felt like a story waiting to be cherished, page by gentle page. And as sleep drew near, Theo drifted off wrapped in warmth, the forest's lullaby cradling him like a promise kept. Deep in the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood as sentinels of time and moonlight dripped like liquid silver, through the canopy lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very roots of the forest. Here the air hummed with the breath of magic, a gentle force that stirred the petals of dawn-touched flowers and guided the dance of fireflies in the twilight. Among them was a young fox named Bramble, whose russet fur held the warmth of autumn leaves and whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of spring's first bud. Each season the forest celebrated the turning, a sacred alignment where the boundaries between earth and enchantment thinned. In spring the blossom song would begin, a melody sung by the wind through newly unfurled leaves, coaxing sleeping seeds to life. Summer brought the rainweavers, tiny tree frogs whose croaks summoned gentle showers that painted rainbows in the mist. Autumn belonged to the leaf keepers, squirrels who gathered fallen foliage not for nests, but to weave them into shimmering cloaks that stored sunlight for the barren months. And winter. Winter was guarded by the frost sprites, ethereal beings who spun ice crystals into lace to protect sleeping roots from the bitter cold. But this year, as the first blush of spring painted the forest, an unsettling chill lingered. Bramble noticed it one dew-kissed morning while padding toward the sunken brook. The water, usually murmuring with melted snow, lay silent under a skin of ice. Bluebells bowed under unexpected frost, their petals brittle as glass. Even the air tasted sharp, like unripe berries, where it should have been sweet with cherry blossoms. Worried, Bramble sought Old Badger in his set beneath the grandfather oak. The set's walls, lined with dried moss and velvety lichen, held the earthy scent of wisdom. Old Badger's fur was grizzled with age, his claws worn smooth from tracing maps of the forest's ley lines in the soil. "Ah, little traveler," he rasped, stirring a pot of thyme-scented tea over a glowworm lamp. "The balance trembles, the frost sprites have not retreated to their northern caves, their icy threads cling where warmth should reign." Bramble's ears drooped. "But why, Elder?" the rainweavers sang the thawing songs weeks ago. Old Badger poured tea into an acorn cup, the steam curling like ghostly vines. "Long ago, when I was but a cub, a similar frost came. The heartstone, a crystal born from the forest's first lightning strike, had cracked, its warmth faltered, and winter's fingers crept too far south." He gestured to a tapestry on the wall, woven from spider silk and dandelion fluff, depicting a glowing stone nestled in the roots of the guardian tree. "We mended it then with kindness, a drop of honey from the hive mother, a tear of joy from the brook's spirit, and a chorus of the forest's purest laughter." Determined, Bramble gathered friends, Pip, a sparrow whose wings shimmered with iridescent dew, and Moss, a rabbit whose fur held the softness of twilight shadows. Together they journeyed to the guardian tree, a colossal willow whose branches wept silver tendrils into a pool of liquid starlight. At its base the heartstone pulsed weakly, its usual amber light dimmed to a flicker. Frost sprites fluttered nearby, their delicate forms shivering not from cold, but sorrow. "Our queen is lost," whispered one, her voice like icicles chiming. "She wandered into the shadowed vale, lured by echoes of eternal winter. Without her song, we cannot weave the frost away." The shadowed vale lay beyond the forest's edge, a place where sunlight dared not tread. Bramble's heart quivered, but Pip trilled courageously. We'll find her, the veil fears laughter, it melts gloom like sunshine. Moss nodded, thumping a steady rhythm on the earth. And I know the hidden paths, follow my thumps. Their quest led them through groves where mushrooms glowed like fallen constellations, across streams where water spirits wove liquid bridges of lily pads, and into thickets where sentient vines curled protectively around them. In the vale, darkness clung like wet velvet, and the air smelled of forgotten things. There amid skeletal trees sat the Frost Queen, a being of crystalline beauty, her eyes hollow as she hummed a dirge to the frozen ground. "Your Majesty," Bramble called softly, "the forest needs your frost to rest, not to linger." The Queen's voice cracked. "Why should I return? The veil whispers that warmth forgets the beauty of stillness." Then Pip did something extraordinary. He flew to a gnarled branch and sang, not a forest melody, but a silly, chirping tune about a worm who wore a hat of clover. Moss joined in with a comical wiggle dance, kicking up puffs of frost. Bramble, recalling old Badger's lesson, offered a story. In summer, the rainweaver's showers make rainbows. In autumn, the leaf-keeper's cloaks glow like captured sunsets. Your winter lace is part of the dance, not the whole song. As he spoke, he placed a thawed bluebell at her feet, its petals releasing a honeyed sigh. A tear, clear and warm as spring sap, welled in the Frost Queen's eye. It fell onto the heartstone Bramble had brought, sealing its crack with a sound like chimes. The stone blazed anew, its light piercing the vale's gloom. Laughing, the Queen gathered her sprites. "Forgive me, I mistook solitude for strength, forgetting that balance needs all voices." Together they wove one final tapestry of frost, a glittering bridge leading home. Back at the guardian tree, the forest waited. As the Frost Queen sang a high, crystalline note, her sprites spun the lingering ice into 1,000 shimmering threads that lifted skyward, dissolving into the dawn. Warmth rushed back, brooks babbled, bluebells straightened like eager children, and the blossom song swelled from every branch, scattering golden pollen that smelled of hope and apricots. That evening, creatures gathered beneath the grandfather oak for the Bloomfire feast. Fireflies strung lanterns in the boughs, badgers passed mushroom pies, and frogs drummed on lily pads. Bramble curled beside old Badger, watching the Frost Queen dance with Pip atop a toadstool, her laughter now bright as sleigh bells. "You see, little one," murmured the Badger, his eyes reflecting the fire's glow, "harmony isn't the absence of winter or storm. It's the trust that every season has its purpose, and every heart, no matter how icy, can thaw when met with kindness." As stars embroidered the sky, the forest sighed into contented silence. The heartstone pulsed steadily, its light a golden promise in the roots of the guardian tree. And Bramble, nestled in a bed of clover, dreamed of dappled sunlight and the gentle, everlasting rhythm of the turning, a lullaby sung by the world itself, reminding all who listened that balance, like friendship, is tended one warm breath at a time. The first frost of autumn had just begun to paint silver edges on the maple leaves outside Finn's window when the feeling settled deep in his bones, a restless ache like a half-remembered melody. In the village of Oakhaven, where cobblestones knew every footfall and chimneys sighed familiar smoke, 12-year-old Finn moved through days feeling slightly out of step. While others mended fishing nets or kneaded dough with sturdy, certain hands, Finn's gaze drifted to the shadowed line of the Glimmerwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets on the wind. His grandmother used to say he had moss in his veins and starlight in his pockets, a gentle tease for a boy who'd rather sketch lichen patterns than mend fences. One evening, as amber light bled through the westward hills, Old Man Hemlock summoned Finn to his cluttered cottage. Hemlock wasn't truly old, but wisdom had etched lines around his eyes like river deltas. "Your grandmother left you this," he murmured, placing a small object in Finn's palm. It was a compass, but unlike any Finn had seen. Its casing was warm, living wood, and where a needle should be, a slender crystal shard glowed with inner moonlight. "The whispering compass," Hemlock said. It points not to north, but to where you're needed most. Guard it well. Some callings choose us, not the other way round. That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the compass hummed against Finn's chest. Not a sound, but a vibration that traveled up his ribs and into his dreams. He saw roots diving deep into jeweled caverns, stones with eyes like molten gold, and a great, cracked crystal weeping light. He woke to Dawn's gray fingers at the window, and the compass crystal blazing azure, pointing unwaveringly toward the forbidden Glimmerwood. Oakhaven's elders spoke of the woods in hushed tones. Where shadows walk, they'd say, or where the earth remembers too much. But the compass pulsed like a second heartbeat, insistent as tide. Gathering his worn satchel, a wedge of cheese, his sketching charcoal, a water flask, Finn slipped past sleeping cottages. At the forest's edge, ancient oaks arched like cathedral ribs, their bark shimmering with trapped dew. The air thickened with the scent of pine resin and damp earth, and the compass's glow intensified, casting dancing sapphire motes on ferns unfurling like green scrolls. Hours blurred into a tapestry of dappled light and bird call. Finn followed deer trails carpeted with velvet moss, where mushrooms glowed with foxfire luminescence. Yet beneath the beauty, unease prickled. The forest floor trembled faintly, as if the earth itself sighed in discomfort. And the deeper he went, the stranger the woods became. Trees bore fruits like faceted amethysts, streams ran silver over singing stones, and once a thicket rustled to reveal a stag with antlers woven from living ivy in twilight. It regarded Finn with ancient eyes before melting into the green. As dusk painted the canopy in bruised purples, Finn stumbled into a clearing where the trembling intensified. There, hunched beside a toppled menhir, was a creature straight from his dream. It stood no taller than his knee, its body formed of smooth, slate-gray stone articulated like polished pebbles stacked by a careful child. Two eyes, like chips of warm topaz, blinked rapidly. It clutched a cracked arm close, and where its rocky skin had fractured, faint golden light seeped out like liquid honey. Finn froze. Stonekin. Village tales painted them as earth giants, guardians who'd turned wrathful. But this being radiated only pain and fear. "Hello," Finn whispered, the words swallowed by the vast quiet. The creature flinched, scrambling backward. A low, grinding whimper escaped it. Finn knelt slowly, hands open. "I won't hurt you." He gestured to his satchel. "Are you hungry?" Breaking off a crumb of cheese, he placed it on a leaf and slid it forward. The stonekin eyed him, then the cheese. With surprising delicacy, it picked up the morsel. A sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook emerged, a hesitant, gravelly chirp. Finn smiled. "I'm Finn, what's your name?" More chirps and clicks, like geology given voice. The creature tapped its chest. "Pebble." Then it pointed urgently at the fractured arm, then deep into the woods, whimpering again. Finn understood. "You're hurt and lost." Pebble nodded, Topaz eyes wide with distress. The compass at Finn's neck flared brilliantly, its crystal beam now arrow straight toward the direction Pebble pointed, deeper into the Glimmerwood's heart. "I'm supposed to help you," Finn realized aloud. "The compass brought me here." Using strips torn from his shirt, Finn bound Pebble's arm, careful not to touch the weeping light. As he worked, Pebble chirped a story in fragmented sounds and gestures. Stonekin lived deep below, in caverns lit by a great crystal that sang the earth to sleep. But the crystal was sick, cracking, making the world tremble. Pebble had been sent to find sky tears, moonlit dew said to hold healing power, but got injured by a falling rock during a tremor. "Can you take me to the crystal?" Finn asked. "Maybe I can help." Pebble hesitated, then nodded, gesturing toward a mossy outcrop. With surprising strength, the little stonekin pushed aside a boulder, revealing a hidden passage smelling of cool stone and deep thyme. Finn took a steadying breath. The compass hummed, warm against his skin. Together, they descended into the earth. The underground realm was a revelation. Bioluminescent fungi-painted tunnels in ethereal blues and greens, their light reflecting in pools where blind fish flickered like liquid opal. They passed galleries where massive, elder stonekins stood sentinel, their stony faces etched with worry. Pebble chirped greetings, and Finn felt countless topaz eyes watching him, not hostile but wary, heavy with sorrow. The air thrummed with a discordant vibration, the sick crystal's song gone painfully sharp. Finally they emerged into a cavern so vast Finn gasped. Its ceiling glittered with embedded stars, crystals catching the light from below. And at the center, rising like a frozen geyser, stood the great crystal. It should have been magnificent, radiating harmonious light. Instead, a jagged fissure split its heart, pulsing erratically. Sickly yellow light bled from the crack, and with each pulse the ground shivered. Stonekin elders, larger, their bodies striated with mineral veins, stood in a circle, chanting in deep, resonant tones that momentarily soothed the crystal's anguished flicker, but couldn't heal the fracture. An elder with quartz-veined shoulders turned. Pebble. The relief in the grinding voice was palpable. Then, seeing Finn, the elder stiffened. Surface child. The word rumbled like distant rockfall, edged with centuries of mistrust. Pebble chirped rapidly, gesturing at Finn's compass and his bandaged arm. I came because the compass led me, Finn explained, his voice echoing strangely. It points where I'm needed, and I think I know why the crystal is sick. He remembered Oakhaven's oldest tale, sung during the Harvest Moon Festival, a song of alliance between root and sky, when stonekin and villagers tended the land together. Long ago, Finn said slowly, people above sang with the crystal, didn't they? A harmony. The quartz-veined elder, bolder, nodded heavily. The sky song, it wove with the deep song, balance, then fear grew, sky people stopped singing, stopped listening, the harmony broke, the crystal remembers the silence, it grieves, weakens. The ground shuddered violently, and the crystal's crack widened, spilling more tainted light. Pebble whimpered, pressing close to Finn. Finn touched the whispering compass. It wasn't just pointing to a place, it was pointing to a failure, a broken bond between worlds. Healing the crystal needed more than sky tears, it needed the lost sky song restored. I have to go back, Finn declared. To Oakhaven, I have to make them remember the song. Boulder's gaze was skeptical. Sky people fear us. They call us shadow walkers. They will not listen. But Pebble chirped insistently, tapping Finn's hand, then the compass. Trust. The journey back through the tunnels felt heavier. The compass's glow was steady, but Finn's heart wrestled with doubt. How could he, the boy with moss in his veins, convince practical Oakhaven of singing to stones? Reaching the surface near dawn, Finn saw the village bathed in rose-gold light. Home. Yet it felt different now, smaller, yet infinitely more precious. He had to succeed. Returning caused a stir. Glimmerwood, gasped Widow Maybell, clutching her shawl. Have the shadows addled your wits, boy? Finn stood before the gathered villagers at the well square, Pebble half hidden behind his legs. He spoke of the trembling earth, the dying crystal, the stonekin's grief and guardianship. He showed them Pebble not a monster, but a lost child of the earth, eyes wide with hope and pain. He told of the ancient alliance, the sky song forgotten. Silence followed, thick with disbelief. Old man Hemlock stepped forward. He knelt slowly, his old bones creaking, and met Pebble's topaz gaze. My grandfather, Hemlock murmured, his voice rough with emotion, spoke of the deep friends. He said they taught us where the sweetest berries grew, and how to sing the frost away from seedlings. He touched a worn amulet at his throat, a tiny, smooth stone. We called it superstition. Fear is a weed that chokes memory. Finn's heart leaped. The song Hemlock, do you remember it? Hemlock frowned, humming fragments. Aye, bits, like roots embrace the starlight deep, but the heart of it. He shook his head. Lost. Despair threatened. But Finn remembered the whispering compass, its warmth against his skin. It hadn't led him astray. Closing his eyes, he recalled the crystal's fractured song, its discordance. He thought of Pebble's trusting chirp, the deep chants of the Stonekin elders, the sigh of the Glimmerwood leaves. And he felt the missing piece, not just notes, but connection. Opening his eyes, Finn began to hum. Not the harvest moon tune, but a new melody, born of moss and moonlight, of friendship found in the dark. It was hesitant at first, a thread of sound. But as he sang, weaving Hemlock's fragments with the crystal's remembered resonance and Pebble's hopeful chirp translated into sound, something shifted. The villagers stirred. Widow Maybelle, her voice surprisingly clear, joined in, finding an old harmony. The blacksmith added a deep, grounding note. Children, curious, added lighter threads. Slowly, falteringly, the sky song rose again over Oakhaven, not a relic, but a living thing, reborn from understanding. Pebble tugged Finn's sleeve, chirping excitedly, pointing back to the woods. The trembling had stopped. The compass glowed pure, steady white. Finn led the villagers, singing as they walked, back to the hidden entrance. Down they went into the earth, their song growing stronger, braided with courage and newfound trust. In the great cavern, the Stonekin elders stood stunned as the sky song washed over them, then swelled with their own resonant deep song. The two melodies wove together, human voices and stone-born chants, surface and depth, filling the cavern with a harmony unseen for generations. Finn stepped forward, still singing, and placed his hand upon the great crystal, right beside the jagged crack. Pebble placed his good stone hand beside it. Boulder joined, then Hemlock, then others, Stonekin and villager, hand upon hand, voice upon voice. The discordant pulse softened. The sickly yellow light receded, replaced by a pure white-gold radiance that flowed from the point of contact. With a sound like mountains sighing in relief, the crack in the crystal sealed, leaving only a faint, glowing seam, a scar of remembrance, not sickness. Light, harmonious and warm, flooded the cavern, reflecting in countless topaz eyes shining with joy and relief. The earth's sigh became a contented hum. Above, in Oakhaven, apple blossoms unfurled out of season, and the Glimmerwood's leaves shimmered with renewed vigor. Finn stood between worlds, no longer out of step, but a living bridge. He spent days below, learning the Stonekins' ways, teaching them village songs, sketching their luminous caverns. Pebble became his constant shadow, chirping tales Finn translated for the fascinated children of Oakhaven. Boulder and Hemlock, now fast friends, planned shared harvests, mushrooms from the deep for wool from the hills. One evening, weeks later, Finn sat with Pebble on a hill, overlooking both Oakhaven and the Glimmerwood entrance. The whispering compass lay in his palm. Its crystal no longer blazed or pointed wildly. It glowed with a soft, constant light, warm as hearth fire, pointing steadily towards the village below, towards the hidden caverns, towards the intertwined lives he now cherished. It pointed simply and surely to home, not a single place, but a tapestry woven of trust, song, and the quiet courage found when a dreamer follows a whisper into the unknown. As the first stars pricked the violet sky, Finn felt the moss in his veins settle, the starlight in his pockets warm him. The earth, once trembling with grief, now hummed a lullaby of balance restored. And in that peaceful resonance, under the watchful eyes of both root and sky, Finn knew the truest magic wasn't in compasses or crystals, but in the quiet, unbreakable bond of friendship that had healed a world, one shared song at a time. The compass's gentle light pulsed once, a silent heartbeat of belonging as the moon rose, bathing the healed land in silver, and all was still. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moon petals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moonpetals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring." The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the whispering woods, where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moon petals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kalen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kalen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moon petals? Was he the wall stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone Glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the whispering woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelin nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelin's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the Heartstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon-petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petals' chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. "And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built." He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petals' gentle light. "Thank you for showing me the way." Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kaelin's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large, silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the Glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the Glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path. Find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean. Above, the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things and high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek?" Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." "Ah," Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. "The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth." He pointed his stick upwards. "The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing." With Bramble offering steadying advice, "Plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root," and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, "Almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly." Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. "The sky's memory well," Bramble whispered reverently. "But it's empty, that can't be right." Pip fluttered nervously. "It feels sad, like a nest without eggs." Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. "Force won't work here, lad," Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. "This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood." Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light brighter and softer than before filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. "Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words." Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling "thank you." Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. "Listen closely," she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. "Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found." And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. The old apothecary shop at the edge of Willowbrook Village had always smelled of forgotten things, dried lavender clinging to cedar shelves, cinnamon sticks whispering secrets to jars of tarnished buttons, and the faint metallic tang of rain-soaked copper pipes. It was here, beneath a drift of cobwebs in the attic, that 12-year-old Mira discovered the teacup that changed everything. Not a grand goblet nor a shimmering chalice, but a simple porcelain cup the color of storm clouds, its handle shaped like a crescent moon embracing a tiny star. When Mira blew dust from its rim, the star began to glow with soft amber light, and the cup filled with steaming liquid that smelled of her grandmother's apple orchard after spring rain. "That," said a voice like creaking floorboards, "isn't for drinking." Mira nearly dropped the cup. Perched on a box of weathered encyclopedias was a striped garden badger wearing round spectacles and a waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. His claws, polished to a chestnut sheen, adjusted a tiny cravat pin made from a milkweed pod. "You're talking," Mira breathed. And you're holding the Stardust Samovar's missing piece, the badger huffed. Though I suppose we should thank you. Been missing since the great kitchen flood of 63. He gestured with a walking stick fashioned from a goose feather. Come along then, the others will want to see. The others turned out to be a collection of household objects brought to gentle life. In the shadowy workshop below, a quilted owl with button eyes presided over a sewing circle of animated thimbles, while a grandfather clock with a face carved like a wise old willow conducted a debate between a candlestick and a feather duster about the merits of wax versus polish. Her name is Leora, the badger said, patting the massive copper samovar occupying the room's heart, its surface etched with constellations. And you found her heart cup. As Mira placed the teacup against a dent in the samovar's side, golden seams flared to life, connecting stars into pictures, a fox reading poetry to ferns, mountains rearranging themselves like furniture, a river pausing mid-flow to admire its reflection. It's a storykeeper, Leora hummed, her spout curling like a contented cat's tail. Steam billowed upward, forming shimmering scenes. Every cup of starlight tea reveals memories too precious to lose, but the last memory. Her voice dimmed. The one that explains why we've been fading, it shattered when I fell. We need someone to walk the old paths and piece it together. Mira's journey began at dawn, the samovar's smallest teapot, a cheeky little thing with a whistle like a songbird, strapped to her pack. The badger, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick, led her to the Whisperwood's edge, where roots formed staircases and fireflies carried lanterns made of dewdrops. Rule 1, Thistlewick grumbled as they entered the tree cathedral, never accept directions from mushrooms. Rule 2, there she is. A spider descended on a thread of moonlight, her 8 legs weaving patterns that hung in the air like glowing lace. Took your time, the spider chimed, her voice the sound of wind through crystal chimes. I'm Nessa, you'll need my webs to read the memory fragments, also. She gestured to a patch of glowing moss where 3 translucent deer drank from a spring. We're being followed. The shadow revealed itself at Moonmirror Lake, not a monster, but a girl formed of liquid night, her eyes twin pools of quiet. I'm Kayla, she murmured, ripples spreading where her feet touched water. The samovar's last memory, it's of my mistake. Piece by piece the story emerged. Kayla had been Leora's caretaker long ago, but in trying to preserve a painful memory of her lost family, she'd accidentally fractured it. The shards scattered a laugh caught in a maple seed spiral, a lullaby trapped in a turtle's shell, a farewell kiss preserved in the scent of crushed mint. This isn't a quest for gathering, Nessa realized as they camped beneath a tree that bloomed glass flowers. It's a journey of listening. Mira learned to hear memories in unexpected places, the way a brook's chuckle echoed a father's joke, how willow branches brushing stone replicated a mother's knitting needles. At the Starlight Gorge, they found the memory of farewell etched in bioluminescent snails' trails. In the cavern of echoing moss, Kayla's childhood laughter rang from ancient stones. The true challenge came at the memory vault, a glacier preserving moments like insects in amber. The final fragment is here, Kayla trembled, but the vault only opens for those who understand its nature. Mira studied the ice. Within its depths she saw not just Kayla's memory, but countless others, a baker's pride in his first loaf, a child's wonder at catching a frog, an old woman's contentment watching sunset paint the hills. She pressed her palm to the ice. It's not a prison, she realized. It's a library. The glacier melted into a million butterflies, each carrying a memory to the stars. Kayla's restored memory wasn't of loss, but of her parents' hands teaching her to pour tea from Leora. Clumsy spills met with laughter, not scolding. Back at the apothecary, as Leora hummed with restored warmth, Thistlewick cleared his throat. Seems we've a new storykeeper, if you're interested. Now, when villagers come to the shop on evenings when the northern lights dance, they find Mira serving tea from the crescent moon cup. The shy girl who once struggled to make friends now helps others find their own memories. The blacksmith discovers his late wife's smile in the clang of his hammer. Children find courage in storm clouds that mirror the teacup's hue, and even the postman rediscovers letters' magic after tasting tea that smells of sealing wax and adventure. But on quiet nights when the shop is closed, you might spy them, a girl, a badger, a spider, and a shadow sipping starlight tea, as Leora's steam weaves tales of mountain-sized tortoises carrying entire ecosystems on their shells, of libraries where books grow like flowers, and of the simple, extraordinary truth that every moment holds magic if one knows how to listen. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and Fern learned this rhythm from Bramblebur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age, and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramblebur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life. The rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves, signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramblebur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as Thistle and Fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramblebur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stoneheart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn. He explained that the stone heart falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. If the poison spreads, Bramblebur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray. A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramblebur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. Grandfather Bramblebur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together. Fern nodded vigorously, adding, we need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song. Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stone Heart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. This holds the memory of pure water, he said, and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you. Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stone Heart Falls. The sight stole their breath, not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Heartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, "Help the river remember its song, remember." Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water. Maybe if we remind the heart well together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories, we need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbird's hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely. The bluebell petal radiated spring's promise. The dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy. The autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire. The snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on Thistle's and Fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single, bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He'd describe the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all, he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the river's flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. The evening mist clung to the hills like a silver shawl when Oliver first noticed the path. It wasn't the familiar dirt track leading to the village, nor the winding deer trail through the woods behind his cottage. This path, almost hidden beneath a curtain of weeping willow branches, glowed with a soft, internal light, like moonlight trapped in dewdrops. A strange, sweet scent, like crushed mint and honeycomb, drifted from its entrance. Oliver's heart, usually steady as the old grandfather clock, gave a curious little skip. Where could it lead? Curiosity, that gentle tug on the soul, proved stronger than the lure of his warm hearth. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped onto the luminous path. The moment his foot touched the glowing stones, the world shifted. The familiar rustle of oak leaves transformed into a chorus of tiny chimes. The air hummed not with sound, but with a feeling of vibration of pure, quiet wonder. He was in the glow-moss forest. Trees unlike any Oliver had ever seen arched overhead, their bark shimmering with patterns of sapphire and emerald light that pulsed slowly, like sleepy hearts. The ground was carpeted in velvety moss that radiated a warm, golden glow, illuminating clusters of translucent mushrooms that chimed softly when the breeze touched them. Fireflies, but not ordinary ones, drifted like living sparks. Some were miniature lanterns, others tiny winged cats made of pure light, purring a soft, luminous rumble. Oliver walked, his footsteps silent on the radiant moss, his eyes wide with awe. He felt no fear, only a swelling sense of peaceful enchantment. Soon the path widened into a small clearing dominated by an ancient, twisting tree whose trunk seemed woven from strands of moonlight. Beneath its lowest branch sat a cluster of large, smooth river stones, each one softly humming a different, harmonious note. As Oliver approached, the stones stopped humming. A dozen pairs of large, luminous eyes blinked open on their surfaces, eyes the color of twilight and starlight. They weren't scary eyes, but curious, ancient ones. "Lost little wanderer," a voice chimed, seeming to come from all the stones at once. It sounded like water trickling over smooth pebbles. "Not lost," Oliver replied, his voice hushed with reverence. "Just exploring. This place is beautiful." "Are an explorer," the stones chorused, their eyes blinking in sequence. "But explorers need guidance. The Whispering Falls lie ahead, and they only speak to those who listen truly. Can you hear the music of the forest?" Oliver closed his eyes. Beyond the chime of the mushrooms and the purr of the light cats, he strained his ears. He heard the soft sigh of the glowing leaves, the distant drip of water echoing like a far-off flute, and beneath it all, a deep, resonant hum from the earth itself. He hummed back a low, steady note, trying to match the earth's vibration. The stones chimed in approval. "Good, remember that hum. It is the forest's heartbeat. When the falls whisper, listen not just with your ears, but with the hum inside you. Now walk on, explorer. Mind the stepping stones across the laughing brook." Thanking the watching stones, Oliver continued. The path descended towards the sound of rushing water. He reached the laughing brook, a stream that bubbled and gurgled with genuine mirth, its water sparkling like liquid topaz. Smooth, flat stones dotted its surface, leading to the other side. But as Oliver stepped onto the first stone, it wobbled alarmingly and let out a high-pitched giggle. "Oh dear," chuckled the stone. "Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wibble, bit ticklish." The next stone, "I'm Wobble, careful, I like to dance," indeed began to jiggle slightly. Oliver smiled. This was a challenge, but a gentle, playful one. He couldn't force his way across, he had to move with the stones. He stepped lightly onto Wibble, letting his foot settle gently before shifting his weight. "Nice to meet you, Wibble," he murmured. The stone steadied. He stepped onto Wobble, bending his knees slightly to absorb its jiggle. "Lovely dance, Wobble," he said kindly. The stone seemed to calm its movements. One by one he met pebbles shimmer and glint, each with their own little quirk, crossing the brook not by force, but by friendship and careful attention. The brook's laughter seemed warmer, more welcoming as he reached the far bank. Beyond the brook, the air grew cool and moist. The glow of the moss deepened to an emerald green, and the sound of falling water grew louder. He entered a cavern draped with curtains of glowing lichen, like jade waterfalls frozen in time. In the center, cascading down smooth, dark rock into a pool of liquid moonlight, were the Whispering Falls. The water didn't roar, it sighed. It murmured secrets in a language Oliver couldn't understand. He remembered the watching stone's advice. He stood quietly near the pool's edge, closed his eyes, and focused inward. He found the low, steady hum within himself, the one that matched the forest's heartbeat. He let that hum fill his mind, a deep, calming resonance. As he did, the sighing whispers of the falls began to weave themselves into his hum. They weren't words but feelings, a sense of ancient peace, the quiet joy of growth, the gentle strength of roots reaching deep into the earth. They spoke of the courage it takes to grow towards the light, even in the deepest shade. They spoke of connection, the moss to the stone, the brook to the sea, the wanderer to the wonders he finds. Oliver stood there, bathed in the fall's luminous spray and profound quiet, feeling the subtle message seep into his bones. True courage isn't the absence of fear, but the quiet decision to step forward anyway. True exploration begins with an open heart and listening ears. You are part of this vast, beautiful hum. When he opened his eyes, the falls seemed to shimmer brighter. Reflected in the pool of moonlight, he saw not just his own face, but a subtle glow around him, like the soft light of the path. He felt lighter, calmer, filled with a quiet understanding. The journey back felt like a gentle farewell. The stepping stones greeted him by name, their movements steadier now. The watching stones hummed a soft lullaby of approval as he passed. The glowing trees seemed to lean in, their light patterns forming shapes like friendly waves. Even the light cats brushed against his legs, their purrs vibrating with warmth. He emerged from beneath the weeping willow branches, just as the first true stars began to pierce the twilight sky. The luminous path behind him faded, leaving only the ordinary, comforting darkness of the familiar field. The sweet scent lingered for just a moment, then was gone. Oliver walked back to his cottage, the cool night air feeling fresh on his face. He slipped into his bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin. The familiar creak of the floorboards, the sigh of the wind in the chimney, the distant hoot of an owl, they were all the same, yet somehow different. He carried the glow-moss forest within him now, the deep hum, the gentle lessons of the stones and the brook, the profound peace of the whispering falls. As he drifted towards sleep, a contented smile touched his lips. He knew the enchanted path might not appear again, or it might. But that didn't matter. The real magic, he realized, wasn't just in finding a glowing forest, but in discovering the quiet courage to seek the unknown, the kindness to befriend the strange, and the wisdom to truly listen to the world's gentle whispers. And that was a light he could carry anywhere, even into the deepest, coziest dreams. The warmth of his blanket felt like the golden moss, and the silence of the night hummed its own familiar, comforting song. He was home and he was changed, all wrapped in the soft, safe embrace of the night. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble, he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The Queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The Deep Star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The Deep Star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the Deep Star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the Deep Star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the Deep Star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, Loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left. The watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. "Follow me." Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. "Hold it there," Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. "Here, here," Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. "Just quiet," Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten." The wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. "She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent, and it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. Once upon a time, Nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply. Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. How do I use it? By listening, Lyra replied simply. Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you. Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. This is the pool of reflection, Lyra said, her voice a soft song. It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them. Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris they'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a Glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the Glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. Safe, they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. That when pull up. Thank you, Kip said, flashing the gold again. Big thank you, friend. Friend, Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryo blooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see. Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over. They still had to return to the bustling star base. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship." Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening Lily waited by the forest's edge as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding.